Jacob the Great. Hello, hello, Lenitas. Today we will try to answer the question on whether or not Dylan is not experienced. I think you know where this is going. I'm pretty sure experienced gigglers know. Hello, happy Saturday. True. But as you may know, the true day to celebrate is Sunday. President Sunday Day. Or something. I was actually watching the video I think you're referring to. True. Very nice. If you're a big giggler, then you know what I'm talking about. Yoink, yoink. So let me ask the chat, the number of people that are here. Do you think Dylan is inexperienced? Is Dylan a rookie? I need to be on your side, but my GPU went out, and once a new one comes, I'll be back on Lucy Haze. So on my mobile now. Ah, I see. Well, I can still see you on the chat, so that's okay. I see everything. So do you or do you not think that Dylan is inexperienced? Is Dylan a noob? Everyone is inexperienced in some ways. But is Dylan inexperienced where it matters to be experienced? We will find out in a moment. But I would like to gather some more people. Let's see how many people are in the European time. Technically yes, but not for his age. I think people live under the misunderstanding of... I think people live under, not a misunderstanding, but under the impression that experience is something that you just gain passively through living your life, you know? That time passes and you just, as a passive skill, gain experience, which is not the case. I think gaining experience is a pretty active process. I don't think being older makes you automatically more experienced on certain subjects. Yeah, experience is always subject-based. So as an elderly person, I think I will be pushing against people in the video that we are about to be watching. I am the elderly voice. I am the Elden Ring. Okay, I am the Elden Ring, and I will be passing my elderly judgment on this whole thing. With Dylan specifically, I think it's that Dylan has gained experience earlier than most people his age could. For example, most others don't have the opportunity to go to Ukraine. I mean, I think it's worth recognizing that a lot of people have the opportunity to go but just won't go. For various reasons. Uh-oh. Keep in mind that technically speaking, I have the opportunity to go to Ukraine at any moment, especially since it's very close. You know? What the hell? But then again, as I've said before, I am the elderly. So you will Will Lucy go to Ukraine? I'm not sure if I'd be of any use in Ukraine. I do have certain projects that I'm thinking about, but I have to get my act together. Lucy X Dillon stream would be rad. Well, apparently it will happen. Have you seen our first conversation? Have you seen our conversation? I did. What did you think of it? Also, Lucy X Dillon conversation is like the contrast of the elderly and the young. It's true. Clash of clans, clash of worlds, clash of generations. Google gigglers. What's happening? Uh-oh. My character died just like that. I can see that I have not a small amount of people that are Europe-based and are willing to watch the streams as they happen earlier, which is a good sign for me. Which means that I have to plan streams earlier. Zhup. You know? Heaven's Cloud. That's right. Hello, Jess, the one you know, it's been so long. You cannot use the hehe because you're a white name right now. That's right, Jess, you're a white name. It's sad. What a sad state of affairs. Damn. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. I made a pun with the word Google and people Googled instead of getting the joke. I knew this would happen. Thank you for the tier 2 subscription, Jess. Thank you, thank you. Indeed, it is now possible to use... Oh my god, my mom is calling me. One moment. Okay, sorry. I apologize. It was a long call because my mom had a lot to tell me. Can you believe this? Look at this. Yoink! Wait. Where's my fourth character? Wait, hold on. Am I missing a... Uh-oh. I should revive. Okay. I still have time. That's right. We can use the shark ducky now. Lucy, did you know that noodles are racist? I always suspected. I had a suspicion, but I never confirmed it. You know? Also, don't get me started. I had a whole noodle debate on Twitter. Unironically, I had a whole noodle debate on Twitter. I had a noodle debate on Twitter, and I was called a shit stain on it by a white cis guy on Twitter. So there you go. That was something else. Oh, okay. So it all started with a friend of the channel called Two Guys Talk History saying how the whole noodle thing is stupid. I'm just gonna show it. Whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna make a segment out of it. I'm gonna milk this. Whatever. I'm small. So, you know, there's no moral harm here. There we go. We're doing it. We're having a segment. There we go. Where is it? We're doing a Twitter segment, everybody. Because it's by high demand. By the highest of demands. People can't see Twitter anymore without account. Well, this is your lucky day because now we will able to see Twitter without an account. Let me see. I linked it somewhere. Prepare yourselves because this is just... how should I put it? Mind-numbing. This is mind-numbing. Have to find it though. Why can't I find it? Here we go. I found the link. Keep in mind that some of the people that I interacted with are cowards, so... Which means that they limited the amount of people that can see their response, which means that I cannot see. So sometimes it might seem like I'm just talking to myself. Just a fair warning. This conversation might look like me talking to myself. There you go. So, where is this? Let's do this. It's bullying. I'm gonna recap, okay? It's bullying of the author of the book. Are two guys talking history white to absolute surprise to nobody on the planet, says the white guy. Like it's always amazing to me how cis white guys cry about other people being white. I don't know. We have to get to the bottom of this weird white people hunt by cis white guys. The original tweet is this. Let's do this by Two Guys Talking History. This is bullying. This is making a critique based on leftist thought. A leftist critique might be why do publishing companies give priority to the production of cultural cookbooks to authors not from that culture? Leftism is about critique. It's basically saying that the whole noodle thing is stupid and that it's not a systemic critique. Okay? So, person here wrote that Daedalus, because this is written by Daedalus in particular, is just complaining whenever someone is interrogating colonialism, because attacking a cookbook author is apparently interrogating colonialism now. Right? So this is where I come in and I say, didn't Two Guys History say attack systems and not individuals? How is that a critique of anyone interrogating colonialism? Can you explain, please? How does that intro sound? How does that sound? Does that sound like it's reasonable? Do I sound reasonable in this tweet? No, attacking individuals is leftist. Oh my goodness. Do I sound reasonable? Like a reasonable person? Reasonable. You didn't get it because you're white. Well, I cannot be white. I'm Jewish. You don't get it because you're white. Well, I cannot be white, as I've said. Jewish people cannot be white, apparently. So there's that. Touché. Okay? Touché. So the person says, the person called People Over Property, white academia, and how it is white academia and how it as institution gets to decide what is real and valid. Whiteness has treated itself as the authority because whiteness is an entity now. On everything forever at the expense of BIPOC, and this man treating himself as an authority while he ignores the root of the issue. Is whiteness at work? Well, that's the point. That's the point that racists and far-righters exclude Jewish people from whiteness. Also, Polish weren't considered white for a long time. That was my point, Jess. That was actually my entire point. So I ask, what is the root of the issue? This devolves really quickly, by the way. And the response is gone. And this person has limited. What do you mean by harassed incessantly over a tweet reacting to colonialism? Oh, they mean that person that attacked the cookbook author. Is anti-Semitism part of fighting white supremacy? I ask that because the cookbook author received a lot of anti-Semitism over the, of course, limited. Are you aware of the attack by Rosalind on the author of the book? Rosalind is the person that did the initial attack, and Rosalind is the person referred to when they say harassed incessantly over a tweet reacting to colonialism. Because colonialism is when an author of a book You were aware of the attack by Rosling on the author of the book, or the background of the author and her relationship to the cuisine. Are you also aware that the author of the book has not been widely perceived as white but as Jewish, and hence has received a wave of anti-Semitic attacks based on centuries of anti-Semitic subjugation, pogroms, and conspiracy theories? Which is true, yes. The author actually did receive tons of anti-Semitism over the whole thing. So you're saying Rosen is responsible for 4chan getting mad that she gave into the shit skin. I okay. I have to say that some of these I require, I don't know, explaining. So what does that mean? So is this whatever. What does giving into shit skin mean? What? What does that mean? Okay, never mind. These are the, things. By this rationale, only Americans can write about American culture because colonialism. True. Are you saying that the author of the book, not being perceived as white but rather Jewish, is a wholly insignificant factor in this? Do you know the history centuries long of Jewish people being accused of infiltrating spaces and trying to harm them from within? I'm saying, why are you bringing it up when we're discussing the current conversation and white supremacist hate campaign being done now, and trying to blame an Asian woman for not only attacks on herself, and now you're saying she's responsible for 4chan of all places being racist. Like, let's be real here. You brought up these comments which are being mad that the white woman they came to rescue for betrayed them by being nice to the minority, which makes them say she's probably Jewish, and start being anti-Semitic to try and say Rosling is at fault. Yes. Yes. Okay. So this is basically what I'm dealing with here. So I try to sort of interpret it somehow, and I responded with, that is incorrect. The anti-Semitic tropes and the rhetoric used against the cookbook author has existed for centuries. These things were not invented to attack Rosalind. Why was the cookbook author attacked by Rosalind to begin with? Which, I don't know. I think it's a valid question, isn't it? What do you think? Do you think it's valid or invalid to ask that? Do you think it's worth or unworth? What is the current white supremacist campaign? Are you talking about discussing noodles on the day when affirmative action has been struck down? Oh, here we go. Wanna tell the class? I love just how these people communicate. Like these people, like I love how people over property communicate. Wanna tell the class how many tweets have you made on affirmative action? Before this one, I looked. Wanna guess? So let's stop pretending. It's about caring about the real issues. And yes, this is the continuing white supremacist hate campaign. Unless you're saying these aren't. So I guess Rosling is not responsible for 4chan anti-Semitic wave, but Kefuls is responsible for the 4chan white supremacist wave. Okay. Two guys talking about history. I'm just gonna leave this here. Affirmative action in universities, which is the video about me talking about the topic. I'm gonna change the third person speech to first person for the sake of reading the tweets. I have not tweeted about affirmative action, but instead took part in a panel discussing debating affirmative action and how it is misunderstood and butchered as a concept. I also had a very interesting talk with an expert on this subject. You're saying that I am accusing Rosalind of 4chan anti-Semitism, but you are also accusing Keffels and the author of the book of the 4chan racism? Hello, Sukhoi. Where? LOL? The author is your standard white woman and who doesn't think about privilege and doesn't have to because white supremacy enables that. Keffels isn't being blamed for these words by 4chan. She's being blamed for her own words and actions she has chosen to enact. Enacting the actions. You said the author was part of some "it isn't okay to be white" campaign unless Lucy is mistaken. When at worst the author is a person unaware of her privilege, which is not a substantial enough reason to target her as an individual, and Keffel is defending the author. What do you think? Reasonable or not? Am I being unreasonable? Am I being wild? As an individual with words such as noodles are delicious is not enacting words and actions, which I stand by. She went on an entirely new platform and got noodles and Noodle Lady trending because for 17 days straight she made noodle jokes. Hello, not here. Directed at Rosalind, by the way. Rosalind is not capitalized, which is not a very nice thing to do to someone, not to capitalize their name, okay? Don't do that. Capitalize people's names, please. And granted, it trended from every day, people expressing how racist she was being, but the intent of harm was there, the same as now. Yes, that's because the author got attacked as an individual as well as Keffels herself got attacked as an individual for the noodles are delicious. Was it noodles are delicious or noodles are tasty? I don't remember anymore. Joke in defense of the author. Lucy has never seen Keffels made an appeal to whiteness or whiteness being attacked. Okay, I've got a question to the chat now. Has Keffels ever made any has Keffels ever alluded or made any appeal to whiteness, or has Keffels ever said that whiteness is under attack or anything like that? Like I don't remember anything like that happening. So because this person is saying that it was never about noodles, actually it was about whiteness being under attack and Keffels having to defend it somehow. Look, Lucy, you should ask why Rosalind is to blame in your eyes for anti-Semitism and Keffels individually attacking an Asian woman for a year isn't responsible for her own attacks against that person or her followers. Have a great day pondering it, Lucy. Hope you figure it out. So I said, I miswrote here. Rosalind is not to blame for the anti-Semitism, but the anti-Semitism has nonetheless happened as a result of the author as an individual. Keffels has been attacked first, no? Am I mistaken about the order of events? There was no response to this when I asked if Kefals was not attacked first. They can't even dream the dream. A part of white supremacist campaign and trying to pretend that the current campaign of it's not okay to be white and saying, when has Kefals, like, since when is Kefals part of some campaign of it's not okay to be white? Like, that's news to me, okay? Like, I've never heard before that Kefals is in some nefarious, I don't know, campaign of it's not okay to be white. What? And saying, talking about publishing discrimination is anti-white hate. Okay, I have no clue what this is about. And saying, talking about publishing discrimination is anti-white hate are separated from race and not about protecting whiteness. What does that mean? And saying, talking about publishing discrimination is anti-white hate. Publishing what discrimination? Was the cookbook publishing discrimination? What's happening? Can someone fill me in with the context, please? Please give me context. I am hungry for context. I'm sure you're all very up to date, so you can explain to me what's happening here. Is the author part of this campaign? Is Kefals? Were my questions, which I'm repeating right now to all of you, by the way. So what I feel like she's doing is a Mott and Bailey. Okay, the context is that this person is... Oh my goodness. Okay. Like... So again, wanna tell the class how many times you talk about affirmative action since you care so much about it? I'm not sure what this is in response to. I have dedicated a significant portion of time learning about the subject of affirmative action through talking to an expert and then talked about it in a panel format. I have been advocating for affirmative action as a person from Poland, a country historically colonized, by the way, which is actually correct. I'd love to see your panel and your view. Do you have a link? Boom. Which of course, gosh, I have to, there's so many things in here. There's so many strange many things that I have to find. Oh gosh, I have to find. Oh, there we go. Is there things missing that I have to find from this conversation? Here we go. Oh my gosh, I cannot find the most important things. I cannot find the most important tweets. So I'm just gonna find them off screen, okay? There you go. I'm gonna find it and show you. Because there's a very like the crux, the end of this conversation, the crux of it, I think, the best argument that I've made in this entire thing. Okay? I think it was liked by Two Guys Talking History, I believe. So one moment, I'm gonna look for it. There you go, I found it. We're gonna link, boom, and then we're gonna jump into the thing. I feel like she's doing a Motoberu, where the original tweet was EU white woman white cookbook. And then she moves back to the position in the Two Guys Talking History tweet. Also, you're probably one of the worst people to do the how much do you talk about affirmative action. I see. Twitter is such a mess in the way it starts. It's okay, so I found it. So, have not tweeted about affirmative action, but instead I took part in a panel. There we go. No. Okay. You said that the author was part of some "it isn't okay to be white" campaign, unless I'm mistaken. When at worst the author is a person aware of her privilege, which is not as a substantial enough reason to target her as an individual. Keffels defending the author. And here's, no, that's Keffels. She's the one doing the white people are under attack campaign. Keffels is doing the white people are under attack campaign. Can someone confirm this in any way? Is Keffels doing the white people are under attack campaign? Like, come on. I know I'm not the biggest watcher of Keffels content, but I've never seen Keffels use the rhetoric of white people are under attack. Without, I think Keffels explained it this part of the video that Rosening was manufacturing outrage. We're gonna take a look at it when we're finished with the tweets. The tweets. So I say, can you substantiate the claim that Keffels, can you substantiate the claim that for Keffels this has never been about attacking the author, but about attacking whiteness? Keep in mind that attacking an individual is neither attacking white supremacy, colonialism, nor whiteness. Oh, it's Pepsi. It's okay, it's a treat. Okay, I've got water here. I've got my water here as well. Okay? My goodness. I feel called out. Listen, look. I'm gonna drink some water now. From my big water thing. Is that better? Isn't this better? I've got a big thing of water. Ugh. It's heavy, but it's a heavy burden, but you know, I do it for the sake of justice and good. Okay, I'm gonna drink this later then. I'm gonna leave it here for now. My goodness. But I do have a 5-liter big water bottle. True, I should. So far we've learned that Keffels is doing the white people are under attack campaign. I'm gonna change the title for now, actually. Where is this? I wonder if Keffels is up at this hour. Keffels is at Ireland, so maybe she's up. So maybe she'll see this. I have one too, but I'm using that one as a weight for training. I mean, it is heavy. It is heavy, so Uh, you're gonna tell me in a second how you like the new title. There you go. There you have it. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is heavy. It is like 5 liters, which I think corresponds to 5 kilograms, right? That's 5 kilograms. I got a big thing as well. Oh, I mean water. So what do you think? What do you think of the new title? Like it? Is it good? Karasu, how do you like the new title? What do you think? Is it good? Is it sufficiently clickbaity? Should we add Keffels together to come here and explain herself to us? Okay, let's continue. Let us continue this whole thing. Is Keffels online right now? It is an attacking one, yes. My goodness. And yes, it is 5 kilogram. Because look, I've been told this by this person. I've been told by this person on Twitter. No, that's Keffels. She's the one doing the white people are under attack campaign. So logically, I have to ask in the title of the stream, is Keffels doing the white people are under attack campaign? You know? I have to do this. I am obliged now to do this. I have no choice. I have been put in this situation against my will. Also, there are more people in the audience now. This people over property person seems so silly. And Keffels isn't protecting an author and never was. She was always doing this to attack someone she saw as attacking whiteness. Okay. Serious speak for a second. Where did this whole narrative of Keffels being some white supremacist come from? Like, when have people decided that Keffels is some champion of whiteness? That Keffels is some person that just does a whole white supremacy campaign, that white people are under attack, and that she just attacks anyone who she perceives as attacking whiteness. What's happening here? Have you been aware of this? I have to admit, like, I have not met with this angle before this Twitter conversation, that people seem to be under the impression that Keffels is some warrior for whiteness. This is so bizarre. Give me some opinions, chat. It's made up. New rumor about Keffels, yes, and I seem to be the origin point of it. Like, so weird. I've never seen... Have you seen this line of reasoning about Keffels before? Because I have not. Have I birthed a new thing? Have I birthed a whole new thing? So I ask, can you substantiate the claim that Keffels has never been about attacking the author and that it has all been about attacking whiteness? And I said, keep in mind that attacking an individual is neither attacking white supremacy, colonialism, nor whiteness. Right? It makes sense, right? It's not unreasonable what I'm saying here. I hope. So the person asks, What is Keffel's problem with Rosalind's comment? It was saying a white person shouldn't do X, when really her comment wasn't that white people shouldn't do X, but how white people always do X. Keffel's problem has always been about feeling whiteness was being attacked. Was it always? Was Keffel's problem always about the feeling whiteness was being attacked? I have to. Here you go. Wait, one moment. Oh gosh, where is the thing? Where is there? Oh god, Twitter sucks. Right, so I am about to answer. Here. And I think we will stop at my last answer here because after this it just a cis white guy joins the thing and started just calling me names, basically. But yes, I guess we'll stop at this answer that I gave. Her problem with white person shouldn't do X, and in particular, Pippa, the white person, shouldn't do X, is that it is not a systemic critique of a phenomenon. It is an attack on Pippa as an individual. The problem is not a white person doing X. The problem is the underrepresentation of people of color who should be uplifted and given spotlight and promoted. White person not doing X will not give people of color the spotlight they deserve. Right? White people shouldn't do X or white people always do X is not a systemic critique of a phenomenon. It is an attack of Pippa, because Pippa, the white person, should not do X was the particular critique, because they were attacking the cookbook author, Pippa. And it is not a systemic critique of a phenomenon. It is an attack on Pippa, the individual. The problem is not a white person doing X. The problem is the underrepresentation of people of color who should be uplifted and given the spotlight and promoted. White person not doing X will not give people of color the spotlight they deserve. What do you think? Correct, incorrect? What do you think of this hot take? What is your opinion? And then we're going to take a look at the, I assume, time-stamped video from Keffels. So what do you think? What do you think of the whole Twitter exchange? Hello, Coconut Island citizen. I'm just bothered by the abstraction of saying white people shouldn't do X rather than actually saying what that X is. I agree, but I'm white, so it doesn't matter what I think. I see. I understand. So yes, and now we're gonna see, I assume it's timestamp. It is.
In order to make this something
These people are abusive.
bigger than it actually was. For instance, August 16th, 2021, Rosalind quote tweets the original tweet and says, "All this rage over this incredibly lukewarm shit post." So she meant nothing by this. She made up this entire narrative She made up that this was about cultural appropriation.
Wait, but this person called People Over Property said that it was Caffles that revived this whole noodle thing, not... Oh, never mind. I knew it. I knew this was... Oh, God. Never mind. Okay, let's listen to Caffles for now.
She made up that there was a 4chan harassment campaign. It cannot...
I'm just gonna say I knew it. I knew that there was more to the reviving of this topic than the person has wrote on Twitter.
Both a shitpost and a serious conversation about cultural appropriation. This entire thing has been made up from the very beginning. The funniest thing to come out of all of this, though, was this.
Check your notifications, Caffles. Check your notifications. And respond to my DM while you're at it.
Rosalind tweeting out, this is about, quoting me, this is about fucking noodles. And this was me responding to getting a death threat by...
The context here is that I tweeted about noodles being tasty. Given you seem to be racist, I don't know if wishing death on you is bad. I wish death on clan members all the time, to be honest. I don't think you want to talk about the things you delete. I saw the comment you deleted mocking me for my suicide attempt. What the hell is going on? Peak progressivism, I guess. Peak progressivism. So wild.
Maybe you don't...
Wrong. Noodles are racist. Also, that's not actually true. Some noodles are tasty, but some noodles are... Noodles are a mixed bag, okay? Noodles are a mixed bag. I'm not a big fan of glass noodles. You can say the N-word, you're white. No, not that N-word. The food N-word. Oh my god. But yes, glass noodles are not the best.
Tweet about noodles then. I don't know what to tell you. And Dreaded Jai retweets it. Like, this is... So here's something else. Rosalind claims to have been the victim...
Don't tweet about noodles? Oh, come on. I'm ashamed for having had a whole big conversation about this. I feel ashamed. This whole thing is like white people shouldn't play jazz because jazz is black culture.
Harassment campaign. She's never been swatted before. And in fact, the only time that Rosalind has ever even tweeted about swatting was September 4th. Like one day, less than a month after I was swatted, in order to say...
Almost drank the dreaded Pepsi. I think I deserve a reward, a donation or something. I am fighting the temptation, you see. Oh my god. I am fighting the temptations of the flesh.
Hey, I want to be clear here. I did not look at Clara getting swatted by Kiwi Farms and think, this is a great time to talk about noodles, lol. The only reason I said anything was because cis plus black trans women were using my experience to highlight why her making the tumor comment was gross.
Wait, what? I need context for this, honestly. I think this is too much. Like, this is too much for me. Please, someone, give me context for this. I want to be clear here. I do not look at Clara getting swatted by Kiwi Farms and think this is a great time to talk about noodles. The only reason I said anything was because cis plus trans black women were using my experience to highlight why her making the What's the tumor comment was gross? What? Okay, so explain, please. Someone. There are 15 people here right now. Please, someone tell me, what is this about? What is this about? Explain, please. Nice, nice hair. I don't know the tumor comment. Maybe Capos explains? This is some deep, deep lore stuff. Really nice hair. Maybe I can have hair like this sometime, someday. Someday, gigglers, someday I too will have nice hair. Okay, let's continue. This whole thing is not about my hair. Or even Kefel's hair, as nice as it is.
The tumor comment that I made was about dreaded Jai mocking me for being the victim of a hate campaign, like a hate crime. I was the victim of a hate crime. Neo-Nazis impersonated me in order to get me swatted, and I saw that and I called Jai a tumor. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Oh, wait, I want to see.
Jai has also a tumor.
I want to see.
Me in order to get me swatted. I was the victim of a hate crime. Neo-Nazis impersonated me in order to
So she does explain the tumor thing.
get me
Good.
swatted. And
Look, I just need 125,000 to buy a Canadian lawyer. That's it. Also, keep in mind it's Canadian dollars. So Canadian dollars have less buying power than US dollars. What is, how much less is, okay, US, Canadian dollar to US dollar. So $1 Canadian is $0.76 US. As you can see, it's not a huge difference, but it's still worth less. So I'm pretty sure Kefel's got the donation in Canadian dollars, right? That's correct, right? Kefel's got it the 100,000 in Canadian dollars, right? In less than 20 hours, that's all I need.
I saw that and I
135,999.99. That's all. Look, I know I changed this goal 15 times, but I need a lot of it. Anyways, I got enough food for the week until payday. Thank you guys. I now I just need booze and that whole rest of my rent thing. You can buy a lawyer. That's slavery. What? Was that an attempt at a joke? Canadian money is just American pesos. I was probably in USD. I guess I'd have to ask. I sort of assumed that it was in Canadian. I guess that's an attempt at a joke.
called Jai.
If this is how trans people respond to their own getting terrorized by the police because they were impersonated and swatted by Nazis, we are in trouble. People like Jay need to be excised like a tumor from the trans community. Wait! She didn't call her a tumor. It was a comparison. Come on. If you say someone must be excised like a tumor, you're not literally calling them a tumor. Reading comprehension. Come on. Reading comprehension.
A tumor. I think that's pretty reasonable, especially considering that Jai has also said that I'm a groomer.
One of the worst part of y'all pedestaling Keffels as some sort of leader in the trans movement is the fact she has a very real history of being weird towards minors, and people can use that to perpetrate this trans people are groomers rhetoric. I have no idea what this is about. What history of being weird towards minors? What? This is so disturbing. I'm so glad to see pushback from base gigglers. Thank you, good for Gabby. Like, this is so bizarre. And I recognize this person. Love and solidarity indeed, yeah. This is extremely strange. What is this person referring to if she has a very real history of being weird towards minors? Like, is she referring to Keffels helping teens with getting access to gender affirming care? Is that the very real history of being weird towards minors? Help me understand. Please help me understand. Please give me some context for this because I'm desperately missing it. Scaffold's online right now. Let me check Discord. Have no clue. That's what she's referring to, but it's either a lie or misinterpretation. Keffels is streaming? She's talking about Catboy Ranch. Why is alive from Kiwi Farms? You should go. Okay. Can any of you go to Keffels chat right now and tell her that Lucy has a few questions. I have a few questions, Keffels. Probably the off-color Catboy Ranch joke, that thing that she did a while ago. What was the off-color? But that was... Isn't this tweet super old? Probably the off-color Catboy Ranch jokes she did a while ago, but what was the off-color joke? Tell me the joke or link it or something. I don't get it. Also, you all should go to Keffel's audience and say Lucy has a few questions. How can Keffels not talk to me considering that we're in the same guild? We are in the same guild in World of Warcraft. What's happening? What happened to guild solidarity? It's not existent. There is no guild solidarity. I am very disappointed. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly. I remember her catching a lot of heat for it, as always. As always, people catching heat over jokes. My goodness, one moment. We're gonna go here. We're gonna...
And it's like, not only that, but Rosalind also thinks it's fine to mock people who are the victims of hate crimes. So
what? Well, this will definitely be interesting to see play out. LOL. Trans Twitch star files human rights complaint against police after swatting arrest in London. Clara Sorrenti wants London police to make changes to its record management and politics. LOL. Jesus. Okay.
So, like, here's what Rosalind had to say about the fact that I actually went forward with taking legal action against the London police services.
Right.
So she said, well, this will definitely be interesting to see play out. And then posted the fact that I was seeking $75,000 in damages for injury to my dignity, feelings, and self-respect.
Okay.
Plus an additional $50,000 for loss of income and other special damages incurred as a result of the swatting. She left out the fact that the biggest thing that I am trying to seek from this is that the police get body cams, because that could genuinely save the lives of so many people in my hometown, and especially people of color. And I think it's just like sadistic. So someone said it repeats the gun in her face thing, and Rosalind is just laughing at the fact that I had a
Yeah, I know. Gee. Funny enough, I had armed cops in my place 3 times in 1 week in 2020, and all I got from was trauma and fears of horrible mental health.
gun pointed at me, a loaded assault rifle, because of the neo-Nazis that impersonated me, because of being the victim of a legitimate harassment campaign that resulted in me getting post-traumatic stress disorder. So, one in chat if you know Merrick.
I do know Merrick.
About something that people have not
I want to talk to Merrick, actually. But it is not always easy to contact Merrick. The Twitter bullies continue to be toxic. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes. But another European tower coming up. Oh my god. This is very interesting, but yeah, whatever.
And it was how fucking heinous Soul Bunny was towards Merrick. So the white leftist industrial complex was inspired, in Soul Bunny's own words, this was inspired by FD Signifier.
What?
And it's like, I don't care. Like,
what inspired this segment was me watching FD's video that had a segment on online figures cancellations. See Merrick go into depth about why she was previously cancelled while completely leaving out the biggest one.
So I'm gonna show you what was actually said about Merrick in this.
She played some white tears and expected
FD Signifier
me to delete my first video. At this time, I was a nobody with only 500 subs. What does it mean when black people get attacked and dogpiled for correcting white people's advocacy for us?
I'm gonna tell you, gigglers. 851 subs. That is my current sub count.
Us. Can you see how that can hinder a lot of work when we're stuck discussing one-on-ones with self-appointed allies?
Okay, so this is the lie. This is 100% fabricated, and this is the narrative that Rosalind had made up. So let me explain. We have to go back and talk about Soul Bunny's original video on her channel. Why white leftists and debate bros are our biggest hindrance.
Pre-George Floyd that now have platforms educating leftists on systematic racism. STL's girlfriend recently went on TikTok to defend Bosch's mishandling of conversational Nazi lies and Black American crime.
And the other is the FBI crime statistics surrounding rates of Black American crime versus their percentage of the American population. I don't think that a lot of people who attack Bosch are...
So notice how she cuts, and the rest of the TikTok where Merrick is trying to explain why racist white Americans uphold that statistic even though it's fabricated. It's completely cut out of it because she's trying intentionally to smear her. Merrick even talked about this. January 18th, 2022. People on TikTok are calling me racist for debunking the conservative narrative around 1350, for acknowledging it. This is a gift to conservatives. The FBI crime stats is an exceedingly common talking point among conservatives who never mention over-policing, hundreds of years of slavery and oppression, systemic racism, for-profit prison system, inability to create generational wealth. It's important to push back on this. This is more people who are cutting it out of context in order to mock her when she was talking about a really serious issue.
Yeah.
This, of course, led to a Twitter feud between Merrick and Soul Bunny. This is Soul Bunny's
Oh! Someone has just subscribed. Thank you, Shaun Yung, for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you. And I'm sorry that the subscription message was actually covered. This actually should not be happening. One moment. This actually should not be happening. I apologize. There we go. It should be better now. But thank you. Thank you very, very much. As you can see, it all started, this whole segment started with me just reading to the chat my interaction on Twitter with people who seem to be on a noodle crusade. And it sort of went from me having a whole mini debate on noodles on Twitter, and then it just sort of naturally transitioned to watching this video on this whole crowd, I guess, of people who think that systemic critique of injustice is when you attack an individual cookbook author. I don't know. This is so... Oh, gosh.
And she's responding right now to a comment that Merrick had left on TikTok. Someone said, "Get back to work. Stop making boring TikToks where you accept racist statistics." And Merrick said,
Oh, God. Like, this is the most saddening thing of all. Like, people don't care to look into what's being said. People don't really care to...
said, "Oh my God, you're actually doing it. You're getting mad at me for explaining racist statistics and the racism that caused them. Holy shit." So Soul Bunny says about this, "If you're going to try to rewrite your flawed approach, then please don't leave evidence up. You got checked for this 3-minute video on TikTok, and you're pressed, sending your fans to my YouTube due to you being clipped, when I simply was saying the 1350 has no validity," which is what Merrick...
This is the peak of dishonesty. Like, this is the peak of dishonesty. Like, just cutting out a fragment when people says that this statistic exists, and then leaving out the explanation of how this statistic is dishonest.
was arguing. You cannot push back against bigoted arguments if you don't understand them. You can't push back against transphobia if you don't understand the arguments that transphobes make.
True.
You can't push back against anti-Semitism unless you know the arguments anti-Semites make. The same applies for anti-black racism.
Yep.
So Merrick continues on here. "You really posted me even laying out the stats claimed by conservative..."
I hate this ring of people so much. They need to stop. Like, the saddest part is that they won't stop because it's profitable for them not to stop. You really... Okay, Kafos is reading it.
and not
Also, check your notifications.
are racist here. I am explicitly saying that, and that's your proof I supposedly believe them. 1350 is the name of the meme, which I explained is a narrative that isn't true, and you chose not to show it. The entire point is I'm saying small kernels of truth get twisted into big lies by bigots. 1350 isn't real. That's the big lie. Black people being overrepresented in crime stats is real, and over-policing is a way to explain a lot of that. If this is a misunderstanding, then that's fine, but I thought I made it clear. When I said these are narratives that people spin, that they aren't reality, but ugly twistings of them. I'm happy to discuss this with you, but as it stands right now, it seems you're malicious. Soul Bunny responds...
I mean, the clip itself pretty much confirms the maliciousness, so...
to this. Me addressing your approach...
The worst thing is that it really isn't.
...that very much did come off as you are...
Oh, I mean, that depends on what your goals are, right? It is profitable enough for them to be doing it. And by profitable, I mean the social capital of, you know, your own little circle. And I'm not sure how much it like actually translates into money, but it does have certain social capital. Soul Bunny makes 130 per month on Patreon and hasn't released a video since. Her channel is also still tiny.
Arguing it as it had some validity, hence all the comments that corrected you on how it's based on arrests and not convictions. You talked about us not having effective communication, but you communicated this bad. Nothing was mean-spirited or done maliciously. Black and Indigenous people of color simply read your approach as agreeing with the statistic by simplifying it as a racist outcome. I now can see that you very badly communicated your argument against it. Just a black trans girl shutting down misinformation.
What?
Merrick responds again. Okay, I can accept that. How do we fix this? On my end, I can take my TikTok down and make a video addressing how I could frame it better. She's actually asking for constructive criticism.
This is nice. But this is actually what Merrick is about, I've noticed. Merrick is about communication. Merrick is about sort of reaching out, which is why I really want to have a conversation with Merrick. This is very nice.
We can discuss in DMs from here. Yours are closed, but yeah, I think mine are open. Sent to DM. So this is the end of like this conversation. And
Okay.
I actually, there's no way to actually see. No, I'm just joking. I have all the leaked DMs. We're about to go over them.
Oh my
All
god.
the DMs. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay. Is this about to get worse? Merrick is great. Merrick is actually really great. Merrick is one of the best, that's true. And I really, really, really want to talk to Merrick. Also, hello, Apache2895. You should join the page. Join the page, it's fun on the page. The page is full of fun.
All right, so this is the first DM. So Soul Bunny
Okay.
says to Merrick, I'm more than happy to discuss it because I'm not really into the name calling and harassment I'm getting for us both having a misunderstanding. So Merrick responds,
Wait. So this is the person. This is Soul Bunny's saying, right? I'm more than happy to discuss it because I'm not really into the name calling and harassing I'm getting for us both having a misunderstanding. Okay.
can you send me screenshots of some of that? I'd like to cross-check names for people in my Discord and stream community. Yeah, I was pretty upset because at the time this happened, someone posted it here on Twitter, completely reframed it, said I agreed with every part of 1350, and it got 100,000 views, and I was harassed for weeks. So I'm pretty sensitive about this in particular too. All the corrections started rolling in after that. Before that happened, it seemed like everyone got what I was saying. One of the big reasons I got defensive and didn't just take it down at the time. But I think there's value, and I have time and emotional space between then and now, in correcting your old bad, such potentially bad takes, so I don't mind addressing it on my stream. I will, of course, also address this being a misunderstanding and you being willing to talk with, / delete my tweets. So,
Okay.
Soul Bunny responds to this. That would be my one condition to talk because it's definitely clear that I and others misread your arguments. We'll definitely have disagreements, but I want it to stay respectful and both speak with good faith.
Well, we'll see how long that will last. We'll see.
Soul Bunny here is admitting that she misunderstood the
Right.
arguments that Merrick was making.
Okay.
But then, in her newest video, repeated the lie that she was making arguments in favor of 1350. I'm trusting you that you're not going to try to turn this into Twitch politics drama. I have no interest in being the next another misrepresented target by that space.
Okay.
No. And this is Merrick again. I wasn't talking about dragging you on stream. That doesn't need to be content. I'm saying I'll watch my video and then go over why it was perceived that way and a better, more fleshed out way to address these things so it's clear what information we are trying to convey to people. This doesn't need to be drama. It can just be me doing a correction. Unless you want to come on stream, in which that case, yeah, sure. Soul Bunny responds, yeah, I have no interest in drama or anyone raising their voice. I feel it's fair.
That's a lie. When people say I have no interest in drama, they lie. If you genuinely have no interest in drama, you don't need to say it. Your actions speak for it. Like people usually, when people say I have no interest in drama, they mean the opposite. Actually, that is usually how it goes.
For me to come on stream and discuss our stances within my video and speaking on how to better communicate 1350 fallacy. So it's a 100% yes to the stream if you delete the tweet thread. Rather be pushed on what I say in stream that the tweet thread framing given our misunderstanding. So this is the end of that. There's no more DMs. I'm just joking. It goes on Discord.
Oh.
September 26th. Merrick said, so my house...
What? Oh my god. I have no interest in drama. Heh. True.
Burned down yesterday. Just found out. I don't live there, but my husband does still, and some of my stuff was there. So I have to sort this out and deal with lawyers and insurance company. I tweeted about it so you can see photos. I'm gonna have my hands full. I'll probably just cover my TikTok on stream at some point and talk about how I should have clarified. I hope you will take your video down, but obviously, I can't demand you do that. I do think it's the right thing for you to do, but at this point, I have much more pressing issues to worry about than being misrepresented online. I'm sure you can understand this takes precedence. Soul Bunny responds, that's actually so terrible to hear. Merrick replies, yeah, it's a lot. I'll obviously also mention that we had a misunderstanding and you were just concerned when I do cover it. But it might be a few days. Soul Bunny said, I won't delete my video, but I can pin a comment about our misunderstanding as far as the 1350 goes. And you know why that's important?
Why?
Because she said she would pin the comment about the misunderstanding. And if you go back to the original video, the pinned is by Professor Flowers. This is a beautiful picture and thank you for making a video on this. What a fucking liar. So Merrick said she appreciated that. And Soul Bunny said, and to be clear, are you still expecting me to attend the stream? Is that still part of the agreement? And Merrick said, I'm not really sure yet. Can we address this in a few days? I'm sorry. Soul Bunny said, definitely. Handle your business. And Merrick ends the conversation. Okay, so I've handled everything I need to. Now it's just on other people. The stream never happened. And the comment never got pinned.
Wow.
Merrick is too nice. These people are liars. They will eat you alive, and they will continuously weaponize their identity in order to slander you because they know it's effective against misguided liberals. These people always end up eating their own. You can't build a community on purity testing. Going back to noodles for a minute.
You are impure. Part of me feels like the only reason Soul Bunny would want to come on stream would be for self-promotion. That's not out of the question. Okay, that's not out of the question. Heifels.
Follow up with the Kaylin Conrad drama. So I had to use an archive because Kaylin...
Also, has anybody went to Kefel's stream to tell her that Lucy Haze is waiting? I really want noodles now, but my favorite restaurant got rid of their pork lo mein. It was their best. Freeman did victimize himself and recently admitted to it. She's right there. She went on Demon and Mama's stream a couple of days ago, and it was interesting. Oh, yes, we will watch that. I know, Apache, yeah. I know that happened. I do want to watch this conversation with Demon Mama. Apparently it was something else. We will watch it for sure. Maybe even today, I think. I'm thinking maybe even today.
Kaylin locked their account. Kaylin tweeted out, "I'm being asked to apologize and atone for the actions of someone I've never even had a conversation with, and I don't even have a silver play button yet? Back it up, you silly goose. And you're gonna have to wait a bit, because this isn't the order of things." By the way, this is completely unrelated.
What?
Why would you make this point with an upskirt shot of Sailor Moon, who is 14 in the series? Fucking weird. Kaylin said, "None of my friends ever mocked a suicide attempt." And that's not true. Kaylin
Who is this
friends
person?
With Soul Bunny. Soul Bunny mocked a suicide attempt. Soul Bunny not only mocked a suicide attempt, but tried to spread misinformation about a mental health crisis for clout. So I said to Kaylin with my alt, "You are a disingenuous little snake, and your audience will figure that out sooner or later."
True.
Kaylin responds to me by saying,
Although
"You can't get a rise out of me this way.
it gets tricky with audiences, I'm gonna be honest.
I've dealt with abusive people who act like this before, and I'm not going to sink to the level you want to drag me down to. Call me all the names and spread all the lies you want. It is only indicative of your character, not mine." So it's interesting to me. Like, why would Kaylin be acting like this? What did I do to
Okay.
piss off Kaylin Conrad so badly? And then you see this, where Rosalind is cheering on Kaylin, and guess what? They've been friends for 15 years. Kaylin took part in Noodlegate when it went down.
Oh my god.
Taking part in
What a
harassing
name.
a woman who made a cookbook about dumplings and noodles into deleting her account over what Rosalind admitted was a shit post.
Wait, the author of the book deleted her. What? The author of the book deleted her account? The deep lore. Yes, somebody was doing a mod and Bailey with DM and on all the stuff involving Foreign Man Shark, and etc. But DM did a good job in not making it too toxic while pushing back. Still looking back at it. We're gonna watch it. Don't worry.
These people are liars. They are incredibly manipulative. When Jessie Gender was locked on Twitter, she went to Blue Sky and skeeted this. "I started talking about trans issues because I knew I could do good videos and it was important to me. And I'm glad it helps. And I like the work and I'm proud of the videos.
Okay.
But I hate what it brings. Endless abuse, harassment, drama, discourse. I don't know. I just worry this will be all I'll ever be." She could just make Star Trek videos. She keeps doing drama hit piece videos and then does the fucking Pika wow emoji, emote, whenever this happens. Like, oh wow, people don't like it when I spread lies about them. Who would have guessed? I wanted to point out another one of her lies. Because after Soul Bunny and I got into this confrontation,
Okay.
Soul Bunny tweeted out, "I said my piece on the YouTube trans Canadian streamer. They're
Oh, I remember that.
abusive tactics and lies, so I'm setting a boundary. Please don't bring her up to me. I'm just going to make videos and stream to counteract them trying to stunt my growth." And by the way, here's her social blade. She actually gained like 200, 300 followers as a result of this. She will not stop. She is a drama content creator. And she is lying through her teeth.
Not surprising.
This pissed me off the most. And this is like the last engagement I had with Soul Bunny through all of this bullshit. Soul Bunny said, "I was close to quitting creating content
Oh my God.
altogether after yesterday's harassment campaign."
This is a new video. I remember this tweet when it happened. Just did kind of dive into that pool.
Thankfully, my closest creator friends
That's what happens to someone who doesn't expect to get the hatred of 4chan and this ring of people.
and Cornbread Tube reassured me that they got my back and will support me. I
Corn.
appreciate those that stand their values to support black trans people, period. She is not the victim of a harassment campaign. I am not trying to counteract her growth. And this entire situation frustrated me so much that I want to actually highlight what being the victim of a harassment campaign looks like. So this is an actual phone call that I received.
Okay.
And my mother received this same call, and my brother. And after we got this call, we found out all of us were doxxed. And everyone in my family started getting harassed. They started getting text messages. They started getting emails. They started getting stuff to their house.
Press 4. Saved message 1:31 p.m.
Hi there. Is this dude been calling in here to let you know that you've been doxxed? How do you think this happened? Well, you see, your personal information got posted all over the internet, and I'm just letting you know that someone special has it out for you. Don't worry, nothing bad is gonna happen. Just a friendly reminder.
Soul Bunny has not had to deal with anything even remotely like that. Soul Bunny has never had to get arrested at gunpoint because of neo-Nazis impersonating them and sending threats to city councilors. Soul Bunny has never had to deal with being so scared for your life that you decide to flee the continent only to get immediately doxxed and have someone who claims to be from a designated terrorist organization show up outside of where you're staying with a note calling you transphobic slurs and saying that you need to leave the community. That is what being the target of a harassment campaign actually looks like. It's not mean words on Twitter. Because a harassment campaign actually has to be a campaign.
PS2. Come on.
This
PS2.
stupid bitch, this whore Keffels. You really think you can do that? You really think you can just walk away from those noodle tweets and go to rehab? You think this is something that you can just walk away from? You made the white woman noodles. You made the white woman dumplings. You really think you can just go to a rehab center?
Thank you all so much for watching.
Oh my
The
gosh.
topics we covered in this video, so please leave a comment to let me know what you think. The content on this channel wouldn't be possible.
There is no walking away from this. It's true.
Generous support of my patrons at patreon.com/Keffels. Consider becoming a patron today for cool bonuses like early access to content on the channel.
God.
I'd like to give a very special thanks to my $200 patrons, marking 14, Lulu, Allison, and Mia. Thank you so much for all of your support. As well, a shout out to my $30 patrons, Catherine Sorrenti, Nel Blahaj,
Catherine Sorrenti, I
John
wonder
Nathan,
if
David
related.
Jones, Riley Fox, Ethan White, Chris, Radia, Cryptid, and Tipster. Thank you so much. And as always, I'll see you in the next video.
So as you can see, we did a deep dive into first my conversation on Twitter, and then a broader look onto the whole scene. We watched a bit of Keffel's video, which I'm gonna link in the chat, although I'm pretty sure everybody here is subscribed to Keffel's. I'm still gonna link it. And now I'm gonna go to the toilet, and when I'm back, we're gonna continue doing things. Oh, and in the meantime, while I'm in the toilet, remember to go to Keffel's stream and ask her if she's not interested in talking to Lucy Hazeh. I'll be right back. I have returned. Also, if you've enjoyed this segment, if you enjoy what I do, then subscribe, press the bell. Remember to leave a comment under the videos because it always without fail helps me. And of course, enjoy yourself on the giggle streams. Yes, all these sort of things help me tremendously. Things like leaving a like, leaving a comment, etc. I threw my back out at work today. Oh no. Wait, so you're injured? That's not good. That is not good at all. You're gonna be okay. Also now, we're going to take a look at a video from yesterday. Or rather, a video from a stream from yesterday.
I'm gonna play.
Dylan has had a debate on Ukraine with Paul Zigo, and I guess the amazing atheist to an extent. And I'm hearing some age-based arguments. I went outside and survived. Nice. I mean, considering your circumstances, I guess that's don't get drafted. But oh. Yes, a lot of ageist arguments incoming. That convo was awful. I was really disappointed in TJ and Paul. Said Shaon Young. Oh, hello. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. That was towards me. Yes, that was towards you, Coconut Island citizen.
I'm gonna play the experience card. Be like, he's just young and naive. He doesn't know how badly this is gonna get f***ed up, and in 10 years he'll be apologizing.
I'm just gonna be honest here because I know where this argument goes. I know where this argument is headed, and I'm just gonna say one thing. A person in the US, no offense, does not know war. Like for people in the US, a war is a thing that it just happens somewhere on the other side of the planet. A war is something that you can get into and get out, as someone has said on the giggle card. Really nailed it by saying that from the perspective of people from the US, a war is just something that you can get into and cleanly get out with no consequence, basically. You know? And for many countries, war is being invaded, war is being occupied. You cannot just exit a war. That is not an option. US mainland was never attacked in World War II as well. We don't know what it's like to fight a war at home or on a direct border, not in living memory. I used to be a really big fan of TJ back when I was a fascist. But we have a lot of people who do know war all too well for sure. Yeah, sure. But I don't think that Paul or TJ are one of those people. You know? So I don't think leveraging experience, I'm going to be frank, leveraging experience in this case is just okay. You have an experience of passively sitting at home and things happening in your lifetime. What does that even mean? What is that supposed to indicate? You have experience of passively living through some events.
As for the idea that I don't have enough experience on this, it is true that I am not old, and you
What
are
did I
old.
say? You're downplaying how bad America really can be.
No,
when it comes to
this is just a lack of experience.
It is true that I am not old and you are old. That's so brutal. But it's okay, I'm also old. To be fair, the OS is very hard to someone to invade, makes people naive of their actual situation. True. It's okay. I feel called out for being old and decrepit. So if you wanna help me, please donate because I need all the help that I need. Then they make dumb claims.
On your half, earlier was the age thing. I think the lack of experience with how brutal the Russian occupation is.
Yes.
I'm not saying you have research. Obviously,
I
you
am
know
not
a lot.
saying I
I'm
know
not,
sure.
I'm not challenging your knowledge. I'm
not
challenging
saying I know for sure
your
this is gonna happen.
infallibility.
I'm not
Are you
saying.
What? There's no... What do you mean research?
challenging your knowledge? I'm not saying you have research. Obviously,
Experience with how brutal the Russian occupation is here.
I'm not saying you have research. Obviously,
I
you
am
know a
not
lot.
saying I
I'm
know
not
sure.
I'm not challenging your knowledge. I'm
not
challenging.
saying
It's more than knowledge. It's direct experience, first of all.
for
your
sure this is gonna
infallibility.
happen. I'm not.
There is no infallibility. I don't think I've ever seen Dylan act as if he was infallible. No, none of the Deep Fat Fried or DPP know more than they've read from the media what war is like.
God?
I never said it was infallible. I don't know what he's. I think you're just straw manning me, TJ.
I'm not trying to.
You're,
strawman
yeah, I
you.
think you are a little bit.
There is a line that Russia has said if you cross this line, it's nuclear war. So why didn't America do the same if we really cared so much about this Ukraine? We could have locked it down like that. Hey everybody, welcome to Onion Nuggets. We are here today with Dylan Burns, and Scotty has chickened out. Fears the burns, as I've said on numerous occasions. So Scotty's out. Had some lame excuse about it's my birthday. Get out of here. Quit lying.
Wow.
Piece of
Can't believe he
I just
hates. I
can't
can't believe he
believe-
hates Ukraine. Isn't that crazy?
yeah.
I can't believe after months and months of trying, we finally got Dylan Mulvaney to come on the show.
I'm happy to be here. You
Yeah.
know, yeah. I've
Finally, Dylan Mulvaney is here. Wait.
You know, I have the long.
Dad, stop fighting.
I think I could pull it off.
So that Budweiser shit, pretty fucking crazy, right?
What a long
That
beard.
gets me about it. It wasn't even that big of a. It wasn't a big like promotion. I think they made like a single beer can and they gave it to her, right? And that was it. Am I correct? That's all that was. I thought like they were putting her face on like every beer can or something with how angry everybody got.
No, it was like a thing that I think they only sent it to her. Like I think they sent her like some special cans so that she could do like a promo, like, "Hey, look, my face is on a can." I don't think a single, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think a single Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light was sold anywhere.
I wonder,
as far as I know.
I wonder how much she could sell that for now. The only Dylan Mulvaney can that could.
Oh, if you had a Dylan Mulvaney can, I'd buy it from you.
I honestly, what she should do is she should sell it and she should market it as like, oh man, for like all those like rednecks who want to like go out and shoot it. That should be like the pitch because you see how they all like destroyed all their Bud Light gear. They destroyed all their Bud Light. They would pour it out on stream, like pour it.
Bud Light.
She should pitch it as like, look, you can destroy the curse at the center of this whole wokeness. It is the can. It's like an old like Indiana Jones item. It's like if you destroy the can, the wokeness shall
3-hour debate.
be defeated. And she should sell it for like
plague is gone from the lands.
Exactly.
We might. Oh my gosh. Okay, we might make it a bit faster. I don't think anybody will mind if we make it a bit faster.
Exactly. It's like I don't know if you ever played Red Dead Redemption, like the zombie version of it. There's like the zombie Red Dead Redemption. It was Red Dead Nightmare. But the end of the game, the way they stop the zombie curse is they returned an old Mayan artifact. So maybe if they take this Dylan Mulvaney can and like goes deep into the jungles of Mexico and put it one of those old Aztec buildings, they'll stop.
It almost sounds like Lord of the Rings at this point. Like they got to go destroy it in the the factory that forged it or something.
Exactly. Yes, that's the only way you can stop the woke. The only way.
But that's actually not the full story. Yeah, there was first the bigoted outrage against Bud Light because of the Dylan thing. But then Bud Light tried to course correct and try to do some hyper patriotism thing, and that made many different people angry. And so I guess now the beer was dethroned by a Mexican brand.
I admire your honesty, being putting the CIA asset thing right out there.
Thank you. We're recruiting. We're recruiting. We're always recruiting.
I've been trying to get on the fucking payroll for a while.
I don't think either one of us could pass the physical, TJ.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think that's what's holding.
I don't even think I could pass the psychological or anything.
I know I couldn't pass the psychological.
No,
for sure.
I think the CIA.
What Mexican brand? It's called. I actually saw it in the. I'm gonna make a full screen for this. I actually seen it in the Polish Politics magazine. There's a short thing about Bud Light in it here. It actually uses Dylan's. It actually uses not a bad Dylan picture in it. Look, this is the, like, where is it? Here. It actually uses a Dylan picture that is not that bad. See? The article about it actually explains even who Dylan is. It explains that she did a whole thing about her transition on TikTok, that she became a big influencer, and that bigots were unhappy, and that then basically the beer was dethroned by a Mexican brand called Pilsner Modelo Especial. Do you know? Pilsner Modelo Especial. So yes. It's actually like nice to see an article in Poland that is about a trans person that's not transphobic. So
Told specifically because I do know people who have worked in intelligence agencies. I don't think I could ever do the type of work or be put under the microscope that you were put under once you work for one of these intelligence agencies. I mean, like you can't really be. I mean, if you have any criminal history, you're fucked. If you have any history with like drugs or like run-ins with the law, you're screwed. If you lied to them at all during the application process, you're going to be boned over. There's like a million reasons that they would stop you from working in the intelligence agency. But they're always
listed a bunch of reasons why I wouldn't be invited. But you know,
they're always recruiting though. So you know, if you use my promo code Dylan Burns TV on their website, I get 10% of the commission. So just use that.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure Dylan's life is not entirely drug-free.
Throwing his plug out there already. I like this guy.
So you know.
Oh yeah, camera full screen. Thanks, gigglers. So it's just a standard Mexican style beer. I prefer Corona with me. Okay, with lime. I'm sorry, I did a bad. I don't drink at all, so.
I was like trying to do I used to call Ukraine the Ukraine, but I guess that's not good anymore.
No.
What's wrong with the? I mean, it's the.
Dude, I understand this. Dylan, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
All right.
The
Ukraine.
What do you? What was that all about? The Ukraine, the United.
Ukraine.
Right.
Is kind of like calling the American South the South. It's insinuating that Ukraine is part of a larger body that is the former Soviet Union. Am I correct on that or no?
Basically, if you
Wait, but you have the United States. No? You have the United States. The USA. Like the territory of, but you've got the USA. No? Is the USA part of a bigger region?
if you listen to Russian nationalists, they always use the term the Ukraine instead of Ukraine because they're trying.
Well, I mean, everybody here, not to interrupt you, but everybody in America up until about a year ago, I would say, used the Ukraine.
Yeah, I feel like when I used to talk about Ukraine,
I didn't know. That's so weird. The Ukraine? That is so strange. That feels so unnatural with Ukraine. I never knew that. In the US, it's called the Ukraine a lot, or it was, because the US is dominated by Soviet era propaganda, and most of the time in movies in that era refer to Ukraine as by the Ukraine. Kind of same with Kiev as Kiev. We're more familiar with the Ruski spelling. You can always do the Polish Kiev.
That's how Ukraine. I used to always say the Ukraine. No one ever fucking said shit. And then all of a sudden, one day, it was like it was offensive to say the in front of Ukraine. I'm like, oh shit. What have I done?
The woke Ukraine mind virus. It's just it's very depersonalizing. They feel like it removes their autonomy in a way, that it removes themselves as their own like independent entity, and that they're kind of like under this umbrella of like a larger empire of like.
That doesn't make any sense because like if I put the in front of a person's name, if I was like say like you are the Dylan Burns, that would be a compliment. Right.
I guess I think if a person in a nation state, I do think it's a little different, you know.
Like, no, it's exactly the same. Don't bullshit a bullshitter, my friend. It's exactly the same. There's no.
But there's the United States. I'm surprised nobody used the argument of the United States. Unless all of them forgot that there is the in front of United States. Also, there is a similar thing in the Polish language. The Polish language was changed as well.
You know
sort
what?
of.
I thought I had a point, and then you proved me wrong. I appreciate that. I respect my elders.
That's what I do here.
Yeah, I mean,
it's actually still called the Ukrainian German, but other countries like Switzerland or Slovakia also have article, so Ukraine hasn't been changed. Like in Poland, it's from na Ukrainie to w Ukrainie. But I'm not sure if this will tell you anything.
The Ukraine might slip out a few times tonight as we're talking.
I don't care. It's
one of those things.
Is this the girl everyone's mad at Bud Light over? Yes, that's right.
Yes.
I already made that joke, Danny, but you paid for it, so.
Well, they gave us money to make the same joke.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Fine.
It's
funny again.
Can I also say this is a very surreal moment? I've had a lot of these since I've started doing like media work. I used to watch you guys when I was in like middle school, while like on my school computer. And I don't mean to do this to make you guys feel old. Right, that's not my intention, of course.
Where's that Sonny Jim? What you said?
But when I was in middle school, I worked at not worked at, but I went to a school where you had to be on.
But yeah, I have to say that the Ukraine sounds very unnatural in English. I don't know. To me,
they integrate the computers and laptops and like iPads into education so much now. And any single time I would be like doing homework assignments or anything, I'd be listening to like the podcast as I was doing my work and like laughing my ass off in the corner of the classroom. So that's also why this is a very surreal experience to me. But I haven't listened to you guys probably in like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years. So it's like opening up a little piece of the worst time in anyone's life, middle school.
Well, thanks for reminding us that we're both ancient and fucking withering old men. Yeah, no, it's always strange bumping into somebody that says that they listened to you in middle school, because the passage of time for me is a very strange thing. Like to me, like the Drunken Peasants was like last year, you know. I don't really make the distinction that it's been, you know, the better part of a decade.
And for me, it might as well have been like 1,000 years ago. So
Jesus.
Into the spectrum, I guess, on that.
Yeah. People always talk about time moving really quick.
I never even knew that it was a thing when it comes to Ukraine, to be honest. But Ukraine is no longer a borderland, so it's nation, it's people.
Not fast.
It's I mean I'm 22, so I'm relatively.
Well, it's different, right? Because the United States is referencing a collective of territories which are united, but saying the South is implying that it's part of another larger body, which contains the South and other regions which aren't. Ukraine is a proper noun, whereas United States isn't, so it gets the okay.
Young, definitely for the type of work that I'm doing. I've been streaming since I was 18, and I think it really feels like it's been forever for me. I've only been streaming for like 3, almost 4 years now, and the type of content
has the D been used in with any other country other than Ukraine? The Germany, the Poland. The Batman.
That I did at the start of my streaming, and the type of content.
It's also the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, but it would never be the Wales, the Gambia.
That I do now has radically changed so much. It feels like a lifetime ago. Not to mention, it's a young time of my life. So, like, 18 and 22 is actually radically different. When it doesn't sound like a big time, those 4 years, but when you're that young, that is a tremendous time to change and grow as a person.
So what made you? Are you Ukrainian by like
Ukraini, TJ? Remember?
Ukrainian, right? Yeah,
I established Ukraini.
I am not. I'm 0% Ukraini.
Okay, so like, so why you like going there so much? Are you there right now?
Yes,
I'm currently. I can't keep track of where the hell you are.
I'm currently in my Kiev studio. I have a studio in Ukraine for like recording, doing segments. It's a bunker studio actually. It's underground. So if we get bombed, I can keep streaming. Because if I'm in an apartment, I technically, even though I don't usually, I have to stop stream if like the air sirens go. But it happens so often that it makes it like really impractical to stream. So I have this bunker studio in Kiev. But my motivation was in part because I have friends here, and obviously I don't like it when my friends get blown up. That's bad.
That is bad indeed.
The other thing that I care about is that I do genuinely believe that Ukrainians are fighting to preserve not only their own autonomy and their own nation state, but also preserve a democracy that was very hard fought, and a lot of progress that they're trying to make on their democracy that was extremely difficult. What happened in 2014 with Euromaidan was a culmination of a ton of outrage of not only of being forced out of the association agreement by basically being strong-armed by the Russians, but is also anger about corruption, anger about income inequality, anger about a lack of opportunity, anger about...
And there are also pretty interesting things that we could talk about when it comes to Polish-Ukrainian relations and Euromaidan, which I've been finding out about recently. I think we will talk about it at some point. Okay, so I think I've unlocked the knowledge. If this is the unofficial name of the country, it's usually preceding an adjective like united or democratic, or a plural, as in the case of the Netherlands, I guess. That's a plural.
Being removed from this idea of having like visa-free travel with the rest of Europe, which would have given a lot of Ukrainians, young Ukrainians especially, more economic and job opportunity, and that type of autonomy was taken away from them when the Russians strong-armed them, and that's what caused that kind of democratic grassroots reaction that caused Euromaidan. And I do believe that preserving that revolution is a noble goal. Even if there's still, of course, flaws in Ukrainian society, the advancements the country is making on corruption is real. The advancements the country is making on democracy is real, with the last few elections being consistently said by election monitors to have been done fairly, and that the exit polling matches what was actually like shown in the official government results. And
the Polish government is so bad that the new elections will be also monitored closely by the European Union. Just so you know. What's the translation of Netherlands in Netherlandic?
It's a priority to try to preserve those gains in their country. And so I support, even though the idea of like they're fighting for democracy, I know some people try to say if democracy dies in Ukraine, then American democracy will die. I think that's silly. It sounds kind of like Vietnam, like domino theory, but I do believe that if Russian occupation does take over the country, then Ukrainian democracy at the very least is guaranteed to die, as we've seen it die in occupied territory. So I believe in their autonomy. I don't want my friends to blow up. The Russians have been particularly brutal in this war, and it is really, really bad. And seeing how bad it is, I want as few people under occupation as possible.
I feel like Russians don't really have much of a reputation for being like kind and gentle when they go to war, right? So
yeah, no, man. The last few wars that we know about, of course.
Also, do you know how Netherlands are in Polish? I think I said it once. Do you know how the name Netherlands is in Poland? Is in Polish? I think I've already told you this once. I might tell you again if you're curious. Hollandia. Hollandia. Polish is wrong. Oh no. Is Polish not correct?
Is like the Soviet-Afghan War, which was not just the Russians, but it was also, of course, dominated by the Russians. Very brutal war, the use of butterfly mines, which they're also using here in Ukraine. I don't know if you know what a butterfly mine is, but a butterfly mine are these tiny little plastic explosives that kind of look like toys. They're plastic, and if you saw it on the side of the road, you would have no clue what it is. And what they do is they put them in these big rockets and they fire them over the position, and they'll drop like 100 of them over an area. And they're not designed to kill you. They're designed to maim you and injure you, so you'll like lose an arm, lose a leg, and so you become a burden, and you can no longer like engage in combat. Problem is, since they don't look like mines and they look like plastic in Afghanistan, they were often mistaken for toys. And so children would go up to them, pick them up, blow up their arm, and that is something that
they do look a lot.
I mean, this is a
right here. So this is
a problem with a lot of different munitions that are used in war zones. Children are often the most egregious victims of war.
Especially like in this case when children are being kidnapped. A while ago I learned the Norwegian word for Greece, which is the only language I know in which Greece has its proper name instead of the weird Roman mistake most language use. Oh.
And I think it's an interesting kind of jump off to talk about the recent kind of
Wait, what is the Norwegian word for Greece?
Controversy regarding Biden signing off on sending munitions to Ukraine. It's my understanding that cluster munitions have some of the same problems as the butterfly mines that you're talking about. These explosives kind of spread out over a large area and create a de facto minefield, or can create a de facto minefield and make, forests.
You're not debating,
and fields unsafe for generations of people.
I filmed with Ukrainian demining crews for a month. I didn't just film with them, I lived with them, if I'm being completely honest. And in that month, I learned a lot of information that has made me unbelievably doomer-pilled. The first piece of information is that 1/3 of the entire country is mined. It is a gigantic piece of territory, and Ukraine is a big country. People don't realize how big it is. Definitely when we're talking about European standards.
In terms of like geographic region, what's like?
It's the largest. It's the largest state in Europe, if I'm correct, right?
I mean, if you don't include Russia, I believe so. Yes. So 1/3 of the country's mined, and I believe 5 months ago I was told by a demining friend of mine, a friend who works in emergency services, SESU, Ukrainian emergency services. He's a deminer. That if the war was to end, and he told me this at the time, so it's only gotten worse. If the war was to end 2 months ago, it would take 70 to 100 years to demine the entire country. Because we've got World War I munitions that they've been demining from before the war, World War II munitions that are still throughout the country that they were demining throughout the war, and they would be removing hundreds to thousands of these types of unexploded munitions from World War I, World War II, already before the war happened. Then you've got the 8 years of violence in the Donbass from the Russian invasion of Crimea and the backing of the rebels there, and now you've got violence on a scale that Ukraine in Europe hasn't seen since World War II. It is the largest war in Europe since World War II. So demining is going to be an issue that's going to be around in Ukraine.
Well, I just looked up the size of Ukraine relative to Texas, and it turned out to be a pretty good thing to do because they're very comparable in size. I think Ukraine is very slightly smaller than Texas. So if you're an American, you can kind of use that as a basis of
I mean, that's really not good for Americans unless they've driven through Texas.
And then you
don't really know how big Texas is until you drive across Texas.
Yeah, because if you got to drive, I've made this drive a million times from Louisiana to California, all along Interstate 10, and most of that drive, and that's across the country.
You feel like you're never going. You feel like you're never going to
Texas. Imagine 1/3 of Texas just like covered in mines. In most states, it's like now entering Alabama, and then a couple hours later, it's like now leaving Alabama, now entering whatever. So now it's like, but Texas, it's just like it's a slog. It's forever. You're there for like a day and a half or some shit. It's crazy.
Traveling across Ukraine also is even worse because you've got these checkpoints.
Well, there's mines and bombs.
Well, yes, mines and bombs.
Like obviously, yeah.
Well, not only that, that's like one part. There was this one time where I kind of accidentally woke up in a minefield. I can talk about that story later. But
he did.
For me, it's always the checkpoints because the checkpoints can take 5 minutes, the military checkpoints, or they can take 2.5 hours. And so you're talking about doubling the amount of time it takes to travel from Kiev to Kharkiv if you're going by car, right? So you're saying Texas traveling double how much time it would take usually if you're traveling in Texas. So it'd be fucking insane. It is a slog. And I gotta be honest, I don't know what it is, man. But if it's a man at the checkpoint, it's like 10 times easier every time. If it's not a man at the checkpoint, if it's a woman at the checkpoint, it's usually harder. And
that's because you know what that is? That's because a woman is gonna fucking go by the rules, and a man's gonna be like, I trust my gut. You seem fine. Go on through.
This is the thing. It's actually, I don't think you're too far off because I'm of the belief that before this war, there were a lot less women in the police force, but also a lot less women specifically in the military guarding checkpoints or doing stuff like this. Because there just wasn't checkpoints. And so now that they're being allowed in, they already have some sort of societal stigma about, women in the military, exactly what they can do, what they can contribute. If like, oh, this is like, kind of like downplaying their contribution. And so a lot of them are really on their game because they don't want to be found to be making mistakes. And definitely, and they're new, so they're trying to go as by the book as possible. And so that means sometimes it means they're kind of like a stick in the mud. I remember once I was traveling back and it was so bad. I got 5 women in a row. And that means that by the time I got to Kiev, they literally wouldn't even let me in. It was too late. We had to sleep outside like a gas station parking lot.
Yeah. Women suck, says Taylor Ray in our chat. Just, women suck. All right, cool.
Okay.
You know, I mean, those women are probably doing the job better, even if they're
absolutely
slowing them down more. Because, like I said, a lot of these guys are probably just like, yeah, you seem fine. Go.
Yeah, they
go,
almost found all
go.
my drugs and weapons, man. Like, I gotta be more careful next time.
Yeah, it's no good.
You got balls saying that in a fucking war zone, dude. I wouldn't even be joking about trafficking drugs and weapons.
Well, I'm safe because I'm not trafficking drugs and weapons.
Okay.
Supposedly. Yes, not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I swear to God. I'm sorry to my editor and I'm sorry to my managing editor. I didn't do it.
If Dylan is being ballsy, then what about this guy, Coach Red Pill, or whatever his name was, that was arrested, who was just spreading propaganda while living in Ukraine?
Whatever. Your guilt is already here, right on tape. It's already there.
Yeah.
This is now the Incel podcast. Whatever, Kirk. Come on, give us a break, all right? Why is Paul so quiet about the Ukrainian Nazis? Well, we're working our way up to shit. Why do you guys want to just go for the jugular right away? Like, what about them Nazis, huh? All right, yeah. It seems like there's a lot of white supremacists in Ukraine. I've seen that. So what's up with that?
I mean, I think it's a combination of two things. I think the first thing is
first of all, how bad is would you say it's exaggerated? Would you say, I mean, obviously there's something to it.
It's very much exaggerated. I've met probably 2 to like 2.5 Nazis.
Okay.
2.5.
It's hard to know if someone's a Nazi if they don't like have a swastika on their chest sometimes. Like
What is the half?
Like the Slavic runes, it's kind of hard to tell because on one hand, you only see certain Slavic runes usually like worn by like weird Nazi freaks. But also, you're in a part of the world where like that type of like Slavic and like neo-pagan like culture is actually like a thing. Definitely amongst like some of the hippie people that I've hang out in this country, right? So it's a little, but certain runes you see, and they're usually only used by white supremacists. I've met 2 to like 3, and I've actually interviewed the people who are part of the militias that the Russians are usually talking about. Right Sector, for example, is one of these militias that are often talked about. I interviewed Right Sector fighters. I interviewed them about their ideology. Most of them, I would say, are kind of like 3%ers. You know, like Proud Boy types, kind of 3%ers. A lot of them like Jordan Peterson. A lot of them like Ben Shapiro quite a lot. Jordan Peterson, I don't know why he's very popular amongst a lot of
I don't know why he's popular fucking anywhere. So
I don't know why he's popular. He's not Nazi, but there are Nazis that do exist, and there are also Nazis in the military, but the amount that they are talked about does not match the amount that they actually exist out in the field. And over the last 8 years as well, definitely since the war started, so many more Ukrainians have flooded into the armed services that the amount of, I think, radicals in the military has also drastically gone down as they flooded it with more and more and more everyday people who signed up after the 2022 invasion. And even beforehand, it was somewhat exaggerated. They do exist. It's exaggerated the amount they exist. A lot of it's from the 2014 volunteer battalions, which those don't even exist anymore.
Twilight City Steve, I don't think anyone needs Russia bad spoon-fed to them, all right? I feel like people understand that.
Well, that is one of the things that I get a lot in my opposition to America's involvement in
I don't think people understand that enough, quite frankly.
Is that I'm
going to be honest.
For Russia or something, which in my mind and in my...
I don't think people understand quite enough that Russia's bad.
You couldn't be further from the fucking truth.
I'm saying that seriously.
Despise Russia just about as much as anybody else does. But that is one of the downsides, I think, to having any kind of discourse about this is that there seems to be a snap judgment made.
Thank you. Oh, Teffels has pledged $1.50 via Patreon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, I have to change the title as well. My goodness. But yes, thank you very much. Actually, we've already moved on from that segment, so I'm going to have to change the title. But thank you. Here you go. Oh, does that mean that you're watching? Does that mean that we can talk? My goodness. Is it time? Is it time for a Keffels conversation? Can it be? You should join the page. You should join the page, Keffels, and teach me how to play Shaman in World of Warcraft Classic as well. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure now if we are perhaps gonna talk or not. Where? I'm gonna find the Discord. Oh, still. The video essay industrial complex, that's actually pretty interesting. Okay, I'm not sure if we're getting a conversation. But I am more than ready. I am super ready to talk. I am so ready that if you know what I mean. Keffels is on a streak of harassing small content creators. True. I am being harassed by receiving a Patreon pledge. True. True and real. Thank you, though. Thank you for this harassment. Thank you. Okay, let's go. I've been reminded, technically speaking, I've been reminded by Keffels that it's time to change the title of the stream. I still can't believe that I've been told by some Twitter person in a debate about noodles that it has never been about noodles. It has always been about Keffels defending whiteness or something. God, and now I really want to talk. Now I really want to talk and ask Keffels if that's a new thing or if this is something that she's being sort of, accused of before. But okay, let's continue for now.
On a person who, may have philosophical opposition,
disagreement
to America involving itself in yet another war. That they are just kind of like, oh, you're just a Russian propagandist, you're a pro-Russian guy. I feel like I can simultaneously be against Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and against America's involvement in that conflict.
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody, just because they oppose aid or oppose American involvement, necessarily means they're in favor of the Russians. Now, there is a question to be brought about, what's the policy prescriptive difference between somebody who is in favor of the Russians as American, like a pro-Russian American, and somebody who's just against involvement? There's not much of a policy.
Well, there is. I don't agree with that. I think that there is a policy. I mean, you can't put me under the.
Noodles are white color. Check my Twitter arguer. Well, technically speaking, only rice noodles are white colored, but
umbrella of a pro-Russian guy,
properly.
I'm not saying that
white colored
policy prescriptives, because if somebody was, for example,
if you were super pro, if you were pro-Russian policy would be like,
which are noodles primarily used in Vietnam.
Right, or Russia.
Because I will always use the opportunity to talk about Vietnam.
We're providing material support to Russia.
Right.
And
noodles are food.
We're continuing to do business with Russia in terms of economically and shit, and we're not slapping them with sanctions.
Listen, I have to plan it out. I do want to plan it out, sort of do a thing and start maybe doing some cooking on stream. That would be very fun, I think. Cooking the noodle. Technically speaking, you can sort of just do the dough yourself, just flatten it out, cut it, and make sort of. What's ducking my quacks? Let her cook. True. I do want to cook the noodles.
But obviously, if we're pro-Russia, so that that would be fundamentally different in terms of policy. I think.
I don't think necessarily it's true, because I know a lot of pro-Russian Americans who their main thing isn't saying we need to arm the Russians. It's we need to not arm the Ukrainians. The main purpose, definitely, of the Russians and the spreading of information in the United States, or what they want from American public. And this is part of the reason why they've been upping the amount of like English language media they're trying to pump out into this space. Is to make Americans
those people
not
would
support aid. And so
those people would oppose. Those same people would oppose sanctioning Russia, though.
Yeah, but I also don't know any pro-Russian Americans who are also in favor of sending weapons to Russia. They seem to primarily be focused on stopping weapons.
I mean, they probably just figure Russia has enough weapons to begin with, but they're certainly not going to support sanctions against Russia, which I would say I support the sanctions.
And they don't seem to support. I
also don't really feel like I'd be against
of any stripe.
I also don't really feel like I'm against giving aid.
No, I'm very much in favor of giving humanitarian aid.
Right, but like weapons seems a little odd.
Why does weapons seem odd?
It's weird. You know what is really weird? To be against giving weapons. What is humanitarian aid gonna do if Ukraine is gonna fall? If Ukraine falls, then the humanitarian aid will end as well. What are Dylan and TJ's co-hosts debating specifically? Aid to Ukraine, unfortunately. Humanitarian aid ain't doing shit. I agree. I agree full-heartedly.
Because you don't know where those weapons are going to end up. You don't know if you're. I mean, like, let's say you arm Ukraine, Russia wins, Russia takes over. You just armed Russia. Especially when you're talking about sending like jets.
I mean, I'll take this a step further. I would, I don't know this for an absolute fact, but I would bet, my salary for a year that Ukrainian people have already been killed. Okay, yeah, I'll bet it to TJ that Ukrainian people have already been killed by weapons that were sent to Ukraine and seized by Russians.
Oh, I mean, that's almost certainly true. But I mean, that's true of any weapon shipment to any country, period, in any war. Like,
that's one of the reasons why I oppose it.
Well,
no, oh come on! And you're supposed to be the elderly,
I think that's
person.
A reason to oppose.
Like, seriously, and Paul is supposed to be the experienced elderly gentleman. That's a ridiculous reason. Come on. Oh yeah, no, these two are 100% idiots on this topic. I generally like TJ as a rule, but he's being brain poisoned on Ukraine by Paul, who has lost his damn mind. Assuming Russia wins. Like, this is so ridiculous. Come on.
Was it because, for me, my main focus here, definitely after coming here and seeing a lot of this stuff on the ground, is trying to isolate the population from the Russian occupation and trying to isolate the population as much as possible from the worst brutalities of the war. And I believe that the only way that's possible is through upping the ability for the Ukrainians to keep
defend
back from their cities.
Yes.
The only way possible?
Well, can I give you an example?
Yes, of course.
I went to Kharkiv, I think it was mid last year, and this was during the end of the Kharkiv counteroffensive.
Like, this is literally the perspective of a person who has never, from a country that has never experienced direct invasion. Yeah, but is it really the only way? Like, honestly, they just don't get it. They just don't understand it.
Breakthrough that the Ukrainians did was the first major.
The jets should have poured in first, so with once, and then F-16s as soon as possible, immediately as it became evident that Ukraine's chain of command will persist and that they will keep territory that jets can be deployed from, which doesn't even mean airports, just highways and places to hide the jets. True.
Your counteroffensive, which
correct.
That pushing back the Russians from Kiev wasn't a fluke, but that the Ukrainians, actually have the ability to push the Russians back. And before, when I first went there, during the end of that counteroffensive, they were bombing the city's electrical infrastructure. We had to take cover into different buildings and destroyed buildings multiple times as they were striking the city's electrical grid, as they were striking the city's civilian infrastructure, as they were.
This is what happens.
Blocks.
This is what happens during an invasion, right?
Yeah, they were using artillery en masse to shell the city, and what happened after that counteroffensive had completed is the amount of shelling that Kharkiv saw drastically went down because the Russians were no longer in range. They physically could no longer bomb.
Yes.
And that was the only way Kharkiv found some
It's good. Dylan is based and experienced, unlike these two. Paul, that's him. His opinions are a D&D right dice roll. Not all highways are sufficient to launch jets. I don't know how long a straight strip they need to take off. well, that's a thing that can be sort of arranged, in my opinion.
And I got back from Kharkiv, I think a month and a half ago. I'm going back to Kharkiv.
You repurpose lands to become sort of landing strips.
In that area. And the city, it's like a night and day transformation. The amount of people that have come back, I would say like tens of thousands, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 people have come back to the city.
A lot of people.
A lot more economically active, and people feel safer. And that is only possible
Very
with
good.
that were provided to the Ukrainians to push back the Russian army. Armored vehicles that are necessary to, be the spearhead to push the Russian army back from these cities. I was in Mykolaiv during the start of the Kherson counteroffensive, and what the city was like before and after the Kherson counteroffensive was successful, stark difference. I was in the city when they were just shelling the city center, peppering it with artillery, killing civilians indiscriminately. Before the counteroffensive and then afterwards, they no longer could do it. And so Mykolaiv since then hasn't been shelled. And so that's how I think the element of how weapons contributes to the well-being of Ukrainians is undercut. Because it's only with these weapons that you can guarantee concretely that the Russians won't be shelling your cities, or you can push them back ever so slowly from these major population centers.
It's not
Ukraine is famously flat, so not too hard to find a mile stretch that is relatively straight and flat. I mean, basically similar to Poland, right? Poland sort of comes from the word pole, which is field, right? Field, flat field. Runways can be made in a day. There are runways that were bombed and destroyed and then filled in and repaved and ready within a day. True, yeah.
Kind of problem with your perspective is not that it does, like, I agree. You give weapons to people that are in need of them. They're going to use those weapons to defend themselves with it. My problem is not with that. It is...
I think the Swedish airplanes are good at using normal roads, highways to take off. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, Ukraine can get jets that are well-equipped, airplanes that are well-equipped to work on regular roads and highways. Yeah, that's a good point, Carasso. The risk would be the debris getting stuck into the turbines since roads are still not airports, but planes can take off from highways in a contingency and land on them too. Yeah, and you can also give the machines that are better prepared for these sort of environments. Western Ukraine is a bit more mountainous. That's true. That is true.
With the idea that there isn't a way, because if you're...
I have zero sympathy for people that just mindlessly say that Ukraine should not receive support in like weapon support, Like it just shows so much ignorance from my perspective about how actual war works when you are invaded. Something which both TJ and Paul just cannot understand.
Biggest goal here, and I don't think yours is. You said preserving democracy was preserving
one of my goals,
Ukrainian democracy. But if your biggest goal, and I like to think my biggest goal is preserving human life. Mm-hmm. I'm a border abolitionist.
Yeah, and guess what? This is one of those other amazingly naive things that I'm hearing right now. The best way to preserve life is to not allow Russia to invade, because if Russia takes over Ukraine, a lot of people will die. A lot of people will die. And you might be a border abolitionist, but guess what? Russia is not. Russia very much is not.
I don't think Ukraine should exist. I don't think Russia should exist. I think at this point in history, humanity desperately needs to link hands and face the fucking grim future together if we're to have a fucking chance. And so what I see is poor working class people and poor working class people killing one another so that oligarchs can benefit on both sides of the issue.
This is delusion. I'm sorry. This is analysis that is divorced from reality. It's not a both sides issue. One side wants to genocide the other side. There is no two sides equally benefit from this. it's delusional to say that. It's wholly delusional to say that that this is a situation in which both sides equally just yes, abolish borders by letting Russia take Ukraine into its borders. True. Like,
And when I look at it from that perspective, would there have not been a better way to preserve life in Ukraine via diplomacy? For example, ceding some territory in eastern Ukraine to Russia, or engaging.
no! There we go. There we have it. There we have it. Ceding
territory in eastern Ukraine via diplomacy. For example, ceding some territory.
So basically, just giving people away to be killed. Like, this is what I mean when I'm saying that this is so easy for a person from the US that has, for whom war is something that's far away. Oh, war? Why doesn't that country just give away parts of its territory? Easy. Easy peasy.
Eastern Ukraine to Russia, or engaging in real, honest, good faith with regards to diplomacy in Russia, which I don't think happened. I don't think that the United States ever, in good faith, sat across from Russia and tried to find a real hard diplomatic solution to this problem.
So, as for the border,
yeah, it's really easy for a US person to sit at home comfortably and say, yeah, we just need a hard diplomatic solution, and I think we can carve out this much and just give it away. This is Paul, by the way. This is Paul speaking, not TJ.
like, I'm not a border abolitionist. I'm much more, I guess, of a normie on this issue. But whether or not
You know what? I am a border abolitionist. When the conditions are right, not when you have an empire at your doorstep that wants to swallow everything in its path. That's not the perfect time to be a border abolitionist. Imagine that. Imagine that. I'm really not the biggest fan of an empire swallowing up everything in its path and treating that as border abolitionism. I think Karasu is basically in both chats. I am only at one chat now. No, what I mean is that you sort of switch between them, not that you're at two at the same time. I'm looking at Kefla's chat and it's great how supportive Sunday is of Lucy. Wait, what happened in Kefla's chat? What happened? What happened? Hey, what happened? Oh, I want to hear now. Lenitas, tell me. Lenitas, tell me. Oh my god. Spill the tea. Spill the tea. Kefla is still on the harassment arc and Sunday kept linking your Patreon to up the pledge. Wait, was I mentioned on stream? Tell me everything. Is Kefla having another frame straight to the noggin meltdown? What do you mean? Okay, tell me what happened. Lenitas, tell us all what happened. Was I mentioned on stream? Also, so Kefla was attacked for harassing Solbani by joining her Patreon to see the video she was gonna make on Kefla's. Jesus. Okay, so what happened then? Tell me everything. So now Kefla has gone off to harass small content creators by donating to GoFundMes and Patreons. Nice. Nice. I thought Kefla's mentioned me on stream and that we could talk. That would be nice. Because this happened after I've what's the term? Did a segment. You know? What is an ego meltdown? Oh, on Sunday was promoting Lucy. Oh, thank you, President Sunday. Thank you for promoting your moon, because moons orbit planets. Nice, thank you. Also to Kitten E, it is not a cock chat versus dog chat. This is the elderly boomer chat area. True. My goodness. So yes. I hope. Can you go to Kefla's chat and also tell Kefla that we need to talk? Kefla, we need to talk.
you believe borders should or should not be real, where that line is at the end of this war is going to have a very real effect on how the civilians of that local population live.
True.
Recently, the Russian government introduced legislation. It was an executive order by Putin, which made it so that if you don't accept a Russian passport in occupied territory, you can be physically removed from your homes and deported, and then they can take your property and they can give it to Russian settlers. They can remove your ability to have property rights in the communities and towns and cities that you grew up in. There's a decent chance you might be detained. There's also a really decent chance, and people don't talk about this enough, they'll be tortured. And torture is very, very bad. The reports that I'm getting out of friends who went to Izium, who went to these locations that have been famous for the type of...
I don't think this is Kefalos had an ego meltdown here. I think Kefalos actually created better content since she's back from rehab, and more substantive content too. True. I agree. I actually do agree. I think that the video that we have just watched as part of the segment has actually given a lot of context to the whole conversation that I had on Twitter. So I'm definitely going to make that into a segment, you know? And that is why I actually genuinely do want to talk to Kefalos, you know? I do want to talk to Kefalos about... well, this sort of thing, for example, you know? Like, people say that, like, I've never heard the ridiculous claims that I've heard during my, you know, my Twitter talk. Like, the claims were so ridiculous and I've never even heard them before. And apparently they're just being spread around. That's good then. It isn't like the thing that happened before. Great to hear Kefalos has turned the page, so to say. Well, I'm not even sure I would use that phrasing considering that all the circumstances, you know?
Like torture that went on there, electroshock, breaking of knees, breaking of fingers, like genital mutilation, like very, very like disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
So whether or not you personally want a borders to be real or not, where that line is drawn is going to be the difference between torture, deportation, losing of property rights.
Torture, deportation, genital mutilation. These are all things that happen in war. It's why I am a principled anti-war leftist.
But they also happen during the
peace period. No, they also happen during peace period. Correct, Dylan. Like, Russia will do this to the occupied period, you know, region. And Paul doesn't understand this because to him, occupation is just a foreign concept that happens somewhere far away, maybe. That's just silly. Come on. Like, Paul can do better than this. I know Paul can do better than this.
In occupied Crimea during the peace times, Crimean activists were found dead, bodies bloated down the river. In these communities, they used to be technically Ukrainian territory. They used to have legislative representation, the Crimean community, before the Russian takeover. And
were there not violent incursions by Ukrainian people against people who identified as Russian in the Donbass?
Oh, come on. Are you for real? Like, do you know what frustrates me the most about this whole thing? I'm actually going to write this down as a point to bring. I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna bring it up when I'm going to talk with Dylan because this is very real and very frustrating. I'm gonna write it down and I'm going to read out loud what I am reading, okay? Okay. Also, nice. Thank you, President Sunday. Anti-war sentiment becomes pro-Russian / becomes Russian apologia. Like literally, we're seeing Russian apologia here. Oh, but have Ukrainians not done bad things against Russian people? Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. Anti-war leftist, so either a dumbfuck or a crypto-fascist, and Paul Indy can certainly do better than this, but it's also very mercurial with his opinions.
What do you mean by like a violent?
Was there no violence like you're describing?
Oh, there was violence. Of course, there was like street level violence. There have been instances of war crimes on the Ukrainian side as well. That's absolutely true.
There were 3.6 million at least registered internet internal displacement Ukrainians from Donbass and Crimea since 2014 till 18-ish, right?
But when you look at the vast majority of the evidence, on one level, it's because the Russians just have more power. They have a bigger army, they have more soldiers, they have more bombs, so their ability to do war crimes and do atrocities is just astronomically larger than what the Ukrainians have the ability to do. But also, the way that the Russians have engaged when it comes, for example, cluster munitions usage. The New York Times has reported that the Ukrainian military has used cluster munitions in like March and April of like 2022. So this isn't like a new phenomenon that's being introduced by the Biden administration, but the way
we're sending more.
Yeah, we're sending more.
I think that's
we are sending
contention.
more. But the difference in how the Ukrainian military has used cluster munitions and the Russian military has used cluster munitions is also starkly different.
Yeah.
The amount of cluster munitions usage on the Russian side and heavily populated, dense urban areas where civilians are still heavily present being quite frequent, and them doing that very frequently. And Kharkiv especially, that was a very big issue because once they failed to take the city, they got really angry, and then they took out all their rage and frustration by just shelling the city day in, day out for months, killing tons of civilians. And so, while it is true that there are war crimes on every side of any war ever, the military culture of the Russian military and the Ukrainian military is still starkly different. Just like the American military
Agreed.
military culture than the Japanese. The American military committed a ton of war crimes during World War II, but it wasn't anywhere close to what the Japanese did because of the military culture and of the propaganda that was propagated about the.
Well, let's be frank. Japan was at the time a military regime. It was ruled by its military. The military was in charge of Japan as a country at the time. Can we just stop for a moment and realize that the International Criminal Court filed for genocide charges against 2 Russian officials, and they practically never do that. The ICC is extremely conservative with the charges, to say the least. Yeah. And the topic of Ukraine was a whole chunk, a whole dedicated segment to the So yeah.
Chinese and about the Americans and what they were like and why it was.
Oh yeah, by the way, we're going to have a cutscene, I believe. So one moment. One moment, please. Strange. I don't know why it's not working. One moment, okay? Just one moment. Oh. Oh my gosh. I just cannot find. Oh. I get it. Okay, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh my god. I apologize. I'm really sorry. I think this is this. Okay, I'm just gonna do this for now, okay? For the cutscene. Then let's get on about Japan though. He clutched pearls over Shinzo Abe going Shinzo crab dance. What? Okay, I guess no cutscene. False alarm. Never mind, false alarm, no cutscene. I was sure there was gonna be a cutscene now, but okay, never mind.
Okay, what they were doing to them. And in Russia right now, if you go in Russian state media, you'll see constant justification of war crimes.
I mean, we saw
You'll
a
see
lot of
constant
dehumanization of Japan. Wait, there was a lot of dehumanization of Japanese people.
There was a lot of dehumanization.
I mean, almost the ultimate form of dehumanization of Japanese people here in the United States.
We put them in internment camps here, for fuck's sake.
That is true.
Even if, I mean, so there was definitely a lot of like, it's okay to do stuff to the Japanese because they're like subhuman mongrels. Like that messaging was very present.
Yeah, absolutely.
In American wartime propaganda, for sure.
That's true. My main point is, though, that the military cultures were different at the time.
It's incomparable. I'm sorry. Yes, there were internment camps, but it's still incomparable. Because the Japanese army raped and massacred people en masse. It's honestly incomparable by any stretch of the imagination. It's not comparable. Try as you might, try to make that comparison to people from China or Korea. I'm pretty sure Vietnam as well. Just come on.
And the amount of war crimes and how that was encouraged and how that was protected by the Japanese regime, the culture was different, and that created a higher propensity to do these.
But I mean, you're talking about two different cultures with two different sets of like values, where what might seem reasonable to one could seem.
No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. TJ's just so out of his depth. It's not a cultural thing. Japan was a military dictatorship at the time. This is so bad. No. The fact that the Japanese army raped and murdered people en masse was not a product of different culture. No. Oh God. And I'm saying this is a person that actually studied Japanese history at university. Okay. Okay. Incredible. This is incredible.
barbaric to another, and so on and so forth, especially in wartime.
No, 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 no. That's stupid. Then how come was it barbaric to China, Korea, Vietnam, and many other countries? What? Like Japan, what? Japan has an unique culture that's outside of all of Asia or something? No, it was a military dictatorship. I hope Dylan would push back against this because, oh.
And of course, everyone in wartime also is going to spin how the actions of their side are all these wonderful acts of self-defense, and the actions of the other side are all these horrible, nightmarish things.
Well, that is what happens when a country gets invaded. Yeah, when a country is invaded, it is actually fair to say that it's defending itself. Yeah. What do you mean?
So beyond the pale and evil that anyone would condemn them, but the reality is that both sides are probably engaging in a little bit of evil.
No, that's just, oh god. Oh yeah, when the Third Reich attacked Poland, it was just, you may say that the Third Reich was really evil, but I think in reality we all know that both Poland and the Third Reich did a bit of evil. I think Okay, I'm not even going to go to the Holocaust thing. Not just a military dictatorship, but a hermit kingdom. I don't know what you mean by hermit kingdom. The stuff in Manchuria is the real bad thing. Meanwhile, Pearl Harbor was a purely tactical decision. True. But I'm not really sure what you mean by hermit kingdom.
But my main problem with the arms thing is still just like, you take an explosive situation where two factions are at war with one another, whoever's right, whoever's wrong, you start releasing more and more powerful weapons into that situation. Like, you don't know what the fuck the result of that is going to be.
You're stupid. Oh god.
Before, I mean, we're the arms dealers of the world, and a lot of times
America bad, TJ. America bad.
Well, America can be pretty bad sometimes.
I mean, well, that's kind of one of the frustrating things that I've run into in talking about this, is that if you try and point out America's horrible track record of involvement in countries that are at war with one another and factions within those countries that are at war with one another, you get called,
Ukraine is asking for help. Why is this? Oh, God. An extremely insular and xenophobic state. In the case of Imperial Japan, also literally a kingdom. Well, it was not a kingdom. It was an empire. Japan didn't have a king. It had an emperor. It wasn't a kingdom. Of course, Poland pre-38 did evil shit. That's a constant between nation states since the beginning of nation states, but the both sides are evil. It's trying to draw an equivalence between the actions of one nation and their direct literal victim. Adding more and more dangerous weapons to this conflict. No, giving weapons specifically to the people defending themselves. Yeah, like this is so stupid. Like I did not expect this. I did not expect this level of...
And the opposite of that is Russia good in people's minds, and that's as far as their minds go. I mean, you can look here in
the Japanese were not undisciplined. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, they were the opposite.
They were
there's a lot of stupid people in the chat tonight.
Shut up. That's fucking absurd.
But in the chat, you can see that that narrative already being spun. There are people whose brains just shut down.
I'm glad the chat is having a lively discussion.
So
no, go for it.
So I do believe the United States has, of course, sent weapons to people we shouldn't have sent weapons to, but we also have sent weapons to people we should have sent weapons to. The Lend-Lease program, I think, was an incredibly effective program. And I'm using the World War II example, but that's, normie foreign policy take, right?
Well, sure. World War II is probably more accessible to most people than
that's the thing. People complain about using World War II as an example all the time, and
I don't complain. I don't complain about a vivid example that everyone fucking gets quickly. So that's fine with me.
And so I believe that it needs to be a case-by-case basis when we make decisions like this. I don't think it's as simple
as... This is where I think the nature of our fundamental disagreement, because I don't think it's ever good.
You talk about fractions, the fellow Oli Vegas. I mean, a monarchy, an emperor or a tsar is a king with the corporate PR type of... No, it's not the same.
It's never...
Sorry, it's not the same thing. It's basically like saying a duchy is a kingdom, which is also not true now. Those are separate things. Those are not the same things, no. Sorry, but no. An emperor is not just a king with a different PR title, no.
Idea to send any country weapons.
No, I don't think it is.
So if Vladimir Putin went on TV tomorrow, right, and he said,
"All right, hypothetical, let's go."
Yeah, I love hypotheticals for this because I don't think anybody is this starkly like never ever send weapons or always send.
Well,
I never think anybody's like.
I think a principle is pretty worthless if there's not going to be some kind of exception. But you're gonna have to paint a pretty vivid picture for me to be like, all right, I guess we could do it then. But go ahead.
So if a country, if Vladimir Putin was to go on TV tomorrow and he was to say the equivalent of like, look, the goal is to make Ukraine not exist. Ukraine isn't real. Ukrainians aren't real. It's all fake. They're a bunch of Nazis. We need to destroy and.
Plus, I'm not even going to go into the fact that the emperor within Imperial Japan was just a figurehead who had no say and nothing, basically.
Is that basically not a hypothetical? Is that basically Putin's position?
This is Putin's position. Yes, this is a Putin's position. But I'm just throwing this out there.
Sure.
Now, he's already said all these things, right? And this has led to an extremely brutal campaign of war and destruction. And my question to you is, how does us sending weapons to Ukraine that they then use to push back this brutal occupation, which I know neither of you support, I'm not going to straw man either of you. How does this materially make the situation worse? What's a realistic scenario? Because
well, you were saying that it was a kingdom, so yeah, those technical differences are very pertinent to me saying that no, Japan was not a kingdom. And this is where I finished the subject.
Your hypothetical, where it becomes worse because we sent these weapons.
The realistic scenario for me where it becomes worse is a scenario that I think probably played out a few times before, which is, all sending these weapons does is prolong a war that Ukraine is destined to lose. Ukraine loses the war, Russia seizes the territory, and whatever is left of those weapons end up being Russian weapons.
So
another thing is another scenario. Ukraine becomes so destabilized that, and maybe they repel Russia, but there's the infrastructure and everything is so fucked by the time that they're done that they are now warring.
I'm gonna pause and say, for the last time for the topic, because I've got not a bad memory, because you have said Japan also literally a kingdom. There you go. This is what I object. I might not object the phrase Hermit Kingdom, but I reject calling Japan a literal kingdom.
Factions within Ukraine fighting for power, and these weapons end up being used in a gigantic civil war. This is
one of the things that I get shit for when I bring it up. I'm not trying to claim that the political situation is the same, but I think that there are a lot of comparisons to be drawn in Afghanistan. We're talking about America trying to assert its hegemony.
It is totally incomparable. Afghanistan and Ukraine. No. That is a horrible comparison.
Push back against what it perceives as communist hegemony, right? Mm-hmm. You support, one of my favorite examples to cite when I'm talking about this is it Rambo First Blood Part 2?
I think it's First Blood. The Mujahideen thing, yeah?
First Blood.
I know, amazing that to people from the US and Paul is just exemplifying it. That to Paul, war is just this distant thing somewhere, that's going on, and that, it can be just stopped and started at leisure.
Where Rambo goes to Afghanistan to fight the Russians.
Rambo First Blood Part 2.
Part 2. I think that's it. I think I was right.
The name of those movies is so fucked.
But if you look at that, it's a really interesting time capsule, because at that point in America, the media narrative was, here are these poor oppressed people, and by supporting them with military engagements and
Also, you would be wrong about North Korea. It is not a literal kingdom. It is a dictatorship.
weapons deliveries and training for their fighters.
All dictatorships are not kingdoms, so no. Incorrect. I'm sorry.
We're enabling these people to fight for their freedom and their autonomy. What ended up happening in Afghanistan was, as soon as they were successful in pushing the Russians out, and a huge linchpin in the dissolution of the Soviet Republic in general, after that happened, the country factionalized, and these very self-same weapons were used to oppress the people of those countries as warlords and factions squabbled over power. And then you see the narrative shift super starkly in the early 2000s with 9/11, and now these people are evil, they're scum.
No, a dictatorship based on a bloodline ordained by the divine. No, it would not be a kingdom. I'm sorry, no. What makes a kingdom is not bloodline ordained by the divine. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, there was the Kingdom of Poland, and there was neither bloodline ordained or the divine. It was a kingdom. What makes a kingdom is not bloodline or the divine. No, sorry. Those are not the things that make something a kingdom.
They're literally doing violence on
an emperor is a distinct thing than a king.
Their own populations with American weapons, using American training. And these are the bad guys. And now American soldiers are invading Afghanistan, getting killed by American weapons that were put there. I think this bolsters TJ's point of dumping a bunch of fucking weapons in the middle of a really destabilized, war-torn region has far-reaching consequences that oftentimes are hard to judge.
Yeah, and really hard to predict.
So
Afghanistan and Ukraine are so incompatible that it's comical. It's not pedantry. Japan was a literal empire that built a literal empire. It conquered all of Asia to create its empire. It was not a kingdom. I'm sorry, not everything that has a ruler is a kingdom. It's not pedantry. It's not flattening everything and simplifying it to absurdity. Japan was an empire. It conquered territories and included them into its empire.
As for the idea of the Russians getting the weapons, I don't think there's really a scenario where they could end up with the majority of these weapons unless they were to make you.
What is the internal government structures changes by Japan invading its neighbors? It didn't just invade its neighbors. It incorporated the neighbors into the imperial structure. Can we focus? Yes. Kingdoms that incorporate other countries and conquer them become empires. There was no kingdom of Russia. There was no kingdom of Austria. There was no kingdom of Prussia. Prussia became the German Empire. Austria-Hungary was an empire and Russia was an empire. There were no kingdoms. And yes, we shall focus.
Ukraine as a state itself submit and totally capitulate. Because the Ukrainians, no matter what, are going to have to preserve the weapons. They need their weapons because if this war doesn't finish this issue, as in the Russians are not kicked out, there's a decent chance that the war is going to kick up again in 5 to 10 years. Right? And that's another point I always want to push.
There's a decent chance that this war is still raging on in 5 to 10 years.
A 10-year. I don't. At the current pace of violence,
in the era of forever war. Nobody thought that the Afghanistan war would last fucking close to 30 years. Nobody.
Okay. What? There's so much I want to respond to.
Okay, go ahead.
So as for this war, when we talk about the war in Iraq, the war lasted 28 days, and then you had a very long occupation, right?
See, to me, there's no distinction.
You got to let me finish my point. So the war was for 28 days, then there was a long occupation. Now that was still a war in a way, a war against.
Also, wasn't Afghanistan in a situation that needed like government building and like democracy building? Ukraine already has all those
Different
things.
resistance groups, a bunch of different things, but the Russians haven't gotten past the first part. They haven't gotten past the invasion. In fact, they haven't gotten even that fairly deep into the invasion, as in taking the capital, taking over all the government hotspots. They don't even have air superiority, right? So the scenario in my mind of the Russians completely making the Ukrainians capitulate, that idea was smashed a month into the war. So I don't see how those weapons are going to transfer from the Ukrainian government over to the Russian government if the Ukrainian government has every incentive in the world to stop that from happening. Stuff get captured in battle.
It's not an intentional thing, right? But you said earlier, you conceded that Ukrainian people have already been killed by weapons that were given to Ukrainians.
Well, yes, like I was about to say, you can overtake a position and find a rifle given to them by the United States and then use that against the Ukrainians. But the vast majority of this firepower is being used by the Ukrainians, like 98 to 99% of it, is used by the Ukrainians to push back against the Russians and capture Russian equipment. The number one...
See? Yes, the issue of Afghanistan was that there was no nation building that happened after. Ukraine doesn't need nation building. Yeah, it's a nation already after Russia gets kicked out. Yep. And none of these things were rebuilt in Afghanistan, which would be the key reasonable argument as to why it was bad. They're different, also not going the same way. If Ukraine was collapsing under the Russian assault, maybe this argument would be a little better. But the weapons aren't falling into Russian hands, and by and large, because Ukraine isn't losing like the Afghan government we set up. True, yeah. True.
Tank supplier of Ukraine right now is the Russian military. Poland, I think, is number 2 with like 600 tanks or something like that.
Wait, sorry? Whoa. Wait. Poland has been praised?
Poland, I think, equipment. The 98 to 99% of it is used by the Ukrainians to push back against the Russians and capture Russian equipment. The number 1 tank supplier of Ukraine right now is the Russian military. Poland, I think, is...
I'm sorry, what?
The number 1 tank supplier of Ukraine right now is the Russian military.
Nice, nice. Also, there's supposed to be bases set up on the border or even inside the Ukraine to repair tanks.
Poland, I think, is number 2 with like 600 tanks or something like that. It is
Poland,
is the most overwhelmingly, it is the Ukrainians capturing Russian equipment and the Russians abandoning Russian equipment. That seems to be the standard right now. There have been instances of it happening the other way, but I don't think that there is enough of American equipment being captured in the field for it to make a demonstrable difference in Russia's ability to destroy Ukraine. Definitely not enough to overbalance the amount of aid that the weapons is giving the Ukrainians in defense against the Russians. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't be asking for the weapons, and if it wasn't the case, we probably wouldn't have seen so much success on the battlefield by the Ukrainians from using these Western-backed munitions, which they used to take back the rest of the Kharkiv Oblast, which they used to take back Kherson, and which they're currently trying to use to take back Zaporozhye and the rest of the Kherson Oblast through this current...
I really like the word Oblast, by the way.
And they might even use to take back Bakhmut. So who knows exactly what they're going to take. I'm not going to promise that they're going to win the war, but my main point is
Russia might retake one of those previous, you know what I mean? Like I do not agree that it's out of the realm of possibility that 10 years on this conflict could still be going.
Not at the,
and that's just lived experience.
Not in the way that it's currently going. It might become a frozen conflict, but when you talk about the rate of death and destruction, I don't see the Russians and the Ukrainians being able to sustain this for 10 years.
True.
I mean, there's a possibility where maybe backed by a very stubborn West, continuing to support the Ukrainians, they could support it financially and maybe with munitions. But the Russians, I mean, they've burnt through a very significant portion of their tank stockpile in a year and a half. I think like 30 to like 35% of it already. And so I don't see how they keep that up for another 9 years. They don't have the production capacity.
Yeah.
They don't have the
Let's be real for a minute.
I just don't think it's like financially even feasible. The Russian government has seen its, I think, energy profits and government revenues drop by about 50%. They've increased military spending by 200 to 300%. So I understand like the idea makes sense, but it's just not. I don't think it's financially or physically feasible with just the materials that both sides have for the last.
I mean, don't they have? I mean, it's my understanding that Russia is operating on a very capitalistic fiat type of currency. Why don't they just do what we do when we're $1 trillion plus?
The ruble is sadly not that strong. They've introduced a lot of like price controls of the ruble, and that actually led to the ruble being on paper very strong like a month to 2 months into the war, where they were talking about like record strength. But recently, a lot of these artificial controls have started to break down. A lot of investors are trying their best to pull their money out, but the Russian government has literally banned people from taking their money out of the ruble.
Oh, damn.
They can to protect it, and it's still losing value. I think it hits a really bad point recently with the Wagner coup, with it I think going up to like dropping to like a 95, like really like 95 in comparison to like the USD. Really bad condition for the ruble right now.
I think that your political calculations are probably mostly correct on this. I feel like most of what you've said is cogent and makes perfect sense. But I also think that in war, these sorts of predictions have a tendency of not working out,
blowing up,
because a lot of times, like, people sit there and, oh yeah,
Yeah, but oh god, I hate to be the one to say it, but you're the two guys that are just sitting and talking about it. Dylan is there on the ground. Dylan isn't just sitting and speculating. Dylan knows what the situation is. You are the ones doing the sitting and speculating, not Dylan.
well, you know, the geopolitical situation on the ground is this, and they're not going to be able to sustain this war effort for this amount of time. We're going to do this and that. But there's so many X factors. There's so many black swans. There's so many things that could happen that no one fucking sees coming. So many surprises that it's impossible to, like, just predict what the larger result makes. So this is true of anything in life, right? You throw a rock into the pond, there's ripples. And, like, you don't necessarily know what those ripples are going to do, where they're going to go. And I think that before you take any action, especially an action as provocative as throwing a bunch of weapons on a geopolitical conflict, you might want to really be fucking careful about that. Like, intensely.
This
is one of my...
That's intensely stupid. Do I even have to say how intensely stupid that is?
Main critiques of the Biden administration, and that's probably different than one of your guys' critiques of the Biden administration, is he's been too slow.
Yes. Correct.
The way the war has gone.
That is the most correct, actually, analysis of the situation that could have been said. And Dylan says it because he is on the ground. Yeah, too slow. Correct.
For the first month or two, the entire government was basically in a state of, is the government going to collapse? Is it not going to collapse? Are they going to hold it up? Well, once they did, they ever slowly like changed the position. Where at the start of the war, it was like, we're not going to send this, and this, because they didn't think it was a possibility for the Ukrainians to do as well as they did. They kind of shocked the world. Nobody expected Ukrainians to do as well.
I'm going to tell you a position that I don't think Paul would agree with, but I think maybe you'd agree with. I don't know. I'll run it by you.
Okay.
But you know, very early on in this conflict, I was like, look, if America's going to get involved in this, I don't believe in this half-measure shit. If we're going to get involved in this, I think we need to just fucking get in Ukraine and be like, hey, Russia, if you fucking set one foot in here, it's World War III, bitch.
I thought I was going to agree with you, then I don't agree with you.
No, because no one does, because I'm very extreme with shit. Like, it's if we're going to go, we're going to fucking go.
What I was talking about. You're either like 100% or there's a balance that can be found.
Nah, fuck balance. Balance is a goddamn...
Yeah,
balance is a delusion of the human mind, in my opinion. People oh, yes, see? No, you haven't. I do or die.
Balance is the delusion of human mind. I mean... oh man, part of me wants to agree with this actually. Part of me really wants to, like, part of me thinks that actually it is a thing that, you know. Part of me thinks this should have actually happened, that the US should have entered with an army and said, you know what? Don't even try it. Don't even try it. Like, I actually think this is I don't think this is a bad take. Yeah. Don't even try it. You want this thing to happen? Just you know, just try it. Just reach the border. Yeah, okay. I can work with that.
American government being able to find
and invoke direct intervention to enforce the 1990s nuclear disbanding of Ukraine agreement. True.
Scenario where they can supply the Ukrainian government largely based upon stockpiles that we're not even using of equipment that like old
absolutes are dumb isn't an absolute, fucking dipshit. Jeffrey Epstein, get out of here. That is a fucking absolute, bitch.
I think
self-defeating.
I think the amount of support that Americans have for aid to Ukraine would go down if American soldiers were on the ground dying in Ukraine. After the war in Iraq and after the war in Afghanistan,
well, here's
Americans
the thing.
were not.
Sorry, I don't mean. Go ahead.
Americans are just. My point is, Americans are not super eager to send their boys again to get killed, and so that's why Americans are still a plurality or a majority of them still support aid because they can support Ukraine while not having to get their soldiers.
There are still boys being killed.
If we're talking about a political calculation, though. But hey, look, is Russia going to cross that line if we did that, though? Is Russia really going to be like, yeah, World War III, it's on?
It's impossible.
0% fucking chance. 0% chance. No fucking way.
I don't think that's the case. I don't.
0% chance. Even they're not that fucking.
I don't think that's the case either, and that's another point in my opposition for this. Is I think that this is brinksmanship.
Well,
I think that we're talking about the two largest nuclear powers in the world engaging in proxy warfare against one another.
So
no.
Can I address the Civil War thing earlier?
No, I don't know. The proxy war thing is just bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. Once again, I disagree. I disagree with Paul once again. I just don't agree.
Sure, go ahead. So the Civil War thing, I would have understand maybe more of a concern in like 2014 when they had the volunteer battalions.
Yeah, Budapest Memorandum.
Well, look, I want to say that like my thing about the Civil War, that's not a critique of any specific political situation going on in Ukraine. I don't feel qualified to even put that forth. I'm just saying that generally speaking, if you destabilize a country, divisions that already existed within that country are going to boil over. And
Euromaidan showed us that those divisions exist in Ukraine.
Ukraine is a deeply fucking, divided country when this conflict starts. Obviously, they've banded together to a great degree to fight this war. But, if this war goes on and conditions get, to be more intolerable to the point where people are starving and miserable and all this stuff, countrywide.
It doesn't look that way for now. So
definitely bring out some, internal turmoil, some resentment that could boil off into civil war, even if Russia is ultimately at the end of the day repelled.
So I think there's some distinctions when we compare Afghanistan, for example, the situation.
I don't agree.
The Mujahideen, and when we talk about Ukraine.
I don't think either Paul or TJ understand Ukraine, to be honest.
Ukrainians are white, so come on.
Okay, so yeah, that was my third point, but I'll skip that point then. So my first point is
I don't agree.
Afghanistan, by its geography encourages decentralization. Though it's not a very geographically united country, and its mountains, and it's not super interconnected infrastructure, and it kind of encourages it makes it very easy for you to like start a resistance movement or for you to oppose the central government. This is part of the reason why the Taliban up until very recently never had control of the whole country, even before our invasion, because the Northern Alliance had control of the mountainous north of the country, because again, Afghanistan's geography does not encourage like a strong centralized government. It was the same problem we ran into during the occupation, is that Afghanistan, due to its geography, is very difficult to go out and fight the rebels. It's very difficult for a central government to properly tax and do proper censuses. And so I think Afghanistan is unique in its ability to not be a super strong central authority and to fight and kill and it's not special how they kill each other, but their geography encourages decentralization, which could also encourage civil war. When we talk about Ukraine, that same geography does not exist. That's the first point. But also, as TJ mentioned, the country has become much more united now, and the authority in the country is much more centralized than it was in 2014 during Euromaidan.
My worry is not about Ukraine like factionalizing in the midst of this war. Of course, Ukraine is united, much more united now than it was pre-invasion. Invasions have a tendency of clarifying that sort of thing. What I'm worried about is what happens when tempers cool? Things work out however they work out. Russia annexes the Donbass and pulls back for another 10 years till they go for another scoop, or Ukraine pushes Russia out. What's going to happen?
Well,
with rebuilding
billions and billions of dollars of American weapons that now exist in this country that has old and very real and deep political divisions.
No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry, no.
Divisions that I have seen while present, maybe that'll change in the future, makes me believe that they're anywhere close to that. Or
no.
Conflict between Ukrainians. Obviously, I can't.
That just shows up fundamental misunderstanding about Ukraine as a country, quite honestly.
Future, but what would happen to these weapons most likely is that they would continue to be held by the Ukrainian armed forces in case the Russians ever invade again. They'd probably continue to train on them, and we'd probably continue to integrate them more on Western weapon systems. But here's something to consider, though. One of Ukraine's goals is to join the EU and to join NATO. And from even the most right-wing, like ultra-nationalist people I've met in this country, they all agree that should be the ultimate goal once this is all over, to join the European Union and to join NATO. It is very hard for me to think of Ukraine joining NATO and the European Union having this clear path towards economic prosperity and strong security, and them choosing civil war, or the rest of Europe standing by and the rest of the NATO alliance standing by as the Ukrainian state descends into civil war. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that
improbable.
The odds are in the favor of a civil war starting. Maybe if it was more decentralized, like it was in 2014, 2015, with their volunteer corps and stuff like that.
I mean, that's not that long ago. You don't think that decentralization as a result of war could come raging back?
Well, I mean, the volunteer battalions they don't exist. They've all been integrated.
I don't.
See, as I understand it, here's what happens when a country factionalizes. Okay, it has one united armed forces, and then chunks of those armed forces are appropriated by opposite sides of a political disagreement, and they become opposing armed forces.
Mm-hmm.
That's the worry.
But what,
the worry is
but
not
what,
a united.
what type of force, what type of political force in Ukraine has the type of independence?
No, that's just. I'm sorry. This is literally just sitting on your ass and theory crafting.
In the military that they could say we
That's just
official central command.
Like, I don't know what Ukraine is in imagination of Paul. Like this sort of land of warlords that will just start warring over the land.
Or the central government, we're going to break off and do that. That political force, that militia, whatever that would be, that doesn't exist. The closest
It's not
that
about.
ever,
It usually
the
isn't. We
closest-
disregard central command. It's that we claim that we are the central command. Like it's not like, oh yeah, we're not going to do what they tell us. No, we're telling them what to do because we are the right and just rulers of the country.
Who are they?
The closest I can think of to the scenario playing out was probably with the volunteer battalions, and none of them ever could have made that claim or got close to making them claim. And all those groups were like
Who are they? Who are the they that Paul is talking about?
5,000 people with guns. Now, as much as 5,000 people with guns is, 5,000 people with guns, they can kill people, that can't take over a whole country, and certainly a country with a military the size of almost 1 million people now, backed also by the entirety of NATO's arsenal and militaries as well. Even if this was to happen, which I think is not likely, this would probably happen if NATO is correct in what they're saying about Ukraine becoming a NATO member state while they're in NATO. And if that happens, there will be a direct military intervention, and and then that would be smashed almost immediately.
No one. Hold on, I want to read this comment here. The reason Paul's opposed is due to a scenario he's invented. He said, no one's inventing a scenario.
Well, no, I actually think in fairness,
possibilities here. So.
In fairness, we're all inventing scenarios here. The opposite scenario to the one that I've been presenting.
No, like you're just making science fiction at this point. If you're thinking of some, oh God, I just don't know what to say to this. I don't know what to say. Embarrassing. What if all future true? Paul is imagining Cossacks dancing around with blunderbusses because he also confuses Cossacks and pirates. Like, the Cossacks basically, like, the Cossacks were very united, so that's a mess, That's a mess. That's a bad mess.
To a great extent, TJ's been presenting is the same as any scenario that Dylan has provided as to what he thinks is going to be the outcome of this war. So if you want to be fair, your position on this is an invented fucking scenario that you came up with in your fucking head too.
Well, of course we can't predict the future, so they're all invention.
I'm not trying to say anything that I'm saying will happen. The whole point of what I'm saying is that there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty here.
Well, I mean, anything's possible, right? Like
anybody,
it's tremendously unlikely. Like you're not going to make bets based on the tremendously unlikely.
We're talking about possibility and probability here,
right?
And they're two different things.
I'm not even comfortable assigning,
but not everything.
And they were talking about people sitting and just here crafting. They are doing that right now.
I think
they're basically sitting comfortably and talking down to a person that's there on the ground. Like, come on.
Just looking at the fucking history of the 20th and 21st century, that it is probable on some level, it may not be fucking.
I highly doubt you're good. I highly doubt you're good on the 20th century history. I'm sorry.
75%, but I think it is probable that there will be factionalization in Ukraine in a post-war Ukraine, whatever shape that.
No.
Political factionalization, but that happens in all states.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Starts though. These things don't just spring up out of nothing.
But
that's
democracy. That's democracy.
Right, but we're not talking about a fully fucking established place. You yourself just said that there was this type of fucking unrest in 2015.
2014.
Right, and I mean, like,
it's a minute ago.
But it also,
another thing is, like,
the
even
situation is very different than 2014, and even then,
of course.
By the way, let me just say,
they're in an
even
active
then,
No, that's stupid. Need a duck-themed crack pike. We desperately need one. I will prepare one. Because this is so ridiculous that it's not even funny. Paul's projecting on this one. I don't think Dylan is making any kind of scenario up. Remember that Paul and TJ have both spoken like Russia is winning and is a good and victor, which is not the case at all. By all rights, Russia is losing this war badly. Like, this is ridiculous.
Even then, it wasn't. I don't think it was really that possible because we're talking about 5,000 people trying to take over the entire country. And how that wasn't going to happen. Not to mention the volunteer battalion's entire mandate was based upon pushing out the Russians. So if they then turned their guns on the Ukrainians, it would.
Oh, that's good actually.
And
what about
actually,
people?
here's
What
an
about
example.
Ukrainians
Something like this.
that are
Something like this
life,
actually happened.
finds a way,
Something like
right?
this actually happened. Right sector's leadership at one point tried to turn against Petro Poroshenko, and not militarily, but saying like maybe we won't listen to Central Command. And then they lost like 40 to 50% of like their base's support. They drastically reduced the amount of influence they had in the country. They were criticized by every aisle of the political aisle. They backed down, and right sector's image hasn't really been the same since. And so the people who have even tempted to sniff anything that could be close to it, they immediately get disregarded.
Because the national esprit de corps is we all have to fucking work together right now against Russia. When that goes away, and these factions are sitting on the possibility of commandeering a fucking arsenal that they never could have dreamed of having pre-U.S. involvement in this, I think you might find there might be a different tune being whistled.
I think that part of the problem here in this discussion is that
No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Dylan has this, large, obviously impressive compendium of knowledge about Ukraine specifically. And we're talking more
first-hand knowledge, which is something that you don't get
Obviously.
on most news programs.
Sure,
you're not getting pundits that have spent actual time in.
But
Ukraine.
I'm not approaching this from a specific standpoint of Ukraine because I don't even think I would be qualified. But I am approaching it from a standpoint of humanity and just looking at human history and how human beings operate. And I feel like from that perspective, it's once again like
I don't think you're qualified to talk about that either. Like, to talk about history, you have to know history. You actually have to know history. The closest was the factionalization and warlord stuff in Ukraine was at 2014. Exactly. The support and the reaction of Ukrainian government was able to stop this situation. Like, come on. What is this? Oh. Duck pipe. Oh my god. TJ makes too much generalizations. And to discuss history, again, you have to know it.
you just don't know how this is all going to shake out. You don't know who's going to win this conflict. You don't know what territory is going to be preserved or ceded. You don't know what the...
Yeah, but do you know what we do know? We do know that we can do our best to help Ukraine win. That is all that we can know. And that is all that we can do. This is nothing. What, we don't know if Ukraine will win 100%, therefore no support? Is that the argument?
Geopolitical situations are going to, the political situations in each of these countries is going to be by the time this is all said and done. You don't know what the standing of Zelensky and Putin is. You don't know.
This is not that game of chess.
Who might be vying for leadership if Putin's perceived as weak. So now Russians, are within the country. That's already been happening.
Look at what else is teetering on the edge, TJ. This fucking nuclear plant that they've got, the largest nuclear plant in Europe.
Right, that's true.
There's a chess piece in this, and both sides are claiming that the other side is planning to fucking bomb the place.
Also, these people forget that Ukraine had been a massive military producer with Soviet Union, and even after. It had also nuclear weapons, true.
And basically spread nuclear material over miles.
I really hope that doesn't happen. I really
hope doesn't happen.
I could keep talking about it. I guess the main difference for me is just like, I don't think this is a particularly likely scenario. And
also, by the way, we already heard from a literal energy expert that said that there's more fear-mongering to this whole situation than, the biggest thing to this whole reactor situation is the information fear-mongering element, which, by the way, TJ and Paul are perfect examples of.
Believe when we make American foreign policy decisions, we need to try to make them based on what is tremendously likely, what would be not only beneficial to the United States, but would probably be beneficial for global security, global stability.
I mean, we have to assess risk too, right?
And I do think we do need to assess risk, but I think the assessment for risk is tremendously low, that they all turn their guns on each other once the war ends.
I mean, that's just one scenario of many, right? So I mean, you asked me to lay out some, I laid out two. But
yeah, I know. I understand your.
I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, but you know what? Some scenarios are less probable than others, and some are just stupid.
when I asked about like what's the realistic scenario about what happens like with these weapons that they cause more harm, and all the scenarios that I usually proposed are either tremendously unlikely and
This is stupid. It's basically like saying, oh wow, Poland is really arming itself now, isn't it? Poland is like gearing itself hardcore right now. This is bad, isn't it? What if Poland just, what if division happens in Poland all of a sudden and all those warlords just take command of super good weaponry and Poland just, starts fighting, itself. Just come on.
not really based in what's happening on
Poland is really deeply divided,
but based upon the facts that human beings have the physical ability to do it, right? Like after like the war could end and they all become Marxist, Leninist, communists, and then worship Stalin. That's possible, right? It's just tremendously unlikely, especially if you know the history of Ukraine.
I think that's far more. I think
you're
less likely, but yeah,
you're assuming a lot of foresight.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
TJ says that it's highly probable that it's much more highly probable for Ukrainian of all people to become Marxist Leninists.
That's likely, but yeah,
you're assuming
it would have been the history of Ukraine.
I think that's far more. I think you're less likely, but yeah,
you're assuming.
Okay, less likely. Good. Less likely. Good. Good. Okay. Also, again, they forget that Ukraine had been a massive weapon producer within the USSR, and even after. True. Okay, okay, that's good. Also, of U.S. former Eastern Bloc did said a massive amount of weapons. True. Like, this is silly. What if Ukraine starts fighting itself because it will have a lot of weapons when this is over? This is just ridiculous. Like, keep in mind that when Ukraine pushes back Russia, it will also have to be on guard, because if nothing's done, then Russia will probably just rebuild itself and prepare to do it again.
Assuming a lot of foresight here that I don't think you can have. I mean, look,
ridiculous.
I wanted to get off on this fucking, and I think it's connected to what we're talking about here. One of the reasons why I don't support military intervention or arming Ukraine is because of my lived experience of being a United States citizen and seeing what's happened just in my lifetime. And the time just barely preceded. I was born in 1980. So there's been a lot of American war making and war facilitating.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. You're not that older than me. Come on. Yeah.
Of time.
What would that make that?
And I look at the places where America has interceded, and I think about being an average person in one of those places. Has my life significantly increased in value to myself when it comes to just my human needs being met, my safety and security, my ability to be, mobile in society? Has there been a whole lot of positivity wrought by American interventionism? The answer is no. It would have been looked at as extraordinarily unlikely that almost 30 years on, Afghanistan would still be under the Taliban. There would have been a person, maybe even an expert just such as yourself, saying how that could never happen. The Taliban has been
This is stupid, because Ukraine is not an example of American interventionism. The US did not interfere. It was asked for help. But Paul is not very knowledgeable about this. No, he's not.
By this, they're fighting one another. You know what I mean? They can't even agree on this, that, or the other. If you would have said 15, 20 years ago, Afghanistan will, in the relatively near future, be back in the hands of the Taliban, one of the most oppressive.
It's totally different. Afghanistan is totally incomparable. Like, come on. There is no comparison between Ukraine and Afghanistan. Like, it's ridiculous to compare those. It's not really an intervention because the US is not even intervening. It's just sending weapons. That's not an intervention. That's support at most, but not an intervention.
There would have been somebody like you who said, you know, is it possible? Sure. I mean, a dragon fucking appearing out of the sky is possible.
Yeah.
But is it probable? I mean, no. And I know this for a fact because I heard it.
Well, in this case, this sort of semantics are pretty important because if you say intervention, then people like Paul can basically say, see, this is an example of American interventionalism. Which, no, it's not, actually.
I lived through the era of media manipulation surrounding that conflict as an adult. I was 21 years old on 9/11. I was your age, basically, when 9/11 happened. And I lived through the expectations of the punditry and the expectations of the military experts who told us, oh, this is going to be over in a month. It's already over now. Mission accomplished. That's unthinkable. It's unthinkable that there could be a fucking insurrection in Iraq that would go on for a decade. They will greet us as liberators there. It's unthinkable. And the unthinkable has happened. And now here we are, different year, different area of the world, same geopolitical opponents, same techniques. And I'm wondering, how do we factor in the possibility and probability of this being a net negative, not just for fucking...
This is again bloody different. Yes, of course it's different. It's not all about the US. The conflict between Ukraine and Russia existed before the US existed. Come on. Again, if you want to talk history, know your history. This whole thing existed before the US existed as a country. Again, closest to Soviet-Afghanistan war in the region.
Ukrainian people, but for Europe.
It's apples to oranges, both round, sweet fruits. Pretty comparable here, kid. So, fucking bullshit. Fucking dumbass bullshit analogy, dude.
It is true that the unlikely scenario can still happen. It is possible that any unlikely scenario happens. But
I mean, how do we know what's likely and unlikely, though?
You can look
how do we really know that?
Look at the history of the nation. You can look at what the current situation is.
The history of the nation is it was extremely divided just a few years ago.
It was extremely divided because of what? Because of because the Russians put pressure on the Ukrainian government in order to
those pressures aren't going to go away. New pressures are going to form.
If the Russian government
as surely as they were brought together, they can be rendered...
They're not pressures in a vacuum. TJ, don't be an idiot.
Thunder, right?
If the Russian
new pressures
invade Ukraine because it has NATO protection, as is what it seems to be what the NATO summit in Vilnius, even if they haven't decided on a when, they have decided on if, right? They've decided that it will be a part of NATO. Whether they stick to that, I don't know if they will, but let's say for a moment that they do, and if they do stick to NATO membership, that stops a Russian invasion. That stops the same pressures that they applied in 2014 that caused much of the violence, that forced Yanukovych at the time to back off of the association agreement, go off of the promises that he made to his people, and back off of that deal. Those same pressures don't exist, which caused the violence that happened then. The Russians can't invade Ukraine if they're part of NATO. If there's one thing that we know about NATO, and there's a lot of things you can say about NATO, is that once you join NATO, the Russians don't invade you. And so that violence wouldn't be possible if they have that type of defensive structure in place. That type of violence that started in 2014.
Right. That's the imperialistic reason for existence behind NATO, right? It's projecting American power into Europe so that we can say if Europe sets foot in Poland, they've basically fucking stormed the beaches of fucking Corpus Christi, Texas or some shit.
If Europe steps foot in Poland? I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry, if Russia steps foot in Poland.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Then it's basically like they fucking invaded Florida.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's a good thing. I know, Paul, that you don't care, but, you know, as a person that is currently residing in Poland, I'm pretty damn glad that Russia cannot step one foot in Poland because, yeah, I'm actually glad that is the case. The thing is, these people don't realize that most of the Russian speakers in Ukraine never wanted to be part of Russia. because these people don't really understand that most Russian speakers in Ukraine are Ukrainian. Most Russian speakers in Ukraine are Ukrainian because a lot of Ukrainian people just speak Russian. Yeah, of course. Most Russian speakers in Ukraine are Ukrainian, not Russian. The only reason you can bring up that up as a bad thing is if you believe Russia should be able to invade European nations. True.
When it comes to our response,
It's Article 5.
That's
The idea from Article 5 is
right.
that if you attack one NATO nation state, you've attacked them all, and it's been incredibly successful.
Yeah,
in bringing stability to the
and
vast
that's
majority of
good.
Europe who don't attack each other. And the one NATO state that is the one states that are being attacked in Europe are the ones that aren't in NATO.
Yeah.
You don't hold on, wait a minute now, Pete. I want you to honestly tell me that you don't think that the establishment of NATO and America's fucking position of ultimate power in NATO is not imperialism. It might be imperialism that you agree with. It might be imperialism that you think is slightly less evil than the other imperialism.
It's not. I'm sorry. No, it's not. NATO is a defensive pact. So once again, I'm sorry, but saying that NATO is imperialism is basically buying into the USSR propaganda now. Czechoslovakia in, I believe, 1968 was invaded because NATO imperialism. It's a defensive pact. I don't know. One instant does not imperialism make. Hello, content sniffer. Hello. I'm sorry. I just don't agree that NATO is imperialism. I just don't. Anything juicy today? Yes. A few things, actually. Starting with the debate between Dylan and the amazing atheist. The one thing these people, and it's very different stance to wanting to have closer ties with Russia or wanting to be part of it and invade it. Guess what? NATO members could reject it. Ukraine stuff, see, true. I think the strongest argument against imperialism that NATO includes states democratically and not through force. Also, NATO is a defense pact, not part of the US empire. While the number of non-justified targets hit in Belgrade is fairly limited for one. Like, I'm sorry, it's such cope to call NATO imperialism. That just shows that you don't know what imperialism is, in my opinion, but okay. Like, this was the USSR biggest propaganda, that that NATO was created as this imperialist project to swallow up countries, and that was about to swallow up Czechoslovakia, and this is why the great USSR, the Great Warsaw Pact, had to interfere. It did a special operation in Czechoslovakia. Literally, the Warsaw Pact did a special operation in Czechoslovakia because of NATO imperialism, which in that case NATO had zero to do with the situation. It was just Czechoslovakia wanted to insert more freedom into its government. Hungary and other members, because there was no proof that Iraq invaded or attacked the US. True. This is the difference between Vosh and Hassan. Vosh calls NATO a defense pact. Hassan calls it imperialist. Yeah, because Vosh knows what NATO is and Hassan and Paul don't.
can't credibly look me in the face and tell
I
me the
can.
United States directly projecting its military power in opposition to another state into Europe isn't imperialism.
It's
I really want to hear what you fucking think it is.
I do think though when we use the word imperialism, right?
This is so.
I think there is an action like a
I don't think Paul knows what imperialism is for such a old and, you know, experienced person. I'm really mad at these guys. They were the ones pushing to divide other countries to larger players. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
assumption assumed that if we were to say America sends weapon to this country, that's bad because it's imperialism. It's bad when America projects military power or economic power in that way anywhere. But if a nation state is asking for it in a defensive war, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. If we decided we were going to invade Cuba tomorrow and we're like, we're going to make Cuba the 51st state and we're going to bring baseball back to America and get all those baseball, they fucking love baseball in Cuba.
They do, yeah.
We're gonna bring back we're gonna kidnap all the great baseballers and bring back baseball. If we were to do that, it would be perfectly fine for the Russians or the Chinese or for anyone to send the Cubans the guns necessary to defend against an American invasion. I would think that would be moral because the Cuban people don't want to be part of the United States. I think that part has been made particularly clear over the last 80 years. And so I think that even if it might be considered imperialism for Russia or China or whatever power that sends Cuba those weapons in that way, you could consider it that. I think using the same...
Well, then you know what? Vosh learned more about NATO from Wikipedia 2 months ago than Hassan. I'm sorry. Like, I am this close to reading. Like, they would be the ones back in after World War II or World War I wanting to reshape countries and people to appease the larger powers. It is annoying, really. US exceptionalist in the reverse way. True. Like, true, literally. They will be like, yeah, Poland should go to the USSR because, you know, stability.
That and the same word for like annexing the Congo and like, you know, colonialist like oppression. I think
that's colonialism versus imperialism.
Well, colonialism and imperialism are hand in hand. Like colonialism is a part of it.
Yep.
They go hand in hand, but they are not the same thing.
Well, colonialism is a type of imperialism, yes?
Sure.
So then, you see how having the same word for the rape of the Congo and sending a defensive nation, weapons.
Have we fucking devolved into semantics? Oh shit!
I don't mean to devolve into semantics.
It's not semantics.
I hate when debates do this. Okay.
Me too.
I just want to be clear that there is a distinction here that I think should be noted. And
it's not semantics. I'm sorry.
Blurs the lines here.
Yeah, does it? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if it does either, but
I mean,
it's a matter of conjecture, I guess.
I don't want to get into semantics because it's just useless.
I really do hate it too. I'm not
opposed
to having
about what technically qualifies as imperialism, and I just
ultimately, here's what I'm saying. I do not trust the intentions of the United States when it comes to this.
I don't care about the intentions of the United States, first of all. Second of all, I'm sorry, but it's like this is semantics. This is just a refuge for people that don't know what they're talking about. I'm sorry, you cannot just, when someone actually knows what they're talking about, you cannot just retreat to saying, oh, this is just semantics. I hate when this happens. Because this is basically saying, oh no, I hate it when people know what they're talking about. No, of course, Turkey being a member of NATO helped it to execute these, but again, it's not NATO doing it, it's Turkish agency. Yeah, you really do need to learn history, come on. The US can be as self-involved as they are, but as long as they keep Russian from genociding Ukraine, I don't give a shit what they do, why they do it.
When I say this, I think it's actually a good argument. I don't necessarily agree that it diffuses mind in any way, but people will say, oh, well, you know, just because it's being manipulated by the United States and its military-industrial complex and its, you know, corporate fucking oligarchy, doesn't necessarily mean it's bad.
And who's being manipulated? Like Ukraine being manipulated, or that we're being manipulated?
Absolutely. The Ukraine will be in hock to the United States for a fucking 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's
off the back of this.
The best case scenario for them is kind of like America's dick is in their ass forever. Yeah,
I mean,
we're gonna break off.
Fuck you, Paul. Fuck you, TJ. Yeah, I know. The better alternative is just to... It's genocide, basically. Yeah, that's the better alternative. Like, fuck you with this US exceptionalism. Get out of here with this. What is the better alternative? Tell me, please. This is so stupid.
It's like basically like, you don't want to be Russia's bitch? You better come over here and suck my dick then.
Yeah, our corporate contacts are going to fucking slowly but surely worm their way into your natural resources. Our corporate
They already
contacts
have,
are
by the
going
way.
to slowly but surely worm their way into your banking structure and just make it a subsidiary of America.
I mean,
that to me is not good.
I mean, it's not good, but I've had this conversation with Ukrainians before, and I asked them, like, what do you think of America's intentions here? And most of them will say, I don't think they're pure, or I don't think they're entirely pure, right? And I'm more sympathetic to the last one. That I do think that there is intentions here that are not entirely pure. I do think there's Congress people who believe genuinely in
He
the
got
defense.
bombed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
I
hello.
hope not.
He's
My
dead.
bad. My
You had
bad.
a little lag spike there.
Okay.
We were worried for your safety, but you're fine. Okay.
What was I saying?
I don't know.
Fuck. I completely lost my train of thought.
I fucking hate that. I'm sorry that happened. I'm a very like free flowing person, and when lag or some shit interrupts me midstream.
Also, I'd argue that the intentions of the American people matter too, and the American people want Ukraine to not be taken by Russia. This is like listening to Shu and Kyle Kalinske, but at least we know that they're crypto-fascists. Shu absolutely, and Kyle very likely to be charitable.
They can fucking kill a whole.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay.
So there is a very big difference to the Ukrainians that I've talked to in what the relationship Russia wants with Ukraine and the relationship that the United States wants with Ukraine, right? There is no Ukrainian and American imperialist saying,
like, you know, the US doesn't want to erase the Ukrainian nation. Can we, like, and we cannot say the same about Russia. So what are we even comparing here? Paul and TJ have no excuse for being this dumb on this, other than being contrarian twats.
what Ukraine? There's no Ukraine. Your language isn't real. Your people aren't real. Yes, we have the rights to all of your resources, and it will literally just become an American state. Yes, we have your right to your territory, and those bases will become our encampments because we want them to, because that's our historical lands, and we can have it, and your people aren't real. In fact, not only are your people aren't real, but you're all Nazis, and therefore anything we do to you is basically okay because you're a bunch of Nazis who want to kill us.
I get it.
And
Russia
on the
bad.
other end,
Russia's intentions are bad.
On the other end, America's like, hey, we might make a pretty penny here.
It's not about intentions, you idiot. It's about actions. It's about actions. We have precedent of actions, not intentions. Like, to respond with this, I get it, Russia bad, is so insulting. This is so insulting. Hassan's irrationality is explained by his emotional trauma relating to NATO. But again, what do these two, how white boys from Texas, have to cloud their judgment? This is...
Well, what is that? Okay, that's
wait. That's not
what
reductive.
does that mean?
That's not. Wait, you didn't let me finish.
No, that's very reductive. That's a sweet one there.
That's by the way, that's 100% true. By the way, that even if you were to go to the most aggressive capitalist, like America's going to buy out the resources, and they're going to.
No, I'm sorry. If you're saying this is reductive, you're an idiot, and you should learn about the history of Russia and Ukraine relations.
Off all the local
and it about how to survive, yeah.
And they're going to only employ Americans eating big fat burgers on every oil rig in Ukraine.
They don't want that, though. That's a ridiculous scenario. They want Ukrainians to just be good little worker bees in American corporate structure.
Either way, you've run those scenarios by Ukrainians. They're going to pick the later scenario every single time. Even
they're not going to get. They don't have a choice anymore.
You asked them, and
they are in hock to us for the rest of their fucking lives. They're going to give.
How much does Ukrainians' perspectives matter on this issue when it comes to which alliance structure?
I don't know if Ukrainians look. Maybe they disagree.
Ukrainians.
Sorry, I don't know if Ukrainians look. Maybe they disagree with me, but I don't know if they've really experienced the red, white, and blue up the ass yet.
Well,
they've experienced, I think, the Russian tricolor up the ass, and the difference.
Paul is just an idiot. Like, Paul does not have an inkling into what Russian rule looks like. This is what I'm saying, that a person that just sits comfortably at home and the US should not be talking. They don't have a choice between who. If I had to choose between Coca-Cola owning every drop of water in Ukraine or Ukrainians living under Russia boot until the climate wars claim us all, I'd choose the first one, and more importantly, so would the Ukrainians. This is what class reduction is and contrarianism does to a mother quacker. Intentions and actions need to be balanced. Like if a man saved 500 Jewish kids from Nazis, but only because he thought it would cause a famine in some small country.
Between that is we aren't going to kidnap their children. And I think that is a distinct difference that they make good note of. By the way, I'm not saying that we should rape their resources. I'm saying we shouldn't do that. But even in the worst scenario of what we could do to that country, it isn't 1/3 of what the Russians are doing to it currently.
Well, listen.
True, fake Parker.
I'll tell you a little parable, all right? Everyone just be patient for a second.
I like fairy tales.
Like it's my little fairy tale. So there's a little bird. He's flying south for the winter, but he flew a little too late. A little too late. It's already too cold, and the little bird freezes in the sky, and he falls.
Oh, poor little bird.
Right, and so then he's frozen. He's on the ground. He's near death, and a cow comes and shits on him. Right,
that's warm.
But the shit is warm, and so the bird thaws out, and he's safe. And then a cat comes and digs the bird out of the shit and eats him. And the moral of the story is that not everyone who shits on you is necessarily your enemy, and not everyone who gets you out of shit is necessarily your friend. And I think the Ukrainian people should probably take that to heart.
Is Russia supposed to be the cow in this? Russia, the country that wants to genocide Ukrainians, and the US that is getting Ukraine out of the shit, is not the friend. Russia is the winter in this parable. What the fuck? Are you for real with this whole parable? Are you for real? Oh, yeah. The worming, genocidal poop of Russia.
In fact, I know that they should.
America's here to get you out of shit. But it might just be
I really take exception to your like, oh, we're just gonna make a few bucks over there. I mean, que sera, sera. You know what happened.
These two are just idiots. I'm sorry. I don't even know what to say to this. Like, this level of ignorance is just staggering.
In countries that are economically dominated by America, right?
Okay, what's going to happen? And let's just compare it to what the other option for Ukrainians. Like, any scenario you lay out, it's not going to be worse than what they're currently experiencing at the hands of Russian occupation.
So it's lesser of two evils again.
No, it's not the lesser of two evils. It's hell and not being in hell. Let's be quite honest about this. It's not two evils. One is a bit bigger, one is lesser. No. One option is hell and genocide, and one is not. Like, screw you. Come on. Oh yeah, you want the US to liberate the death camps, but you'll be in, but the US will fuck you in the ass.
Like that. There's never going to be any like perfect American-Ukrainian relationship. And also, that's
not
like
that
let's be clear. We're talking about the worst possible scenario of America's relationship with Ukraine, us raping their resources.
What about the best possible scenario with Russia, where fucking Putin has a change of heart? He's like, you know what? Ukraine fought valiantly. I respect them as a people.
You're an idiot. That's not funny. That's not funny even as a joke. This is not funny even as a joke.
And just decides to be fuck. I mean, it's every bit as far-fetched as America's going to be a nice guy.
That's not. I don't think it is as far-fetched as the idea of America respecting Ukrainian middle rights.
It's always the hair splitting on this shit, isn't it?
I don't think this is hair splitting to make note of the fact.
Yeah, that's because Dylan is not an idiot.
That the worst scenario that we could possibly follow down with our
Dylan is being patient here.
any worse in any way than the best scenario that's currently going on with the Russians or could go on with the Russians.
Let me consult my crystal ball. Ooh.
I mean, we can do. It's not a crystal ball.
It's not a crystal ball, you idiot. We have historical precedent. Holodomor. The murders that were happening during this war. Are you for real? You really going to sit here and call it a crystal ball?
The history of it. The Russians have been pushing forward this war for 8 years. 8 years.
Black Swan events, though, my friend.
We have tried.
Like, come on. You can't.
We're much more.
Black Swan events. This has hundreds of years of precedent of Russia trying to erase Ukrainian identity. Come on.
Is a good little barometer, but like, you know, shit could fucking play out in ways that you couldn't even imagine, right? So you don't know.
I'm sorry, that's an idiot's refuge. That's an idiot's refuge.
So, okay, it feels like the analysis boils down to the world's complicated, we can't know anything, so it is what it is, so we can't send anyone weapons ever.
No, I mean, well, yeah, I think that's pretty fair, actually. I don't think we should send weapons. And I'm not saying, like, look, you can't use the uncertainty of the world to become a coward that doesn't want to do anything at any point. And like I said,
kind of sounds like, though.
Well,
yeah, it does.
The guy that said we should have just fucking been like World War III, bitch. So,
do you really think that?
Yes, I really think we should have fucking drawn a hard line at the fucking beginning and saved everyone a lot of fucking headaches.
So it's either threaten to blow up, create a scenario that could legitimately possibly blow up the world, or
I mean, we're already in a scenario that could blow up the fucking world. I mean, like, come on, Russia decided.
No, we're not.
You know what?
We're not.
America. Fuck them. It's time for open conflict. It's time to fucking kick off World War III because we're pissed that we can't win this fucking war.
I mean, we're already blowing up the world with our fucking rape of the natural resources of every fucking country that we can get our fucking sticky paws on.
I don't think
like that's already blowing up the fucking world. We're already facing a migration crisis unlike anything you're ever gonna fucking see.
Delving into climate change territory.
I don't know if if I would compare the migrant crisis to nuclear war. I do think there's.
That's going to be one of the outcroppings of nuclear war as people flee the cities. There's going to be a huge migration crisis.
Well, I'm sure.
Well, not only that, but just because of all the climate refugees as well.
I think there's a distinct difference. We can get the nukes. We've kind of beating around the bush on nukes for a bit now. When it comes to nuclear weapons,
we can also check the Russian media and the narrative now. Yes, we can. You know how the close, advisor to Putin said that Russia should just nuke Poland. Like, those two don't know anything. It's so disappointing.
In this war, I don't think the risk of nuclear weapons usage has really moved much since the start of the war.
Don't meet your heroes, I guess.
The use of a tactical nuclear weapon, or like a on a tactical scale on Ukraine, or an intercontinental ballistic nuclear weapon on like an international scale. I think all the motivations seem to be pushing Putin against doing this type of thing. But that doesn't mean I want to create scenarios where it's even a possibility.
I wanted to just say for a second, I don't agree with this comment. I don't think that Dylan has nothing but neoliberal apologetics. I think that Dylan is pretty bright and seems to understand this situation pretty well.
Definitely, but I think, from a political perspective, better than we do.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, he's obviously more knowledgeable.
I think
blatantly so. But like the thing is, I just think that
he's also more experienced when it comes to Ukraine. I'm sorry. Like, you may say you're older, but Dylan has more experience. TJ is correct here. Those would be the likely climate wars I referenced tongue-in-cheek. However, countries like Russia exist in the future, and having extensive power will not make any of this better.
Around the block enough times. I'm going to play the experience card. Be like, he's just young and naive. He doesn't know how badly this is going to get fucked up, and in 10 years he'll be apologizing.
No.
Well, he won't. No, because that never happens.
He seems like a class act. I think he will, Paul.
Well, maybe he will, but he'll definitely be the exception that proves the rule on that one. Because
as for the neolib apologetics, I concentrate on Ukraine. This is my issue. But if you were to go down the list on like union issues, labor rights, whether it be like any number of like political issues, you can call me a neoliberal if you want to. But I think I am genuinely more left wing than probably the majority of the American like Democratic Party, or what is considered the American left. I don't know how much that matters online, because online it's like all radicals, and it's all like the more radical you are, the more attention you can get. But I would not consider myself a neoliberal. As for the idea that I don't have enough experience on this, it is true that I am not old, and you are old, right?
You're old. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab dinner. I'll be right back. You should go to Keffels and ask her to talk to me. We need a talk with Keffels, don't you think? Especially since Keffels became a Patreon today. Here. Okay, to disagree with Dylan here, nope, radicals do not necessarily attract more people, in fact. Miklas centrists do, however. And drama, true. That's actually true. Like, people just feel weirded out by radicals, but people can be eased into radicalism, actually, with centrism. That's true. This is why most radicals these days just pretend to be centrists. Thank you very much. And do drama, of course.
TJ? Oh man,
I don't have enough.
The playing the age card. Okay, gotcha.
I don't. I'm too young, and maybe if I was a little older, I'd understand. I'd say that your age has made you cynical. I would say that as you've gotten into the old age of 192, and you've seen all these wars and death and cynical destruction, you've made the determination that I've seen America do so many bad things on the international stage. The idea of America doing a good thing on the international stage, especially when it comes to the military use of American power, that just seems impossible to me. Because you've lived through Afghanistan, Iraq, and so many negative American military interventions that did not end as intended, that it's hard for you to want to make a commitment like that in the future. That's what I assume.
I don't dispute a single thing you just fucking said. I think that's 100% correct. I think it's a valid position though. I don't think that that it's wrong.
I think it depends upon cherry picking. I think it depends upon you lived at a certain period of time, you saw a certain person.
I don't know. This is ridiculous. Listen, I am the eldest, driest person ever. And I think that the whole age argument is just silly. It's just silly.
Of American history, and that portion of American history is going to affect your perspective because that's your lived experience. Even though, as times change and new conflicts come, the perspective and experiences you experience could not assist you there. Afghanistan and Ukraine, as much as they were both wars, the wars are very different, the motivations are very different, the people...
Also, I'm very sorry. The passage of time, passively living through passage of time, does not trump actually having knowledge on things. Actually having specialized experience in things. Lucy, that will get clipped out of context. Wait, what will? I'm sorry, I don't understand. I don't understand. Yes. Wait, can you? Wait, you know them? Can you try to get me a talk with Keffels? I think we should first get a talk with Keffels. I mean, it would be nice, but... A what? Sorry, what? I'm a what? Wait, what? I think I deserve some Pepsi now. I think I deserve some Pepsi now. What are you saying, fake Alec Kyle Parker? Thank you. Thank you very much. Keffels is still streaming, by the way. I think. Maybe. Is Keffels still streaming? People are probably not as hardcore as I am, so Keffels is probably done by now. Where's Keffels? I don't see her Discord anywhere. Keffels. Still streaming, yep. I'll try Monday. I'll try Monday. I'm still at work. Oh, okay. She's reacting to the DM Cell Bunny convo. We have to react to it as well today. We're gonna react to it as well today, by the way. Just so you know. So prepare yourself mentally.
players are very
It's
different.
true.
Like, so I think that as much as that experience might be useful in, determining policy towards Afghanistan, determining policy towards Iraq, different players, different countries, different factors
Same
involved.
game.
You could, but
Matt
more.
just gave us $5. I'm sorry, Dylan. I want to answer this. Why do you guys? I have just want to quickly answer this. I'll let you get right back to it. They want to know why me and Paul dismiss anything that boils down to lesser of two evils.
Maybe I should postpone it.
I'll answer for myself. I won't put words in TJ's mouth.
I have a very quick answer that I want to just give.
I feel bad about doing it when Lenitas cannot watch. Maybe I should postpone it, or we'll think. We will figure something out.
You can give yours too.
Okay,
But
sure.
Mine
mine's
is
pretty
basically
quick
that
too.
when your brain is constantly in the mindset of choosing the lesser of two evils, you become blinded to actual good. So that would be my problem with it.
Right. I would just.
Yeah, but just framing this situation as like, I'm sorry, that's pretty bad to just say that the US is just the lesser evil to Russia. It's incomparable.
Say that at my core, despite being labeled a doomer, I'm an idealist. I think that humanity is capable of coming together in an unprecedented way that might stave off our eventual self-inflicted extinction, at least for long enough for us to maybe get off this planet and explore the fucking cosmos together as brothers and sisters. But I don't think it's probable that it's going to head that way. And a lot of the reason why I don't think it's probable is I see an entire generation of young people like Dylan who are being sold the same bill of sale that I was sold when I was Dylan's age.
It's not gonna happen under Russian banner, that's for sure.
Where look, America's fucked up. But do you know that Saddam Hussein has literal rape rooms? He has literal fucking rape dungeons. So these people are going to be way better off if we just go over there, drop some munitions on their.
Paul. Okay, Paul. The US installed Hassan. Hussein was installed by the US. Come on, learn some history. Come on, please. Who installed Hussein as the leader? Who? The US did. Oh my God. The US is an anti-hero, but not in a cool way, but more in a moron type way. Azan? Yeah.
They're fucking freedom fighters, okay? The brave freedom fighters. And make it a military outpost of America.
I think you got your wars mixed up. We didn't.
No, I'm talking.
You're talking about we dropped weapons to the Afghanis, the Afghans. We didn't. Drop
we also. I mean, we're doing the same. We did the same thing in Iraq, my friend.
Where did we give guns to?
The Iraqi military that was being trained.
Hussein was installed into power to have the place as the. Saddam Hussein was installed in order to make the place basically a base for the US. Saddam Hussein was a pawn of the US until he stopped being useful, and then he was deposed.
Trained by American soldiers throughout the entire occupation of Iraq.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about to fight Saddam. We dropped guns to rebels. Afterwards, yes, we did.
No, we did. No, we did. We did that as well. We supplied munitions to counter factions in Iraq, like Shiite militias in Iraq
during the Iraq invasion.
Yes.
Which Shiite militias?
I don't remember the names of the Shia militias.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm sorry. I just never. I never heard about us doing like.
The Ukrainian government is not a counter faction.
Any combined arms operations with like Shia militias or anything during the Iraq invasion? I'm just unfamiliar with it. But I was also
those Shia militias eventually became what we dubbed the Iraqi army, and we're given weapons and training. That's my point. That's what we're doing in Ukraine. Yes.
No.
delivering weapons, and we're providing military personnel strictly for training purposes to teach Ukrainian people how to use those weapons and how to fight with our tactics, right?
Teaching Paul will be back in America in 1776 and be whining about how they were receiving weapons from Imperial France to fight the British. I mean, maybe. Who fucking knows? Maybe history would have turned out better. You don't fucking know, bitch.
Can we also like acknowledge that the situations we're talking about like are vastly different because we're also talking about deposing regimes, creating power vacuums, and then filling the power vacuums ourselves. We did that in Afghanistan and we did that in Iraq. In Ukraine, there isn't a power vacuum. In fact, Zelensky, if anything, proved there wasn't a power vacuum by staying in the country when many people expected him to flee, many people expected his government to collapse, and he performed much better in wartime than he honestly did during peacetime.
I agree that the situation is different and the players are different, but the game is the same.
Well, war is the game, but the games have different rules in different countries because there's different conditions, a different stand.
I do want to really quickly. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
I've seen some of this live yesterday, and this is why I decided to react to the whole thing.
I feel like we're going in circles at this point, though. I don't know if you guys agree, but I feel like we've it's kind of like gone over the same kind of place a few times now. We've done a few laps around this track. I just want to remind everybody of our goals tonight. You guys have already made the first two pretty easily, and we're pretty goddamn close to the third.
Dylan is being so patient. Like, I swear, Dylan is being so patient in these debates, in these conversations. Dylan is being a saint. Also true, Kitani.
Third one as well. So for 150, we got public freakouts, cat edition. It's gonna be public freakouts, but everything's related to some kind of cat. For 300, we have a quiz where we're gonna try to discern the difference between fake headlines and real ones. Of course, in this ridiculous fucking time, that's gonna be pretty hard.
I have to write a message. I have to write an important message. Cat, bring cats into this, TJ, and I'm pulling out a what? What do you have against cats?
For 450, we have some right-wing memes and right-wing posts that we're going to look at and just ask the question: is the right all right? I don't know. I don't think they are.
I think the answer is no, but hey, maybe they'll change my mind.
For 600, we're going to do Let's Watch Christian and Anti-Atheist YouTube Shorts. Mostly going to be one guy we're going to be looking at, but we have a few little appetizers before we get to the main course on that one.
I had to turn off the camera
Take
for
a
a
look
second.
at Cornel West's run for president. See what we think about that. See if he could earn our vote. Ask, is he just a spoiler? Does he have any sort of fucking chance in hell? Those kind of questions. And then for 900, we're going to watch Ben Shapiro shred a pro-choice argument, a new pro-choice argument in his mind. I don't think it's actually all that new, but I guess it's the first time he's heard it because he describes it as new in the video. I don't know what we're going to do for Sloppy Seconds tonight. And I did want to announce that we have figured out what our July gauntlet is going to be. We're going to be doing the Paranormal Gauntlet. It's going to be 6 hours of us looking at you know, the evidence for ghosts.
I think TJ has a cat.
Ghosts and UFOs and you know, skinwalkers, whatever the fuck, whatever kind of
ghost,
whatever kind of paranormal shit we can fucking find. Anyway,
there is one aspect of this that I wanted to get into.
Go ahead,
and
Paul.
I didn't want to interrupt the flow, and I don't want to take us back.
Sure.
But I'm not going to go back and find it. But there was just a comment saying TJ and Paul's ageism is really showing right now.
I kind
of want to establish this shit because
I was not playing the age card. I mean, Paul, you open this.
No, well, I'm not going to play the age card, but I do think that lived experience is important in the development of one's kind of worldview. And
That's great, but lived experience is not passive. Everybody's lived experience is different depending on what you do, and the passive passage of time does not give you crucial life experience. I'm sorry to say.
Expectations for an event.
Sure.
And
Sorry.
I think that a lot of people, maybe not Dylan, I'm not, and I don't really think, look, it happened to me. You know, I didn't always have, at Dylan's age, when I was Dylan's age, I didn't have the same politics that I have now. I was a much more standard, dyed-in-the-wool kind of Democrat, pro-American voter guy back when I was 21, 22 years old. And it was through years and years of being lied to by my government about their intentions in these various
don't be mean
and the quote-unquote freedom fighters that live in them that eventually become terrorist scumbags that we're going to smoke out of their holes.
Porches are nice.
Decades of lived experience that my position is what it is now. And I do think that that creates a gap between Dylan and I.
I don't think so.
Study, you might know more about the particulars of the Iraqi invasion than I do. I never studied it like, you know, a job.
I'm sorry. I think that's cope. Like, I'm not that far apart in age with Paul. It's cope. I'm just gonna call it what it is. This is cope. This is basically person saying, I might not have as much knowledge as you, but I got my experience. No, I'm sorry, no. Nope, I'm sorry.
But there's a difference between academically studying something and living through it.
Yeah, and guess what? Dylan is living through Ukraine. What is this? Like, Dylan is not sitting in a library all day.
Yeah, I mean, I do acknowledge, like, I was not alive during the invasion of the liberation of Kuwait. I wasn't alive during Yugoslavia. I wasn't alive during Iraq. Well, no, I was alive during Iraq. It was just I was like watching Little Bill. I was a big Little Bill fan, which I can't rewatch now because, you know, Bill Cosby. Terrible. But
damn. Wait, you can't separate art from artist on that one?
I can. I just like to make fun of Bill Cosby.
I still love Bill Cosby's stand-up and his work, despite the fact that he's a scum.
There has to be a line though, because I feel like if somebody does
my line is now I won't go see a Bill Cosby concert and put money in his pocket.
Yeah, I will not go and go help Bill Cosby actively now. I do think there has to be a line though. It's to some degree because disappeared. If I look at somebody's art and all I can think about is their crime or like the bad thing that they did, then I can't watch it anymore, right? Like that type of stuff is pretty bad. And with Bill Cosby,
I think, yeah.
Because all I can think about when I hear his voice is like that same voice being like talking to this woman in that way.
Let me get you a drink or whatever.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, that's all I can think about.
Have another Jack and Coke. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I just I don't know. I think seeing so many of my icons fall over my life has led me to have to really have a pretty good ability to set aside what a scumfuck somebody is and just kind of enjoy the art a little bit. I mean, to me, like, Bill Cosby was raping his way
again. Cope.
The 80s, and he made what
this is cope.
The best stand-up special ever. One of the first to really get super popular. Bill Cosby's himself is just an unimpeachable fucking masterwork of stand-up. You very rarely find a better example of a comedian that holds an entire audience in the palm of his hand like Bill could. And I think that, honestly, that was part of his darkness. I think he used that kind of charisma in a very dark way to perpetrate the crimes that he did. So I can definitely see, you know, your point of having a trouble with it, but I have to set it aside.
I couldn't do it like if I found out Norm Macdonald was a serial killer, I would probably just not care. Like there are a few people that I could.
In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if Norm turned out to be a serial killer. he kind of gives me the vibe, so I wouldn't even be shocked.
He'd be a pretty funny captor, though, wouldn't he? I feel like he'd be telling jokes the whole time.
That is one thing that we can maybe talk a little bit about while TJ's gone.
Yeah, one last thing though, because my audience.
Sure, no, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yell at me for this. and I do want to make sure I say it, I do acknowledge you have experience, as in you've lived through more geopolitical conflicts than me, but my
No, false. Paul has not lived through any geopolitical conflicts. Paul lived while they happen. That is a totally different thing than living through them. Trust me.
With this particular geopolitical conflict, I think is very deep compared to the average person. And
absolutely.
By coming here and speaking to people on the ground, seeing the response on the ground, documenting stuff, I've become more supportive of Ukraine as I've gotten more experience. And the more time I'm here, and to an extent that is emotional, but it's also because certain ideas that I had about what the country was like were smashed when I got here, and the type of values that people had. For example,
I dislike the cult.
I don't know if you hear this, if you've heard this before, but
Paul.
the Russian speakers of the Donbass, the Russian speakers of Zaporozhye and Kherson, they're being oppressed by the Ukrainian government because of the evil language laws. And I've even heard some people claim that you can't speak Russian in Ukraine. But then I go to the first time I ever went to the forward operating position in
I think we will move on from this soon.
That was a crazy trip too, because I got chased by a Russian drone during that trip. Which,
God.
Well, what happened was,
how do you know? Can I ask you about that? How do you know you're being chased by a drone?
So what happened was, is we were going to the forward operating position. So that is the literal front line, as in you are facing the Russians. That is the position we're going to. We were going to go there to film and check the conditions. And when we were like 2 miles from there, we get a call, which basically says that, hey, don't come, we're getting shelled right now. And we could hear the shelling, so we pulled off on the side of the road. And we're in
Wait, did it miss?
Wide open field. So to our left, big wide open field, and to our right, a bunch of trees, no buildings for like miles, right?
Yeah, just endless forests.
Just endless forests and fields. It's like it's kind of like the Midwest, right? It's a lot of sections of the Midwest.
Oh, it's okay.
And I hear this, like, I think 30 minutes in, as I was just kind of like documenting people and like recording them and stuff, I hear like a weird, like kind of like buzzing sound, almost like a small swarm of bees, or maybe like your phone vibrating. And I turn to my friend Patrick Hillsman, who's done a lot of great work in Syria, who's going to be coming back soon, and I'm so excited to party with him when I get to meet him again. I turn to him and I say, "Do you hear that?" And he says, "No." And so I think I'm going crazy. I'm like, whatever. And then like 5 seconds later, somebody yells drone. Either they spotted it in the sky, maybe they heard the sound as well. And immediately we all beeline into the forest, and we get down
Maidens
because we didn't know if it was a drone with had ammunition tied to it. I don't know if you've seen those videos where they drop the grenades on people.
Yes.
Those things are really scary, and you got nowhere to run in this area too, because you're in wide open fields and a drone that's faster than you carrying an explosive munition. There's only so much you can do. It could be a suicide drone, or it could be a drone spotting. It could be an artillery spotting drone, as in it was trying to spot us to call in artillery. That actually is what it was. It was a drone spotting. It was an artillery spotting drone. So we're in the forest, we're hiding, and eventually someone makes the call like, I don't want to wait here for the artillery to all kill us, so we're going to make a beeline for the van. Which was the van we were using to transport ourselves. And let me be clear, it was a piece of shit. It was bricky.
It's just a van.
It was
not
just a
armored
van. It was a van painted green. It was something that somebody would take their kids to soccer practice in, and it was painted green.
Soccer.
Therefore, it's camouflage. A lot of the vehicles here are like that. This is part of the reason why the Ukrainian government yells so much for armored vehicles, is because they don't want soccer mom vans to be like the tip of the spear and any counteroffensive. And so we get in the van and we're driving away, and we pull off on the side of the road like 3 miles down because they want to take cover for a bit more and like kind of like regather their surroundings. And my friend,
that's actually good.
Adamant that at that point the previous position we were at was shelled, that he could hear it being shelled. I didn't go back and check, but that's something he's adamant in. That's his claim, not mine. I don't know for sure because I didn't go back and check. At that point, we know we have to get out of the area, but they're kind of scared to make a run for it because the more we're out in the open, when there's a drone in the area, you know, it might spot us. We didn't know if we lost it or not, but they make the determination that they got to make a run for it because the longer they wait, the more likely it is that they'll spot us, they'll give the coordinates to the artillery guns, and then they'll kill us. And so we drop back into the soccer mom van. They put the key in the ignition. The thing stalls. So
I know that feeling. Once again.
The van won't move.
Of the
this thing started, and it just will not start. Eventually,
were you with? I'm sorry to interrupt. Were you with any kind of military?
Yes, I was with territorial defense forces. They were.
And so they didn't have any like anti-drone options.
They had AKs. They could shoot it maybe. They could shoot at the drone. They could shoot in the general direction of the drone, but they didn't have any anti-drone weapons. No, any anti-drone guns or stuff like that. That stuff is you can actually buy those things at the store. It's
Breaking Bad moment.
Expensive. At that point, the van, I think 4 minutes of trying, starts up, we drive away, and we go to like SPG-9 anti-armor practice afterwards. But that had to be
That had to be a hairy 4 minutes sitting in the van, knowing that there's a drone with a bomb possibly on it in the area, and like listening to that engine try and turn over.
I preferred being outside of vehicles and inside vehicles in scenarios like that. And
I've never been in anything even approaching that, but I would too. I would rather be out in the forest with some leaves on me or something, you know.
Every video you see of this war is of vehicles exploding because they were hit by artillery, hit by drones, hit by anti-armor. Like you're a bigger target, and you're all condensed together. And this van doesn't provide any cover, like zero cover. It's again, it's a soccer mom van. You could take a Glock to the thing, and
it's just going to turn into shrapnel. It's gonna work against you if it's
scary.
Hit kind of significant munition.
Yeah,
actually scary.
I felt more comfortable outside of the van for that reason, but also I could distract myself when I was outside of the van. I could like lay down so I'm doing something, or I could be on my phone like messaging or doing something to distract myself from what was going on. Where when you're in the van, you're just kind of like sitting there, and you're just kind of just with your thoughts, and that's really bad. I don't like being with my thoughts in scenarios like that. I like being aware of what's going on generally and being able to respond, but I don't like to think about it too much. Definitely during, because then you can like work yourself up into a panic.
That's a trauma for sure. I feel for you, having gone through nothing wartime based, but I'm the victim of a violent crime. When I was 16, I was taken at gunpoint and kidnapped and carjacked and taken in the backseat of my car out into a field and made to strip naked and run out into the field. And the worst part of that memory to me was the quiet ride in the car with my head down and a gun to it, having nothing but my thoughts, so I can definitely empathize with that. And I hope you're okay, going forward. It's got to be nerve wracking.
It's one of many experiences. The most recent experiences I was with.
I think this is more experience than 20 years of watching news of Afghanistan. Exactly. Not all experience is equal. Like, I'm sorry to say. Like, I'll just say it right here and now. Not all experiences equal experience. And Dylan deserves respect. Like, you just cannot pull the whole age crap on Dylan. I'm sorry, no, that does not work.
I was with rescue workers in Kherson as they were trying to evacuate, and I know that.
Keep in mind, Dylan also has experience of being politically active before all of this. Even if the person that he worked with turned out to be an abuser, it still does not take away from Dylan's political experience, not one bit.
This sounds almost comical because of how like cartoonishly evil it is, but they were trying to go rescue cats and dogs that were drowning because of the flooding, because the environmental minister said that over 20,000 animals could have drowned due to the flooding near Kherson, and the ecological damage is immense. They wanted to help humans, but also this was for
it's ecocide, and I've done a whole video about it.
An organization focused on animals. And so I was filming the rescue efforts, and while they were engaged in rescue operations, they got shelled by the Russian army. We got shelled by the Russians when they were trying to engage in that type of operation. And
that is one of the reasons why I maintain, not to interrupt you, why I maintain just a principled anti-war principled anti-war.
Ridiculous.
Because that type of shit happens in war. The most barbaric, soulless shit happens in war.
It is
stuff that you can't even fucking imagine. Stuff that's more evil than bombing an unarmed organization trying to save pets from ecological devastation. Like, it gets worse than that.
It does get worse than that, and I think most people are anti-war in principle, as in like war is bad, of course. But for many,
like, it's such a silly position to just be like, yeah, that's why I'm just against war. Well, maybe Russia should not have invaded. Their argument is literally, yeah, all patriarchy tier shit. All this man in the village is the wise one, despite not knowing where the sun goes each night. True.
Definitely those volunteers.
True, actually.
They had experienced Russian occupation.
Very accurate.
The city I was staying in, those locals had been there, there when the Russians had occupied them, and something that is
actually very accurate.
Really pissed me off was constantly hearing the stories about family members who just disappeared one day, never seen them since, you haven't heard from them since. This lack of like knowledge and closure. There are kids that have been kidnapped from the area and are in Russian boarding schools, separated from their parents with no contact. A lot of orphanages were literally robbed of children when the Russians were withdrawing, trying to grab as many kids as possible, which of course is a war crime.
And there is a whole thing about orphans that had to leave together with their, like, to understand just how bad things are for orphans that were kidnapped to Russia. Just compare it to the situation of orphans who came to Poland. The whole thing, and the orphans that came to Poland with guardians. They came to Poland with their guardians and stuff like that. And it's still very, very, very difficult for reasons that I could be listing and talking about at length. I'll probably talk about it with Dylan. And if it's hard in a country that actually tries to create a friendly environment, then imagine how it's in Russia. Just a little bit something to think about.
For them, like, they hate the war, but they had experienced Russian occupation, and the idea of ever returning to that is so unbelievably terrifying for them.
Can I just express really quickly how fucking unconscionably sweet this comment is? You know what? This is the saltiest I've gotten in the entire fucking debate. An anti-war stance only matters if there's a war happening, dumb fuck. When there isn't a war, it's just a matter of maintenance. Like you're saying that opposition to an ongoing war doesn't matter, and you should just jump on board and pick a side. That's
in America, it'd be pretty hard to be anti-war at all because there's always a war going on here.
Yeah. When's the? I can almost guarantee you've never lived a day of your life when America wasn't at war. Dylan hasn't.
Oh.
So, come on, buddy. Like, fuck me, man.
Yeah, that's great. But when was the last time when the US was invaded? When the war was happening on US soil? Oh yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
That Kherson stuff was really crazy because they released the video of them shelling us with the rescue workers on Telegram the day afterwards. And then they put rock music over it and a little like SS symbol in the top left-hand corner. It was a...
Who would you rather have running a country? A well-educated and kind teacher who cannot be corrupted by power or money, or an evil, smooth-brained dictator?
A rune.
Who knows?
By the SS.
Let's hear both sides.
They were a private military company headed by the Crimean Occupation Authority, like owned by the head of the Crimean Occupation Authority. And that shocked me and actually kind of unsettled me more than actually being shelled by them, because they committed the war crime of shelling rescue workers and trying to kill them, and they injured a friend of mine, John Jones, an elderly British expat. The shrapnel entered his upper leg and entered his lower abdomen. The only thing that saved him was his pelvis ended up deflecting. I guess he drank his fucking milk or something. Ended up deflecting the shrapnel.
So this is why you never find me in a fucking war zone. I wouldn't do that.
And they released that video, like bragging about it, saying that we were soldiers about to establish a bridgehead on the other side of the river. That we were gonna, I was the spearhead of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, apparently. We were the recon teams. And what shocked me more was they're just like, here's our video of us committing a war crime. We're bragging about it. Here it is. And here's rock music over it. Like it's a fucking music video. And I think the song was like, it was titled like God of War or something. It was almost LARPing. It was almost
I fucking hate the internet, man. We just go back and uninvent the internet. I think we'd be fucking way better off. Oh my God, that sort of thing being made into a meme is a fresh hell. You know what I mean? This is like,
I think about that all the time. There's a lot of people who really don't like me because I'm supportive of Ukraine, and I'm
again. Paul acts as if he changed his mind after seeing the eyes of a kitten fella as he blitzkriegs through with the Rangers or something, and that's his valuable age-relevant experience. Instead, he saw the same TV shots as Dylan only a decade earlier. True.
I'm 100% positive that if I die and there's ever a picture of my corpse, that thing will be plastered everywhere all the time, and people will drag me through the mud.
I just think Dylan is trying to be very polite, to be quite honest.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, they'll be like, fucked around, found out.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Good. All the more motivation not to die, right?
Exactly. I must live. I must live out of spite.
Yeah, I want my fucking power keeps going out here because it's fucking storming outside.
Oh, that sucks.
But yeah, so I missed some of the war story shit.
I mean, it's actually been fine without you prattling on, TJ.
Yeah, I'm sure it has been. I'm sure
Your incessant prattling, TJ, was dragging the show down.
Sorry about that. I apologize.
Yeah, no. I reject the. I really don't like the lesser of two evils. Somebody in the chat was talking about being confused about our lesser. I really don't think that. I think that calling this a lesser of two evils is reductive because it ignores any number of other possible scenarios and kind of boils down to like, well, the only thing we can do is either support Ukraine or not.
Curious to how you guys feel. We're going to talk about that.
I would argue that the only thing we can do is support Ukraine, but whatever. Whatever. I don't think there's any other option than supporting Ukraine, but
right, for sure.
I
don't know if we're going to cover as much news as normal because of this conversation, but we will.
I hope I'm not dragging your show down. Like you want to go cover news, and we're.
I think that people probably like the change of pace.
Yeah, no, I mean this is.
We don't normally have guests. We don't normally have guests on, so it's like a little bit novel.
I myself am enjoying the back and forth as it stands, but I'm happy to move on. Dylan, if you're ready, you want to take a little break?
I can tell stories to talk about this all day. I mean, this is literally my life. I'm like covered in these experiences. I want to make sure TJ gets at least a war story right before he cuts out his power again.
For sure.
I'm trying to think. I already told.
What's your best one? Is the drone one your best one?
The drone is probably one of my best ones, but I can tell you one that freaked me out.
Okay, I guess the debate is over. So I guess we can move on to other things. So in conclusion, you know my thoughts on this. You know my thoughts on supporting Ukraine. You know my thoughts on the whole conflict. If you've enjoyed my coverage of this debate, if you enjoy what I do in general, if you think the channel that I run here, Not Alone, together with Somiostatic, is worth everything that constitutes worthing, then press like, subscribe, hit that bell, leave a comment, because I've noticed not many people leave comments under videos, which is a shame because it drives the engagement thing. And what can I say? Except let's move on to the next thing. That's God of Work. I'll have to go back and watch your coverage. Thank you. It'll probably become a segment. And now we're gonna cover something else. Okay, now we are really getting into the weeds in a moment. So, Demon Mama has had a discussion, the Soul Bunny debate. Now this I've heard a lot about. And because this one is big, I'm gonna save Final Fantasy Tactics. And for this one, we are going to break out the big guns. We are breaking out Demon Souls. Bottom. Have to clean up my room. That's right. I hope it'll work. Oh, but I want to go to bed. Bed is for weaklings. Tomorrow is Sunday. It's the weekend. If there's any time where you can stay up, it's the weekend, isn't it? You can just always sleep longer on the Sunday. It's true. That's actually a strong argument on my side, by the way. So, I don't have a job that's every day. Oh. So you should, but the weekend is still special. Okay, the weekend is special. Alright. The Soul Bunny debate. Oh, debate is in brackets. Interesting. Since I even called my debate a debate with brackets when I talked with Demon Mama. Soul Bunny, she, they.
But it's good to talk with you again. I assume you saw most of my react.
Yeah, I saw most of it. I actually, I'll say this. I was watching your Joe Lewis video like this morning when I was making breakfast. So.
Oh, yeah, I had no
idea. Yeah, it was a really good conversation, actually. Yeah.
Joe and I go way back. Joe and I used to do the debate circuit together, way back.
The hippy dippy.
Hippy dippy and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Hippy dippy conquest.
I was really happy that I got to sit down and talk with him about a lot of stuff, and also.
But psychologists always get weird and tell me to fix my sleep schedule first. Oh.
Give him a chance to. I think.
I think it's okay to have one day as a treat, maybe.
That's great. Yeah, me too. Joe's. I think it's because like I'm younger than Joe, but like I feel like I feel like he's.
We'll figure it out.
Where he's gonna have a different perspective, I feel, or a take, like or
Wait, are you in the same time zone as me? Are you actually in the same time zone as me? It's 10:35 for me right now. Is it 10:45 for you as well, or? I've gone up and down on my opinion on Joe Lewis, currently negative opinion on him. I see. Lenitas, are you in the same time zone, or? Yes, we see. We had this conversation like 3 times. We were in the same time zone. My memory is bad. Okay, my memory is bad. Okay. I don't know. I think it's safe to stay at least till 11.
I'd say
approach.
Yeah. Maybe, hopefully. And I'm not saying everyone his age takes the same approach, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe's always been, in my opinion, he's always been fairly level-headed, and I don't know. He's made some people mad at times, but haven't we all? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of.
Wow.
So yeah, I guess I know you expressed in chat.
Yeah, that's right.
You didn't really want to defend the whole video. I honestly I felt pretty poorly about this video.
Oh yeah, I saw, and I said you have every right to have your opinion, and yeah.
I get a little tired, of it's not just people sometimes euphemize it as leftist infighting, but it honestly it goes more than that. It's the stuff that goes beyond. Infighting is going to happen. People have differing opinions on all kinds of topics,
Right.
Even within the same ideological quadrants or whatever, anarchists disagree about all kinds of stuff. God knows the MLs can't agree with each other. They purge each other all the time. So it's normal to have a certain amount of infighting. And I think that that's actually healthy when people have ideological differences. But I really think that sometimes this shit goes way too far. And not just that, but that a lot of stuff just gets, I have a huge problem with people overstating harm. And I feel like that's something that happens all the time, especially with Keffals. I get it. People have a lot of reasons to dislike Keffals, and that's one thing. But I feel I don't know, it's tiring. It's exhausting. It's exhausting to see, especially when I see people that I otherwise respect or that I have some level of respect for. I respect the stuff that they do, engaging in I don't know, putting blinders on, it seems, in order to to find a reason to justify being really, really harsh to somebody when they could just say, I think X person is a fucking idiot. I don't know. I guess I don't understand the need to turn so many struggles into a political, not even a political struggle, that's not even right, but to try and find some sort of moral failing that has to go above and beyond and speaks to somebody on a deep level instead of just being I think that Keffals is abrasive and inconsiderate, which I obviously have no problem with people saying something like that. I just don't care. I'm not the
I would say even for example, I saw someone today, people defending this black guy saying he wishes death on Keffals, and they were defending it, and they were defending him because of how Keffals responded to that. And I'm that is not the hill I would die on. That's actually so cringe. It was so cringe to see that, because obviously even though I'm I'm pretty sure you sound where I am sort of involved in the current discourse.
I know there was a video you made, about Shark, which I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw my.
I saw your
probably
response,
did,
and I will say, and I'll say this. I did not. So I see why you and other folks would see it as me using your clip as you endorsing that statement, but that's not what was the goal or even the way I intentionally said. So I won't deny that I can see how it would come off that way for like other folks, but it was more like me showcasing that like you were calling out that behavior in the space, not necessarily. I personally just like was showing an example, like lining up your audio of calling it out, and I could see how like something like so. It wasn't like me trying to say, well, Demon Mama is calling out Shark. No, because you never named names in that entire thing in that moment. Like you just said that this is misinfo, and
I think Soul Buddy Zero was way worse than FML's. The one she reacted to cause this conversation. Also, limiting seeing people defend someone wishing death of couples to cringe is kinda cringe.
that's not cool.
Yeah, and I mean,
well, yeah,
I didn't assume that you had done it intentionally or anything like that. I think in my first response, I hope that came out clear. That I felt the need to clarify because so many people messaged me that I was in that video, and I wanted to be clear that I'm like, because I don't. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like I've been open about this. I don't think the way that most people talk about Shark is particularly cool. But I'm also like, I'm not like the police of content. If there's something that sticks out to me, like this video, I've been seeing it talked about for the last week or whatever. It's been 9 days since the video came out, and it's been on every timeline. It's been all over Discords. It's been everywhere. And so I'm like, all right, I guess I got to look into this because it's been everybody talking about it. But you know, I try not to like police everybody's interactions with one another, especially when it's like.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, especially when like it's a topic that's like, you know, talking about the C slur, like, and the way that that's used, like. In between, you know, black people, like that's not like, what am I supposed to say about that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say about that outside of me saying like on a comparative level, I don't think like I think that sounds harsh to me. Like, but what am I supposed to do? I don't have a commentary on the inter-community discourse. Like, I mean, fuck, like there's all kinds of things I could talk about that are, you know, relevant to.
TM is one of the rare people who does have the moral high ground here.
Groups that I belong to, like how, I mean, I did a video on the R slur and why I think that some people claim that they're reclaiming it when they're not actually. They're just using it to be an asshole to somebody else. And I do think that those generally apply, and I guess I apply that to most things. Like I don't go around calling. I am definitely, you know, I'm definitely a faggot. You know what I mean? But I don't go around calling other people that.
Yeah, I get that. I'll say this. So there's this like with the Shark thing, I feel on both sides. People, I'm gonna say this. I made my video. I made a tiny segment because it was a very short part on Shark. It was a very short.
Demon Mama is great.
On both sides, people, I can stand on my own words. But what I will say is on both sides, because I at the time it was only like a 3K sub channel.
I'm beyond 1K channel.
Escalated the situation extremely, and it just got really intense, and it was just like.
Do you
this is like me saying this like myself right now, but like it like I mean on both. I'm literally saying on both sides. So like it was literally like.
I mean, don't you think people went pretty hard on Shark? Like even if you dislike,
well, that's what
don't
I'm
you
trying
feel
to
like
say,
people are a little like
well, that's
I don't
what I'm
know.
trying to say that on both sides. Like there was things that like I don't even personally endorse that people were doing the most. Some people were really doing the most, and I had to tell like people personally like a creator, and I won't say their name, but it was like I'm like, hey, like that was kind of intense, and I'm also getting blamed for that. And
worst part, it's still a slur. Doesn't matter who is it. It also not using reclaimed way, or specific using it to denigrate someone.
I'm not over here sending my goons after folks. I'm not like, but also the way people were talking about it as if like I was telling people to go to do the most that like I don't personally like I said like. Some people, like I said, it's on both sides, but even just for me, it's like for people in the MySpace, like I do feel like some folks just like really took it to the next level, and I didn't expect that. Like I had my own personal critique, and even with me saying whether you guys, you know, non-Black people how they feel about that segment, it wasn't meant for it to explode into these things, but also like on the other half, it's like. I'll say this, like, I don't think my video would have ever blown up to the degree that it did. Like, it wouldn't have even got the numbers that it did if it wasn't for a 15-second clip circulating.
Well, I mean,
there's that.
Yeah, I mean, that'll happen. Like, that's just something as a content creator, you know, especially, you know, like you've gotten a lot of attention from this stuff. So I imagine your platform's growing a bit. It's definitely something you have to be conscientious about. I mean, I know I think about it. I think about it so much that like fuck it can mess with you sometimes. Like I mean I've been doing this for 3 years now, and I know how everything that I say can be taken and so
Used
but
again.
also there is a certain amount that you have to go, okay, well, if I say something super harsh and super inflammatory, that people might run with that. And yeah. So I mean, certainly, I imagine you probably didn't think it was going to go as far as it did with your current subscriber count and everything. But I don't know. I feel like, at least personally, when I look at that situation, I don't know everything about it. I don't know if there's like things. I mean, I haven't seen Shark respond in the same tone to the people who've been criticizing him lately. I mean, the amount of stuff I've seen, and I'm like most people would at least perceive me as being like closer to the Vosh sphere because I'm personal friends with Vosh. But in truth, as far as following goes, I have a pretty even keel, and I've seen a lot of comparisons between like Shark and Candace Owens, and when I hear that, I'm just like, man, that is like, I feel like that's just so overstating the case. Like, and I mean, like, I say that as somebody who's been fucking torn into by people on really unjust things. Like, I mean, God, like, again, there was an entire period of history of my channel where people were accusing me of being a transphobe, and the reason why was because I made an argument in favor of self-identification. And then taken, well, if you believe in self-identification, and this is the telephone game that's played, if you believe that self-identification, for trans people, that like a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman as a basic rule for how you treat other people, that means that you don't think that trans people are women before they come out of the closet, which is kind of a huge jump in logic. But then that was justified to call me a transphobe and then compare me to, most commonly I was compared to the sex criminal Jessica Yaniv, which is insane.
What?
And that was something that was all over the place. People were just because I have a self-identity thing, of course. But that's like, it's hurtful and it's dishonest. And people on the internet are going to say all kinds of things. But this was not just this wasn't just random people on the internet. This was being pushed by fucking by content creators and people with some level of platform. And it just builds into this atmosphere where I feel like everybody's brains end up turning off because nobody is like reining anything in anymore. That it's all just everything. It's like an all-out war where no holds are barred, and you can compare anybody to anyone and say whatever the fuck you want. And they pissed me off, so it's okay for me to fuck them over or whatever. And I don't know. I oppose that so strongly, especially because like most of the people that we're talking about here have had a modicum of success. Like this is especially true among like all marginalized creators. Like God, the amount of success I've had, or Shark has had, or even Vosh. Like, I remember just yesterday I was looking at a video, and I was watching a video, and in the sidebar, it had in the recommended tab, it had one of my videos that I was reviewing for a clip, and it was like, finish this video, and then below it has the recommended videos, and it was my video, Vosh's video, and an H3H3 video. And my video had like, at the time, like 1.7 thousand views. Not a whole lot of views. It was a less popular video. Then we have Vosh's video, which had 65,000 views. And then we had the H3H3 video, which had 1.3 million views in 2 hours. And I'm just like, the scale of, the scale.
Well, then you have,
spaces, I think sometimes.
Then you have mine, which has 200 views.
Forgotten. Not that things should be looked the other way, but that when people are like comparing, random small creators to like in the video we watched today, comparing, Keffels and Vosh to Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling is like, it's like comparing a firecracker to an atom bomb in terms of like effect and in terms of advocacy. In basic, it's almost incomparable. And I feel like when we get to that level of hyperbole, it just starts to break everything down, and it just makes the space nothing but toxic, right?
Well, I'll say this. I like to just like speak on like even my own video, because my own video is also like, it has its own intensity to it already. Yeah. So like I feel like, for example, when it comes to Shark, I even like tweeted at him to kind of make my statement clear, since before so like I personally, and again, this is how I personally feel, I'm not like reining in folks. I'm not going to like people they can feel what they want, people, and also because they're going to say, before I even say this, like I probably me and Shark agree on 95, maybe 96, maybe even a higher percentage of that of things, and I know he makes great content, so like I'm gonna like make that known. But I do feel personally that there's similar tactics that he uses as Candace Owens. He's not a literal Candace Owens. He's not.
What? What are the
I need
tactics?
to go into the tactics. It's like I didn't really lay that out in my video, but the tactics to me that
Interesting.
I observed as a Black person, is I feel that because Candace Owens is a smart woman. She's dumb sometimes, virtually dumb sometimes, but she knows that she has a brand and what she's doing and how she's going to climb up her social ladder by making specific moves. And that's how I felt. Maybe, and even let's say this, maybe I can even be wrong about what I perceived as those tactics. So I can give him that charitability. Potentially, I was wrong on my examples that made me feel that he's using these tactics. But that is essentially where I'm at with that. But also just like after seeing like even his response video, I do stand in where I feel on things, but I'm still like, I don't wish bad upon him. I don't like, I never expected like things to get to like, again, like people were talking to me as, cause like, I'll say this, like when everything was going down after my video uploaded.
I want to hear about these tactics.
Outside like the clip that went viral, viral in our space, and I responded to that directly, but like I had a bunch of creators and other people in my comments and I didn't respond to them. You know, I had certain people come back day after day, like relitigating things. I didn't respond to them. I didn't respond to their comments. So that's why for me, I felt like everyone else was escalating it and I was like not like responding to like folks directly. And the only person I did respond directly to was Shark, because like I saw his response to the clips circulating and I responded to him in my own tweet, so that I stand on. So
do you think do you I'm sure you can understand like why
Hello, Lil 10
would, and I think at least you might be able to understand why somebody might be in the right to feel like a comparison to Candace Owens is extra hurtful.
I can see why it's hurtful,
right? And also but can you also acknowledge that so here's something I've talked about on my stream a lot. You've probably even heard me talk about this. These are spaces of reputation. Because of the way that the internet operates, your reputation is a lot. My channel got severely choked by the fact that I had some pretty huge, I mean enormous, we're talking way bigger than anybody who's been talked about today, you know, bigger even than Vosh at the time. You know, content creators who were just obsessed with me. And I mean,
Destiny.
You know what I'm talking about. We won't say this name, but I know what you're talking about. I know what
but like that hurt my channel growth, because there was thousands, I mean, hundreds of thousands, arguably, of people who were told by a source of some sort that they had some trust in, that I was this, that, and the other thing, that I was harmful in this way, that I was dangerous. That was literally the thing that, some of the things that was said about me explicitly, was that I was dangerous, a harm, dangerous to the trans community was one of the things that was used. That was broadcast to hundreds of thousands of viewers, with what I would consider to be actually fraudulent evidence. So in these spaces of reputation, you can probably understand where, or at least I hope you can understand why, like, making comparison to someone as infamous and, in my opinion, very malignant as Candace Owens might do some serious damage, or if nothing else, let's say that the damage doesn't happen, at least cause a very genuine fear of reputational damage, right?
Well, yeah, of course. The thing is, like, I felt, so that's like a given. That's like a given in this space. So like my goal was, because like for me, like I said, like the tactics of Candace Owens is the way like he strategically had certain takes that to me as a Black person came off very mask off. And my final straw
mask off
situation.
Sure.
And I'm gonna say this: no one has to agree with me. That's where I'm at. Like
mask off.
Like I know how I feel as a Black person is where I'm at, and
interesting.
And that's
what's the mask.
And when I saw his response video, it kind of further confirmed how I feel for different reasons this time, though, for different certain things that were said.
Shark went mask off, quote unquote.
So yeah, that's basically where I stand. Because like if I felt like something I couldn't stand on, I wouldn't put in a video. That's how I personally feel. So because I don't just throw things out there lightly, because it's not a joke.
I guess all I'm saying is, like, when I think of Candace Owens, like, I mean, Candace Owens is.
And remember, I said tactics.
Yeah, like, but even tactics. And let's just say on the tactics of Candace Owens. When I think of the tactics of Candace Owens, I mean, Candace Owens is she helped found a right-wing propaganda outlet known as the Daily Wire, you know, and where she has sort of assembled a crew and uses her own uses her own identity as a shield for people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh. You know, these like,
oh yeah, I saw
and that's not even to say like her own arguments. And when I look at her tactics, like, I mean, her tactics have been like outright manipulation. She has like stomped down other creators, you know, on a great level. Like, I mean, down to the degree of like, it doesn't matter. She doesn't care about what their race is. She doesn't give a shit. She will just choke out anybody and use basically any tactic to be able to do that. I feel like that, like, even if you say the tactics of Candace Owens, the tactics of Candace Owens
point out like which tactic that I'm referring to. So like the tactics, like some of the things that Candace Owens saying she knows is bullshit.
Well, sure, but I mean, but there's lots of people who do that who aren't Candace Owens, right?
Candace Owens, for example. Because Candace is not a new phenomenon, but she is the most successful. She is the most successful. So, she's taking the whole paid Black Republican route, where you know what they want to hear, you know how to like brand yourself and to get into certain spaces by strategically making decisions whether you believe in it or not.
Yeah.
So.
And you say Shark does this?
For me, is I feel when it came to two specific situations, and I'm purposely not saying the names because you can see folks can see the video, and I don't want to like relitigate those people.
Yeah, exactly,
I mean,
Lenitas, I
super
agree.
interested in like drilling down on every issue you have. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you know,
see where I'm coming from too, though. Like why?
I mean, to a certain degree, like I do understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, God knows, like there are things. I mean, I can use a very specific example. There are rhetorical tactics and arguments that that Vosh uses and positions that Vosh holds that drive me fucking batty.
I know you're the one person that would like actually like as a friend that you've never felt like you couldn't have a criticism of them. Hence, like the video I used your clip from because but I only stuck to what I felt was the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I guess
that's why I didn't include all the other stuff because that was just like I don't want other people speaking for me.
I guess all I'm trying to say is like even with the stuff that drives me and again my history having like at great personal cost, let's just say the times that I've disagreed with Vosh, I have lost subscribers. In fact, one of the biggest loss of subscribers ever happened with my last public debate with Vosh. I lost 1,000 subscribers in the course of like 2 days. It severely damaged my channel. My channel was not very big at the time. That was devastating. And I still published I still put the video up. I still, you know, stood by that, even though it made his fans, you know, a lot of his fans very angry at me. But even still, like I can't imagine.
To lose subscribers, have to gain them first.
I don't know. Ben
Got him.
or Matt Walsh or something. Just because even if he has like an argument that I think that like a tactic that like is borrowed from those people, the comparison to such a major figure is so severe and so like hyperbolic that it comes with implications that you can't control. Like even if you were being spicy or whatever, which, you know, people fucking talk mad shit.
Was an example as like an archetype is what's the point. So it wasn't that I was trying to say he's using the tactics of a right winger. That's not what that means. And I can get how.
But you gotta admit, Candace Owens is a pretty spicy archetype to pick. Like especially.
Yeah.
Specifically a black archetype. What I'm pointing out that black people are well aware of within our community, but Candace Owens is the one example that people in politics is well aware of that utilize these specific tactics as a black person. So
I mean,
again, like that segment was meant for black folks. It wasn't really like that was me speaking as a black person on how I genuinely feel and where I stand. But also, like I said, when I go back to the response video, like there's a conflation that he did with the C word. And again, I'm mixed. I'm Afro-Latina, my dad's Hispanic, mestizo, my mom's black. So he conflated C word, because it's a conflation to two N words, one in English, meant for one black woman, and one N word in Spanish. And that I took very personal because those are the C word, the usage of the C word, and those N-words have two completely purposes, usage, and meanings that are not equivalent at all. And I can get why he felt the way he did. So let me put it this way. I can get why at that point, especially when he like filmed it and like he had went through people that I already felt that escalated the situation that I wouldn't co-sign, that I was getting blamed for. Like I had them like my goons, like a mafia leader to go like sick my pit bulls.
Well, I'm not trying to say anything about
no,
being
I'm not saying you
leader.
are.
I'm just trying to say like
I'm not saying
your video has had a lot
moving.
of reach, and like so there's a couple things here. Like your video ended up having a lot of reach, which is always something a video can do, even intentional or not. That's definitely something a video can go well beyond your.
I lost control of what that was doing. Like I didn't expect the clip to even.
Oh, come on. That's
within the same day of it being uploaded. So
stop that.
Like, and again, like this.
Stop
It would have never
that.
blown up to the degree that it did if that clip didn't circulate, because
So what?
we all know whether you like or not, you like a video or dislike it, like that pushes it. If you argue,
sure, but also like you gotta admit, like that clip was almost like designed. Like that's an eye catcher. That's a zinger, right?
That was like a very candid moment.
But that's real. Even you can acknowledge it was harsh, right? Like it was really harsh, right? Like you were slamming him pretty hard, and that's definitely going to get some eyes, right?
With myself, and it wasn't about getting eyes. It was just me standing on how I felt, and because again, the video is a purging. That video was designed as the end of me ever discussing in any video format about, like even like on my YouTube, on my content I make like about that. That was like me getting out all how I felt and what I observed over this time, and I laid it out, whether good editing or not, or if some.
Disengage. Stop. I expect gigglers to behave, okay? Demon Mama's emotional control here is amazing. I wanna focus on the video, and I can't because I see people arguing. Disengage. Kitten. E. I need more moderation, honestly. You are behaving, that's right, fake Calical Parker. But Kitten E is not.
But that's real. Even you can acknowledge it was harsh, right? Like it was really harsh, right? Like you were slamming him pretty hard, and that's definitely going to get some eyes, right?
With myself,
wait, I'm gonna
mafia leader to go like sick my.
Wait, what?
Those N-words have two completely purposes usage.
Okay, I want to listen to this again.
Not equivalent at all. Example that people in politics is well aware of that utilize these specific tactics as a black person. So
I mean,
again, like that segment was meant for black folks. It wasn't really like that was me speaking as a black person on how I genuinely feel and where I stand. But also, like I said, when I even go back to the response video, like there's a conflation that he did with the C word. And again, I'm mixed. I'm Afro-Latina. My dad's Hispanic, mestizo. My mom's black. So
nobody gives Gallop. This topic is over.
He conflated C word because it's a conflation to two N words. One in English, meant for women, black women, and one N word in Spanish. And that I took very personal because those are the C word, the usage of the C word, and those N-words have two completely purposes, usage, and meanings that are not equivalent at all. And I can get why he felt the way he. So let me put it this way: I can get why at that point, especially when he like filmed it and like he had went through people that I already felt that escalated the situation that I wouldn't co-sign, that I was getting blamed for, as if like I had them like my goons, like a mafia leader, to go like sick my pit bulls.
Well, I'm not trying to say anything about being a mafia leader. I'm just trying to say like.
I'm not saying
your video
has
had a lot of reach, and like so. There's a couple things here. Like your video ended up having a lot of reach, which is always something a video can do, even intentional or not. That's definitely something that a video can go well beyond your.
I lost control of what that was doing. Like I didn't expect the clip to even like explode so fast, like within the same day of it being uploaded. So it like blew up. Like, and again, like this, it would have never blown up to the degree that it did if that clip didn't circulate, because as we all know,
Kidney, please behave. It is late. I wish to go to sleep. While I listen, not moderate.
Like, you gotta admit, like that clip was almost like.
I am not in the home side. I'm sorry.
Right?
It's okay,
that was like a very candid moment that
I need to recruit more mods.
Even you can acknowledge it was harsh, right? Like it was really harsh, right? Like you were slamming him pretty hard, and that's definitely going to get some eyes, right?
With myself, and it wasn't about getting eyes. It was just.
Also, I need to give you moderation powers in the home site as well. Oh my gosh, fake Alico Parker.
Standing on how I felt, and because again, the video is a purging. That video was designed as the end of me ever discussing in any video format about, like even like on my YouTube, on my content I make like about that. That was like me
getting out all how I felt and what I observed over this time, and I laid it out, whether good editing or not, or if some parts that I probably would have done differently. That's what the video was for. It wasn't to, I didn't like that book, so that's where it goes. Like I said, like that was really a canon moment for me there, and because I was contemplating, do I even include that part, because I know that in my content I don't even like, I usually have this ASMR approach, and I usually don't like break character and like have like a very like super stern tone. So it wasn't already like really with the way I was like designing my channel, the way to be like kind of like this art ASMR approach to me discussing how I personally, my perspectives on racism, etc. So,
I guess what I'm trying to say is like the video to me, like, just going to be 100% real. You had Keffels, Vosh, Shark. I think that was all three. Let me see, maybe in the thumbnail.
And Merrick.
And Merrick. So, you know, a lot of people who, let's just say, are hot buttons on Twitter specifically. It seems to me like, if we're being honest here, like you were definitely trying to reach outside of your circle with that one. I feel like you got to be honest about that, right? Like if you're putting the face of like 4 controversial people on the cover of a video, like that's what we call in the business, you know, you're making a thumbnail. You're making a catchy thumbnail, arguably even clickbait. Like that's. Like,
I wouldn't say clickbait, but I know that it would definitely potentially reach.
But you're reaching for an audience still, right? Like I can admit that I do that in all my videos. Like
we'll
all of my videos.
Like,
I mean, that's the.
Yeah, but I'll say this. Like I thought when they would.
That's the name of the game. Sort of, you know.
How small my channel was. I had no idea it would ever do anything. I thought it'd never get anywhere to Twitter discourse. Like that's because again, like
it was all mostly pertaining to Twitter discourse, right? So.
Oh come on. That's.
Let me see.
Most of the topics on there were tied to Twitter discourse in some way or another.
Some parts was tied to stuff. There was still like YouTube segments. There was at least a handful of YouTube stuff. So there was probably 60% of Twitter and 40% YouTube, because it's definitely.
Demon Mama is also saying, just like Dylan.
Approached it because it was very much like, even the way I went about like things, like I explain the traits and the behaviors, and then I used examples, and that's kind of how each chapter was structured. So when it comes to the figures in the thumbnail, that wasn't just obviously I knew me even criticizing or even like using them as examples was going to obviously get reach, and people are going to see it and watch that, and public potential people from those spaces. That's a given. But you know, it
sounds like the answer is like yeah, you did know that it was going to reach beyond your space, that it wasn't
that's
intended.
Like,
well, yeah,
well, of course, it wasn't like a tea party.
You were kind of backing off. You were kind of. I'm not trying to grill you or pin you or anything. It was just, it kind of sounded like you weren't.
I misinterpreted what you were like implying, but I get what you mean now.
It's you know, like
a party for friends video at all. Like I knew that.
Like, I feel like if you were going to do that type of thing, like you could post a rant that you put in a group chat or something, which would be a totally different thing. If this was like a you know, you ranted in a video to a group chat, but this was a public facing video. You made a thumbnail that was super eye-catching. It definitely went well beyond just like, you know, a rant.
Anything that I ever well, again, like, and also like how I'm going back to, like, I was extra small, so I had never thought it ever reached outside of fans that would engage with it on both sides of things. So like, again, like I was coming from this place where no one was ever playing my video that was from that space.
I don't believe you.
I was just like, Twitter is what blew up the video. Like Twitter, again, like
that happened. That'll happen too.
Yeah, so that's
Twitter
100%.
tends to, like, you know, Twitter always has a magnifying effect for anything dramatic and also anything that's snappy. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, yeah, your channel was small. You're, you know, fairly new to content creation. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know, slam you for anything like that.
No, I don't.
Not to even change the topic, but on this, like, do you ever feel like it's, this whole thing has just become a like an interpersonal.
I mean, I don't believe her. What can I say?
Hurtful war of personalities. Because that's what when I opened this video, before I even watched the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video, at the beginning of the stream, you know, one of the things I was talking about, I did this big long preamble talking about how exhausting it is as a creator and as somebody who spends time in these spaces. Like, I get tired of the telephone game with everybody. I get tired of feeling like my brain just shuts off whenever I read something because I don't believe anybody anymore because they all just say bullshit. And I worry that, like, I mean, there's so much stuff. Like, right now, it's like this Keffels thing. And again, the way I feel about it is like, I think that most of the shit that gets said about Keffels is completely insane. Like, it's so far from the truth. It's so much of a game of telephone. And that's not to say that there aren't things to criticize Keffels on. I have done so. I have done videos, multiple, criticizing Keffels. Even some of my videos where I was positively agreeing with Keffels, I ended up working in a lot of critiques. You know, I'm not exactly like a Keffels super fan or anything like that.
Human Mama is fair.
And I just feel like, I don't know, it sometimes feels like there's this, I don't know how to describe it. Like, there's just this, there's an incentive to turn.
Keffels thing is always current. That's the nature of Keffels discourse. It's always somehow manages to be current.
Everything into turn all these interpersonal disagreements, things that are like may or may not be political in nature, but to turn them into something so much more. Do you ever worry that that's like something that you're getting pulled into? Because it's something that I've had to like actively push back against. And I also recognize that I don't make a lot of friends by being like, when I tell people like, hey, I think you're fucking losing it over this, and you probably need to cool down a little bit. You ever feel like it's like going out of control?
Sorry. With me, like, even like with my own video, like I made my own critiques that I felt very valid in. I wouldn't put in a video if I didn't feel like this wasn't like a personality. This was actually genuine, like things I have genuine critiques on. But as someone that when I made that video, I even just saw like how some people just like, I had to tell a couple folks like, hey, can you please stop replying? I see every time you reply to this person, I get the notification, and it's honestly annoying me. So I do see like kind of like there's sometimes some people that follow me. I wish I had the courage just to go and block them. But if I did, I feel like they'd go and like rant about me blocking them because it's just like I made the video, but it was supposed to be a purging. So it's just kind of.
When you say purging, you mean just kind of like getting it out of your system?
Yes, it's the whole point of why like my video was structured the way it was. I'm sorry. Do you have like I need to get my hormone.
Yeah, if you need a break, if you need a moment, just go right ahead.
I just took my hormones right now, but I took care of that. Sorry.
I know.
Sorry.
I know. It shows. Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit of back and forth. If you move away from the mic, I lose audio on you, so I couldn't hear everything you said there. But that's fine. It's no big deal.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So you hear what I'm trying to say? Like I that's me saying like I agree with you that in some cases I'm gonna say because I'm not gonna write them all like that, but there's definitely a space on Twitter that operates like that. That I don't like their stuff. I don't retweet their stuff. I just skip by it on Twitter because it's just like.
I mean, again, like in this video, even in this foreign man in a foreign land video, I saw what I would consider to be a pretty out of the ordinary level of like what I would call like back patting and wagon circling. Like, I mean, I think Jesse Gender, not to like name names, but I think Jesse Gender like did a big thread, which was like, this is a foreign man in a foreign land appreciation thread. Let's like shout him out right after like retweeting the video, promoting this video. And honestly, I think this video was really bad. I think this video is like that if anyone was being honest with themselves, they would acknowledge that like his conclusion that like marginalized people aren't given any wiggle room, that they're not allowed to make mistakes, and that they're torn apart limb from limb, which is the conclusion of the video. But the rest of the video is basically making out Keffels to be an incredibly harmful person with very little evidence played. Like, I think that that's like repugnant. And I think that even people in your friend group should be willing to go, man, that's fucking bullshit. But I didn't see that happening. In fact, I saw the opposite. I saw an abnormal amount of like going out of their way to promote this video to be like, hey, let's build up, you know, let's gas this the fuck up. And I go, man, like, doesn't it when this is all combined with all of the big statements about politics and the caring about marginalized people, but then a video that's just so self-contradictory and also, in my opinion, very manipulative in the way that it talks about Keffels and also way overstates harm. Like, I mean, he described, and I quote, like, Keffels did cause pain at scale. But that's just not true. It's just false. Like, when are we going to draw the line and say, hey, dude, you're fucking lying now. You're just not telling the truth anymore.
So I'll say this.
And also, it's hypocritical, right? So, like, where is this? Why is there so much? It almost seems to me like there's a bunch of people who have it who really don't like Keffels, and they're basically willing to promote whatever hurts Keffels, even if it's something that's like blatantly contradictory. And do you ever get worried that that's like a toxic space? And that like there's problematic behaviors in that type of.
1 second.
Yeah.
Because you said a lot.
Sorry, I know. I'm 6 hours in. I can get a little rambly, and I apologize.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to like keep up with every point.
Sure.
Like, to like. So like,
debate.
I will say. My examples that I use I actually explained them to a degree. So people, because I can't just throw something out and expect people, unless like people just have their own personal lives. But I explain my personal, like I'd show a clip and I'd go into the problem with that. Because like, even like mine was, my personal critique is the say your name situation, the hashtag say your name discourse that I as a black person was very not like, I didn't appreciate how that was handled as a it wasn't just a Keffels thing, but it was as a California folks. And it's not even just in that. It was just like there was people that were just like whole orgs that were using hashtag say your name that are not like connected to anyone on any leftist online spaces. So yeah, I have because I only want to speak for myself. And as far as with this video, you know, like there's because I saw your whole most like 90% of your reaction to the video, and there's some things that I don't have the same opinion as you, but that's why I'm always gonna say like you can have your opinion,
but you can understand where my frustration comes from, right?
I understand where you're coming from.
I feel like I
100%.
laid out my arguments pretty well, and to me that like again, I don't mean to interrupt you here or anything, but like,
I get
to
your
me,
logic,
this,
though.
this
Like,
video
I'm not
is
saying I
pretty
don't get it.
emblematic of the type of behavior I'm talking about, which is basically it's this Machiavellian approach of being willing to basically lob any accusation while out of one side of your mouth saying, you know, marginalized people don't catch any breaks, and every mistake they make gets jumped on by the right and the left, and nobody gives marginalized people of any stripes any room to grow or to exist as a person. You fail once, and sometimes your entire life ends. And then at the same time, make a video that's basically taking a giant spear and aiming it at Keffels on what I would consider to be pretty, it doesn't live up to that statement, does it? Doesn't that seem like, I don't know, do you see where I'm coming from? It seems emblematic of what I'm talking about in these spaces, where there's like this overstatement of harm, there is this exaggeration in the way people talk, hurtfulness.
I can say there's parts that he probably should have went in more detail, like more length and explanations on. I can say that, but...
Also, no, Kidney, stop with the but what about? It's not an argument.
You know, like you have your opinion. I see where you're coming from. I get your logic completely. I get it completely.
Do you really think like just on a personal level, totally personal, do you really think that it's accurate to say that like Keffels has caused pain at scale? Do you really think that's an accurate thing to say?
Let me be honest, when I heard him say that, I didn't actually get what it implied 100%. Like I didn't go with it. So if you can break that down to me right now,
I mean,
I can give
at least the way I understood
it.
it. Now I can't be in his mind, but usually when somebody says pain at scale, that means caused an incredible amount of
exactly.
Pain. Like pain at scale is a turn of phrase that generally means like a huge amount of damage. It's saying like pain at scale is like you've done a lot of, you've caused a lot of pain. And even if I think about all the things, and trust me, there have been some moments, I've literally spoken to Keffels about shit that, you know, fights that Keffels has gotten in person to person. I said, what the fuck are you doing? But I don't think anything that any of the fights Keffels has been in would, in my...
Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna step in and say we're not talking about Vosh, we're not talking about Cat Black, we're not talking about Professor Flowers. We're talking about this situation in particular. I really, really, really don't appreciate the but what about this wholly different situation.
Mind qualify as pain at scale, especially with like images of 9/11 and especially in the context of everything that happened to Keffels. I feel like this is like just, I don't know, do you really agree with that type of statement?
Not 100%. I can say that, not 100%, because I don't think it's to the extreme. Yeah.
No, you're not identifying what's happening to Shark right now. Can you remind who is the one attacking Shark? No, this is absolutely whataboutism. You're not identifying anything, actually. Stop.
I don't think it's to the point where I could say Keffels divisive, and I have my own reasons why. But I wouldn't say that I agree to 100% that she's like this boogie woman that like, it's just, there's just things that I guess to us in the Black community and certain folks that and again, like I'm not the one saying like she's the worst person ever or whatever. Like this is me speaking personally. Like I know she's pretty divisive. Like the say your name thing was very divisive. Like that definitely like pissed off a lot of people that don't even they're not even in the leftist space on Twitter. Like
I'm going to be completely honest. I may have missed her statement on the say your name thing. I remember. I mean, I talked about that, but I talked about it with regard to I think a thread that Jesse Gender wrote, and I kind of what did Keffel say about say her name?
So in my own video, because that's where I focus on. That's why I will I don't know, like I don't fully care about the zodiac. Like I'm a Taurus, but it's
sure.
We're very I guess like if I'm gonna like put like something out, I want to have all my T's lined up so like nothing can get misconstrued. Like so with my own critiques, like I said with the say your name thing, like she essentially was fine with co-opting it and had her reasons of something and like if you can go to my own video to like see exactly because I included the screenshots of what she actually said. So that's why I'm gonna say it in a vague way because I don't want to like I don't want to like say anything incorrectly, but it essentially was her, like her and it wasn't just her, but other folks, basically like mad that not I want to say mad's not the right word, but they were definitely wanting to co-op and the say your name hashtag and being insensitive when folks were explaining like that took their time to explain why it's not okay to co-opt this movement that Black women, because again, like for those that don't know, say your name thing, like, it's because of the Black Lives Matter movement was solely focusing on men, or 90% of the time. You know, there was a lack of representation for the harm that Black women and Black femmes experienced.
Yeah, the say her name thing was awful. I agree.
True, but I mean,
So,
it was ignorant more
was
than
100%
anything.
The whole aspect of the type of attitude and tone
I thought
being so okay with co-opting something that like as outsiders have no dictation of who gets to use what when it wasn't a space that was made for them or where it was made from. This was completely for a whole movement for Black and femmes that were underrepresented. And
do you think
it's like kind of like how the Black squares in 2020 when people were sharing those with hashtag Black Lives Matter, it was clogging up and missing. It was covering a lot of things that Black folks were posting at that time, and it was just completely counterproductive.
Well,
to what
I mean, I do think that's a little bit of a different thing. I mean, the Black
well,
squares
that's essentially what we're trying to prevent as what the meant of hashtags of Black Lives Matter.
I'll ask you on this particular
You see the point I'm trying to make as far as even you
well,
don't
no, I should be clear. I completely understand the concern of co-opting. I mean, God, every single year that I've streamed, I've had to have conversations about, cops at Pride, the attempt to purge kink from Pride, the attempt to clean up Pride for corporate advertisers. I think that's a real concern. But do you think it's possible that like the say her name thing came from a actual genuine place of severe grief about a young trans person who was killed? Because I mean, to me, like
I don't deny that at all. But
it's using the word co-opt is, and I'm not. I just want to get this out here real quick. It's like using the term co-opt. Generally, when that's termed, like the term co-opt generally implies, and this is just the way that it's used. That's what the term means. Is generally it implies somebody intentionally going out of their way to take something over to use it for their own ends.
That's right.
For example, Burger King, putting their profile to a black square as basically a free advertisement, riding off the back of a social movement that clogged.
Right. I think the say her name thing was originally used for Native American women because they often go missing or get kidnapped in the U.S. government didn't know or still don't know many women go missing. But also there was a very specific context for the thing being used. Like the Carasso explains it every single time that the British police omitted treating this as a hate crime, that the police did not use her name. Actually, I'm pretty sure she got dead named. So there's a very specific context to the say her name being used. Because the police refused to say her name.
The actual thing. But
co-opting could also be as simple as co-opting AVE. That's like one of the biggest and easy examples for people in the Black community is people don't even realize the origin of some of these words and they just casually use them. And
sure.
So that's
I would say that's a little bit of a different type of co-opting, right? Like that's like we're talking about a very different phenomenon.
There's degrees
in terms
to co-opting. There's degrees.
Well, but it's a different type, right? Like people co-opting language like that is a little bit different than what we're talking about, like a hashtag movement.
Well, isn't like hashtag part of like the language because they have meaning
to a certain degree, but also like the say her name is fairly intuitive. Like it's a fairly intuitive thing, right? My point is I don't want to like I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this like hard to talk about or to go off on other things. What I'm trying to say is, do you think it's possible that like that there was absolutely no ill intent whatsoever, like not even, and that perhaps it wasn't even a co-opting at all. It was just people using the same 3 words for another thing that they cared about. Because if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe
initially, that's how
I
it was
believe
at
that
first.
initially that Say Her Name was for missing Indigenous women, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I
They
don't
have
think
their own word. They have their own hashtag. They have their own hashtag, and that's like a given thing. And that's also when people that run with that talking point, they're speaking for Indigenous people.
I'm not trying to
because
speak for Indigenous people. What I'm trying to say is
I'm not
that
saying you
I
are,
wouldn't, at
but
least
I'm saying,
myself,
like,
what I would say is from my
people that
perspective.
were using that type of argument were a lot of non-Indigenous people running and saying that, because at the end of the day, like, co-opting goes way back, even way before this. Co-opting, sorry, Say Your Name goes way back, way before even Sandra Bland.
Okay,
This
right.
is like this
Yeah,
goes
that's what I was talking
years
about.
back, even before, like, because I saw the type of articles they were trying to release. I'm like, there were many Black women years before those articles with these hashtags were used for.
I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is that I don't, at least from my perspective, I would not call it
Indigenous people have
co-op.
MMIW, missing, murdered, MMIW. I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Like, I'm sorry.
Missing and murdered Indigenous women, MMIW.
Like, it's important to understand the British context.
Those things aren't exclusive to one another. Like, there's all kinds
Indigenous
of
people
overlaps.
not used to
What
their
I'm trying to
name,
say is that
Indigenous
I
women.
would not describe, you know.
To me, that's like a straw man, because
Well,
it's
hold on
like,
a second.
you
Hold on.
don't-
We're
you don't
getting ahead of
really-
ourselves now. Hold on a second. What I'm trying to say here is, and I gotta get my point out because I want to make sure that this is going in like a direction that's productive. Which is to say, I wouldn't call it, you know,
You're strawmanning me.
Initially.
I wouldn't call it
Initially.
co-opting. Hold on. I wouldn't call it.
Also, in UK, surname is used by an org that collects victims of all racialized minorities. True.
Co-opting if Black women also
Including Indians, Iranians, Palestinians, Pakistans.
used Say Her Name, and also Indigenous people used Say Her Name at various points in history. I would consider that an evolution or the using of a similar phrase. I wouldn't consider that co-opting. And I think that's the position that a lot of people are coming from, which is to say that it feels, I think a lot of people feel like there is a
hostility
and unnecessary policing that's happening when a tragedy happens and people come up with a hashtag, and then we're trying to say this is co-option or something, when I don't think that it's co-option. I think it's just a hashtag that's being used for a perhaps similar, perhaps different purpose.
Also, so many is ignorant of the context of Brianna Gay's murder and how politicized it was. Yeah, you've mentioned. Like, you explain it extremely well every single time, yeah. That's a really nice, yeah. It's really important to know that that the Say Her Name was literally referring to the police refusing to say her name, right? It was very, very literal refusal to say her name. I'm pretty sure this extended to the media as well. How the media had been treating and how police had been denying that it might be a hate crime. Yeah, exactly. The media dead named after the release. The media dead named after they released she was trans. Then the police denied that it was a hate crime without investigation. Exactly. Like, and you cannot just go against Say Her Name without knowing all of this. You just cannot. I'm really hoping that Demon Mama is gonna touch upon this here, because I've heard that this conversation went really, really well for Demon Mama, I mean. You know?
But ultimately to deal with a severe tragedy. You see what I mean? Like, I wouldn't, like, it
I
wouldn't
see
occur to
what
my
you're
mind to ever
saying.
criticize, like, if a Black trans woman was killed and then people were using Say Her Name, I think it would be, I wouldn't imagine it would be productive, empathetic, or useful to go, hey, you're co-opting this from missing Indigenous women. You see what I mean? So I think a lot of people interpret like people going after
that was
that.
never my argument. So my
What was?
argument. The problem lies is because no one, we get why people did it and whatnot. It's how they moved afterwards when Black people took the time to explain. So, because at the end of the day, you don't see
Explain
Indigenous
why.
women say their name, her name. That's just not the case.
Well,
They're
I
not
actually,
gonna
I mean, I
find-
disagree with that. I actually,
But,
people are sending
but
links
also-
to this right now in
but
chat. I mean,
also- and
I
they can
looked into
send
that
them,
too.
but-
Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't know that claim is
But at
accurate.
the end of the day, it's not a thing that like Indigenous women are using at a high number, if they even are. And it's not something I don't see Black people policing from Indigenous people even using.
Well,
But it
right,
is a Black
I know, but
slogan. So
I
that's
wouldn't
what-
even say that people were using,
my
like-
my stance and Black people's problem was when we did explain, because we got why, we get why, and we get it was from an innocent place. We get that because even like orgs apologized.
Well, sure,
for
but I mean,
not
orgs will
understanding,
apologize for all
but-
kinds of things, right? They apologize for.
But rightfully so. But rightfully so.
No, no.
But it's how people responded to that.
Do you
word and
think
other
that that's
folks.
like a productive
'Cause
use
that's-
of people?
No, I'm sorry. No, there was very specific context in the UK, and the hashtag was extremely fitting. I'm sorry. This is just nonsense. Like, this is just frustrating. Personally, I think Jess Gender took a stupid pill because she just really wanted to be chucked. What? So it was more about her being trans than her being Black. Again, I think it should be used as a phrase to unite women. Why do we have to be divided? True, fake Kyle Parker. I don't know why. And this is basically what Demon Mama is asking right now. Demon Mama is asking that question right now, actually. Why do we need to be divided? That is actually an excellent question. You know? It is an excellent question. Why do we need to be
This
divided?
is where I'm standing. Is it wasn't never initially how it was used and where it's placed. It's how they moved after they were explained, and that's the core problem that Black people have. That's the core problem Black femmes have. That's the problem when I shared it on Instagram with just folks locally, just Black people locally in my orgs and whatnot. They definitely all got in instantly how that is problematic. So this is again like for those that were like being like.
You know what is problematic to me? Not understanding the context of how it was used in the UK. That is problematic for me. You know what is very problematic for me? Thinking that the whole world should operate by the US standards. That is problematic to me. To assume that every single country should operate by social standards of the situation of the US. That is actually problematic to me. Oh boy. Realized, not released. Sorry, what did I say? Something? Did I say realize? I'm sorry. What do you mean by realized, not released?
Hence, when people are being, they have a genuine place where they came from when they initially, but when you get corrected on things and you just dig your heels in,
well,
that's some like colonizer type of behavior.
Okay.
That was the language I used
Okay,
in my
okay.
video.
I understand.
That's the language I used in my actual video.
I understand.
I hear you, but
you
also
don't
at
have
the
to
same
agree
time,
with
like,
it, but
I mean, I don't 100% agree. I think
you
that,
don't,
like,
and I don't 100% agree with you either.
I
Again,
know
like,
that.
I'm
Well,
Black and I'm with them, and
and
when it
I'm-
comes
and
to
I'm
like
trans,
again, like it becomes because I'm sorry, because like I'm not. I need to like kind of. I'm almost finished with my thought because you said a lot before.
Sure, that's fine.
I got to speak. So
we both said a lot.
Yeah. This is where things where it's like because it's like essentially like a boundary or like that.
A boundary.
And whether like how non-Black people feel, it's really not your place. It's not your place. When we educate y'all about it, that was the moment we get it. But for the Pacific people, for those that chose to dig their heels in and
No, I'm sorry, that's stupid.
started having, entitlement, because that's what I talk essentially. When people that feel entitled to say your name, that's where,
You know what is entitlement? Entitlement is exporting relationship in the US to the entire world. That is entitlement. This is the context of Westminster New King's Scottish self-ID laws just a couple of months before this. First, Gay was announced as teenage girl murdered, then later, when they realized she's trans, they dead named her. You both know that if the hashtag her name will be said, people would still be complaining it's too close to say her name. Yeah. It's about the say her name.
Twisted.
Well-
That's where
well,
you know,
okay,
and
but-
that's exactly how Black people felt. Even just like I said, even
I feel
outside
like
from
we're- I
Twitter.
feel like
I
we're
brought
getting-
it. I brought it to Instagram to just local Black folks, and they all like a lot of them responded, and like
Well, that's
people from
fine.
org.
That's
So
great. That's
That's
fine.
where I'm at.
The problem that
even
I'm
'cause, again,
having,
like the arguments, I'm almost
Okay,
done. Because like the only people that I'm seeing that are immediately their response to use indigenous people was it indigenous people used it essentially, whether that's true or not, was just on Twitter.
well, it is
That
true. I
not.
mean, that's just a simple matter of
So-
truth. Like that hashtag
But
has
but
been
in the
used,
way that
phrase
they
has been
used it was in a malicious intent to go be entitled to go essentially like
Sorry, what?
colonize say your name, and that was the stuff that we saw, and that's
I
why we
mean,
responded.
this is
the
where
way
I
we did,
start to
and-
disagree with you. And
Yeah, same.
And I was disagreeing with you earlier, but it's
That's
okay.
fine. Well,
'cause
wait,
at the
hold on,
end of the
but you had your turn to talk, so I want to say my thing now too.
Yes.
There's a couple of portions here where I feel like we're leaving the realm of productive political conversation, where we leave the realm of reasonable political discussion. So, like for example, when you say things like colonize,
I don't know. I brought it to Instagram.
hold on a
just people
second.
that are
Hold on a
not
second.
even
Hold on a
Twitter.
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You gotta let me speak.
True, you
when
do.
you say something like colonizing a hashtag, we've moved beyond. We've moved out of the realm of you sort of doing an analysis and saying, hey, this is kind of, we got to be careful about these hashtags. First of all, there are some basic facts.
Colonizing
Hashtags are, anybody can slap them on any post that you want. It's a problem with hashtags generally.
Thank you, Great Ordained, for the $25. What did the fish say when they swam into a wall? Damn. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. That's okay, that's a good one. Damn. I'll repeat here. Soul Bunny is ethnocentric, American-centric, and projecting her standards everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Karasu. I find that to be pretty problematic to do that. To be ethnocentric and American-centric and to project the standard to the rest of the world. Ignorant to understand, I will use her own language. Educate herself on anything outside of the US. Yeah, exactly. That is actually perfectly said, Karasu, and I agree 100%. The Say Her Name is out in the world as an idea. I quickly found 3 books with that title. 1 true story, 1 novel, and 1 poetry collection. No way any group can lay claim on it. And why would any group want to lay claim on it? Shouldn't we be uniting in solidarity? Correctly.org I mentioned in the UK has been collecting victims of all racialized minorities. Yes! In solidarity, right? Soul Bunny says Discord and not solidarity. All I ever needed to know. Say Her Name hashtag originally came from indigenous women because they're going missing. She literally taking their hashtag away. Solidarity is a real thing. Yes, it is. What do you mean? You're on the Lucy Has a stream. Solidarity is the main thing of this stream. Yes, and this trans issue in the UK is really bad now. Correct. It was not about a white teenage girl taking away the show from Black British. Yeah, it was about the police and the media dead naming a trans person. Trans being the main thing, not race. It was about how politicized and bad the situation is. I was thinking about giving you a game on Steam, but then I got to thinking you probably have a game in your wish list you want. Do you have my Steam? Wait, are we friends on Steam? I do have a wish list, that's true. I'm not sure if the police dead named her. Okay. Then forget about the police. The media did.
And obviously, with a three-word phrase, there is no ownership that can be had. No org can do that. You wouldn't even, I don't even think you'd want an org to do that. In the same way you wouldn't want a single org to own the rights to Black Lives Matter or any, social media thing. Ownership of something like that to me is it's not a simple thing. You can't just say someone owns it or who gets to say. Like, I think a case can be made that people misuse it or whatever, but that's a little bit different than claiming ownership. And of course, when you start to say something like, white people were colonized and they had been educated, there is I don't know if that's like, the language starts to reach to the point where I feel like we're talking about different things now, where now you're alleging things that I don't think are accurate to what actually happened. Like, you saying that somebody colonized a hashtag, that's very strong language to use, but I just don't think that's accurate. And also, if you take just a moment and step back to just look at what you're talking about people expressing grief at a dead child.
Exactly.
I feel like calling that colonization is actually like it's not just insensitive, it also just shoots your own point in the foot because it's not productive.
Exactly, Demon Mama. Demon Mama is so good. I have to say, Demon Mama is just getting better and better in conversations, and I love to see it. True. And I want to do the solidarity together with Demon Mama. It's great. It's amazing to see. And the issue of the hate crime, that the way it is established usually is to ask the victim if they think it was a hate crime. Now, what that teenage girl can't make that account. They are dead. Yeah, so they cannot make a statement that was not hate motivated without investigating. This was politically motivated, as wanted to hide how transphobic our British institutions are from the top down. True. True.
Like, calling that colonization is like, to me, it's unproductive. It's not even making your own point well. Like,
I am, but you can have your stance. But I'm going to say this because I feel like you're splitting hairs.
We're talking about the subject.
This surpasses Twitter because, like I said initially, but
I'm sorry, what? I am, but you're splitting hairs. This person has no arguments, and it always pains me physically to see a person that is genuinely trying to engage in good faith, to sort of put forward arguments, and the person just responds with, yeah, whatever, you're splitting hairs and I think I'm good. Like, come on. Really? Are we on this level now? Like, is this where we're at?
the colonization, because that's the right language. It's exactly what it is. It's the fact that when we
earlier you said that you could understand that people were
initially
using it out of,
specifically initially. That's what I've said multiple.
Well, I mean, that
times
hashtag never even got that big. To be fair, this time around, it was a grand total of like 1 week.
These aren't. That's not the point we're making. The problem started when they got educated, when they were informed, when black people took the time to let them.
Educated about what? Like, this is nonsense. I'm sorry to say. What is the lesson? What is the education?
what this means to us.
Do you think
as
all black people
femmes.
agreed on that particular point? Because I mean, I don't.
100%. This is for those that were even arguing it. It was a very terminally online thing because every day, like I said, every
Yes, Demon Mama actually hit the thing that I was thinking about as well. Like, Soul Bunny is basically speaking with the level of authority as if all black people agreed with this across the board. No, that's not the case. I'm sorry. That is not. Oh, God.
black folks.
Well, I feel like that goes both ways, right?
Instagram.
That goes both ways, right? Like arguing
Not
over
when
this,
it comes to this. This is
arguing
gonna
over
get people to-
arguing over the hashtag being used is like almost intrinsically terminally online, right?
Yes.
Like nobody.
Talking points that people were running with was a very terminally online thing with people that were feeling entitled to, and that's why I said the colonized mentality, because it's the whole thing when like we let white people know, like, hey, like this is what it means to us, and folks were like, well, I don't care, I desire this, so you're gonna too bad how you feel. I have my own bigger purpose. That's
what.
Again, that's when it came like
No.
we already had to educate them. So like,
What do you mean I have my bigger purpose? What? What an empty argument. Greta Rain just got here. What is the discussion about? Well, right now it's about say her name. Demon Mama is talking with Soul Bunny. Demon Mama is doing great. And basically it went through that the topics went through things like Soul Bunny's video, things like Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video, and now it's say her name. Okay? This is where we're at right now.
I'm not attacking or mad at anyone that used it initially. That's what most black folks don't feel that way. And I think anyone that did feel that way initially, like that's more like a Twitter thing. But when it comes to when we go out of our way to educate and let you know why, you know, we're very sensitive about our own movements that we made. And
okay, before I continue, I will only say it once. I will say it once and I will not repeat it again. As small as my audience is, ban hammers will start dropping. Stop arguing for argument's sake, because what I'm seeing in the chat is just ridiculous. Stop arguing over nothing and arguing for arguing's sake. I will not have arguments for argument's sake in the chat. I have spoken. My goodness. What are these arguments for arguing? Say her name's from that British trans girl that was killed prior. Yes, correct. And about Soul Bunny saying that white people are colonizing the hashtag. Yes.
And this has been like way before Sandra Bland, years before Sandra Bland, and a lot of people don't even know who Sandra Bland is.
Yeah.
There was a very specific reason why this was even created initially. This is not like a hashtag like Me Too. Because no one's over here arguing that just because that was made initially by a black woman, that no one else should be using it. This is a very specific, different case.
Well,
this
right,
is not a Me Too thing. Because that's why I feel like people were trying to talk about it as if like it was a Me Too hashtag. Because when I saw some certain people using that came from a black woman, and I thought that.
Well, I mean, that's why
not the right argument.
You know,
But
from my
this is a very
position, that's why I
different
kind of think
case.
that the ownership argument about hashtags to me seems, you know,
counterproductive. Yeah.
That's why I think this is a different case. This isn't a Me Too hashtag. This is very specific to a very, like, when it comes to just like the movement that black women specifically are underrepresented and all that stuff, like everything that, like, again, even our own movements. That's the whole. Say Her Name would never exist if Black Lives Matter was actually inclusive to women and trans folks. When the same week as George Floyd, when he was murdered, Iana Dior, a black trans woman, in the same city.
Also, don't leave. You can stay. I'm not sure if you've heard me, Kidney. Like, I know you love to argue, but this is not the space to do it. I have spoken. This is not the space to argue for argument's sake. The chat is not a debate arena, okay? My goodness.
This dog pile jumped by almost upwards to 30 people for
Mhm.
getting in a car accident simply just because she was trans.
Yeah,
These
I mean,
hashtags
I
exist
agree with you
exactly
that,
for
like,
that. So that's why,
well, but
you know, like
it's-
I get where you're coming from, but like I
Yeah,
said, like
I
everyday
just
black
feel like-
people are not going to have the Twitter response that a lot of these people that felt very entitled, which isn't a colonizer mentality when it comes to white folks.
Entitled to do what? To grieve a murder of a teen trans girl? That's entitlement? That's true. Well said, Graterained. Graterained, I think that should be read like this.
I feel like that's...
Despite us. And
I just
you
feel
can
like it's very
but
hard
this
to
is how
judge
black
that.
people talk. This is how black people talk about these type of mentalities. We're not afraid to use that word. And you know, if you know, you can
I mean,
feel how you
I'm
want,
not
but
afraid
as a
to.
black,
I'm not afraid. I don't know. Like, there's a lot
I'm
of
not
stuff
saying
that's
you to,
being
like-
said here that's like I don't know exactly.
I'm
what-
not saying you have to agree with me as a black person, because you know I know where
Well,
we
no,
stand.
I
I know
mean,
when I brought it to, like I said, Instagram to just everyday black folks, they were very baffled.
Sure,
to
but
just
you
how
always
entitled
know,
people
like, you
are.
have to know that, like,
And again,
there's always
I'm not
going to be
afraid to
like
use
a
the
selection
term-
sample. Like, I mean,
True.
I'm trying to say that, like,
very specific. This is about entitled people when they got informed.
well,
that
see,
they
that's
felt-
just why I just
Anyway,
the
and that's-
reason
that's what
why I
focus
contest the
on.
language is because,
And
like,
that's
at least for
why
me,
it's colonizer language. It's the right thing. It's the right word to describe that mentality. That's exactly how we're talking. That's how we're talking in colleges right now. That's how, you know, that is exactly what, you know, when it comes to even the way like Gen Z black folks are talking, and even just other folks.
I just don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I don't know if I can. I can't agree with the idea that like people are being entitled by using the hashtag or by wanting to be able to.
They showed it
by
when
sort
they
of,
got
like,
educated, and that's what Keffels did.
But I
It
mean,
was the kind of
couldn't pretty much. I mean, that language always. That type of language always raises my hackles just a little bit, because I think that anybody can frame themselves as just educating. I could say,
True.
if I wanted to, that I'm just educating you, and whether or not people would say that's true, I just
this is just a common knowledge within the black community, though. Like this isn't like some like big
But
brain.
I don't know if I agree that like I don't know if I
Like, I'm
if I
gonna let you know,
buy
like,
the
you-
idea that like
you don't have to agree with that, but this is why I said,
maybe
like, when I
maybe
brought
it is.
I can literally.
I don't know that
I can
either of us.
literally-
Well, hold on. I don't know that either of us really have the ability to poll at large the black community as a
This
whole
was a very
and come to a
common sense
conclusion
thing,
as
though.
to maybe.
This wasn't a,
I
black,
just
the black community was not split on this.
I have a hard time believing that the average black person.
I think here, this is like your own bias showing, because I'm literally just saying, like, right now, like, I took it to outside of Twitter, where everyday black women, people that run orgs, people that
Your friends.
they responded.
I just want to be clear. They said that they felt like white women were
100%.
colonizing
it's
the.
not. You don't. Let's be specific about our wording.
Well, I'm trying to be. That's why I asked specifically,
Yeah,
like
but,
what you're
you
saying that
know-
they did, because there's been some back and forth as far as
We're
what's
saying
going.
white people in general. We didn't say white. We said white people.
So you think that,
so
that
because
white people were colonizing it with
being entitled
a dead
to
trans
colonization
teenager?
mentality wasn't. That's the problem. Is you can like.
And the thing is that we get lost in some of the vague language,
That's
and
a
I just
straw
want us
man
to
there, though.
remember.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
no.
that's a straw man.
I want to be
Wait, that's
completely
a
clear.
straw
Hold on.
man. That's a straw man.
Hold
I'm gonna
on.
say that right
Please
now.
hold on a
That's a
second.
straw man.
I just
straw man.
make you angry. I'm just trying to be clear, because again, what we're
To me,
talking
it's
about.
insensitive though, because like I'm gonna I don't want to keep repeating myself. Like I said, the problem lied is once they were educated, because we all get why
She's so dishonest.
we know it's for a noble
I
cause.
swear.
Okay.
Okay,
We
let me
gave
ask
them
you.
we
let me
gave
ask you
them
this.
alternatives. Wait,
Let me ask
one
you this.
second. We gave them alternatives, and they said no. We want to say your name, and that's why I and other folks that entitlement the proper descriptor is that's some colonized behavior shit right there, and that's how everyday black people will see that. We're not over here afraid to use the word colonizer because then they're gonna hurt the feelings of non-black people when our shit is being colonized. That's literally how we talk about when a lot.
I'm
of people
sorry.
say PVE when it gets co-opted. So
I'm sorry, but again, context of specifically Britain. Okay, I officially, no joke this time, volunteer to be a mod on the condition that mods in your community be called the order of the ducks. It is a non-negotiable. Agreed. Your friends agreed with you after you told them about the bad people on Twitter. True. True random string. Bullying shark probably silenced dissent. Someone's be an ass and be we can really stop them from being that rethrowing, but venom only perpetuates the meaningless conflict. True. True and real. And this is why we're going to go to the Spuinia thing. Like, my god, but Demon Mama is doing really well in this conversation. And, like, who did they offer the alternative to? Twitter. It was all on Twitter.
This is a very similar sense, and we get it, like I said, a noble cause, but once you get educated and you say, fuck that, I don't care how you feel, how I feel, it goes above how you feel, that's some colonized behavior shit, and that's exactly
Okay,
how
but
everyday
that
Black people
mentality right there, like, I don't, fuck you, I don't care how you feel. When we're talking about, and I need to be specific about this is not any straw man. When we're talking about a hashtag being
like,
used.
this is documented. I have it documented in my video.
Hold on. When we're talking about a hashtag that's being used for a dead trans woman, a child, like, do you understand how that might be not productive? Do you understand how that might actually, like,
I think it's not productive for white people to, like, dig their heels in on something that was very simple when we gave them
you're being very
options.
broad by saying white people, but I mean, I feel
True. And also, the context of using the hashtag was very particular to a very particular country. Do you know what is actually colonial behavior? Telling a different country what it can and cannot do. There you go. That's literally colonial behavior, just so you know. Dictating to a different country what it should and shouldn't do. Everyday Black people in UK seem to not care that the York has been using say her name for years, or of not decade now, to talk about violence against racialized minorities. Black British victims are also on the side with Iranians or Pakistanis. You know what, Karas, we might actually need to do a dedicated segment to .org, because it seems like there is a lot of nonsense floating around. I think this might actually be worth to talk about this aspect on its own, because it's actually really big what you're saying in the chat. So also, how dare to say Pakistani, Iranian, or Indian people colonizer in case that they appear using her name. I'm really mad at Soul Bunny. Yeah, and I think that that the thing that you're pointing out is really important. She's American, exceptionalist, ethnocentrist here. I'm really fuming now. I might DM you on more info about the org, because I might actually want to do a separate dedicated segment about the org and how it uses the say her name hashtag. Yeah, not today, of course. Of course not today. Yeah, I think maybe Monday or Tuesday. Because tomorrow is my day off. So maybe sometime during the week if you're game to do something like that. Also, I need to take the... Lucy, is there a way I can talk to you privately? Yes, you can DM me on Discord. Or I'm not sure. Or you can write me an email, I guess. Like, I am on Discord. What do you want to talk to me privately about? But yes, yeah, of course, not today. The best bet is to catch me on Discord. Yeah, I think it's actually, like, I think Karasu raises very important things, and I just think it might be very worth expanding on those things. Not sure if they had been using the hashtag. They use the slogan, I'm not on Twitter. It's not. It's the same thing. Like the critique is not with the hashtag. The critique is with using the slogan itself, I think. So it's still worth, exploring. I don't think it's about the hashtag in particular. I'm pretty sure it's about the slogan in general. Yeah. I know. I love it. Thank you. So it's not very expensive. It's like not even $2, I think.
Like there's
It
probably
was a lot of white
diversity.
people.
I feel like
It
there's
was a
probably a
lot of white
diversity of
people.
opinions on this particular issue.
It wasn't a lot of black people running and saying this.
Well,
I'll
I
say
don't.
that right
I
now.
don't think either of us have the numbers for how many black people agreed with this
True.
hashtag that
I
popped up
think
for a week on
you
Twitter.
would
All I'm
take-
saying is, all I'm trying to say is that like this, we got onto this because it was something that you said was like an example of why you think that
It is an
Keffel's.
example.
Well, hold on. Hold on a second. Why you said that you felt like it was at least partially accurate. To say that Keffels had done damage or had caused pain writ large.
This was divisive. I said be divisive, and this is an
Okay,
example of
why this was divisive. But like, can you understand how people might interpret it another way, and not without us jumping into saying people are colonizers, or without jumping into any sort of thing like that? Can you understand how people could feel like trying to make an argument over hashtag ownership in the midst of a tragedy of a child who is trans might come across as other people as divisive in and of itself, and they might be. Can you at least acknowledge that they might have some genuine reason to feel frustrated by that, or feel like that was being used in bad faith?
I think you're setting the field that I'm supposed to respond by how
there you go.
The field for me on this, because
no, I'm just
there's
asking
a lot
you a
of
very genuine question.
No,
I'm not
I
saying
see
a
the
field or
question you're
anything.
making, but it's a question that you're basically setting, like, this is basically, if I say no to that it's because the way you worded it, how you built up to that, and this just in this moment of when you pause.
What do you mean build up to that? This person is so dishonest. I swear to God. It was not building up. It was accurately describing the situation. There was no build up. I'm sorry, there was no build up going on here. This is incredible. Build up. Okay, I understand. Do you have any email of mine, or do you have an email of mine? Wait, I'm just gonna check something real quick, okay? One moment, please. I think there should be... Yes, my email is in fact in the description of my channel. Yes. So that should work. That should work just fine. The most frustrating part for me is I can't tell if it's malicious or intent or trauma. It's malicious intent. At this point, I'm just gonna say it's malicious intent. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not being very charitable here, but yeah, it's malicious intent. Damn. Nobody actually writes me emails. It's all just all the messages are just donations. So I guess you'll be the first person to write me an email. I agree with Kitten here. Florida and UK both scaling up its anti-trans law statements institutionally. So yeah, I'll be waiting for your email. Also, if you have Gmail, then we can actually chat via mail. That's also possible to do. You can just directly chat with someone using mail. So you don't even have to write an email. You can just chat me up via email.
And when you said that there's a lot of your bias that you were putting in that, because at the end of the day, like it was a very harmful, terminally online thing for the people that reacted negatively after they got educated.
No.
And entitled.
Do you think that every person?
That.
Do you think that every person who responded to?
It's like white fragility. Like when we sat there and we explained.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
Say, I don't care.
I just feel like you're being.
More.
I feel like you're being very broad. Like, okay, here's the problem that I'm having.
I think I'm very clear and candid.
The problem I'm having here is that I
no,
feel
you're
like
not.
there's a sort of. We have a fluctuating focus. There's a statement.
I'll say this. Olamide Olermo agree with me on this. I'll say that 100% because she, like I said, like Black folks, we get this. This is like a very given. That's what's like. This was a very terminally online thing, a moment that should have never had gotten even to the point that it did. It should have.
I mean, I agree. My video on it was that I felt like there's a time and a place, and that when we're thinking about when we're dealing with tragedies, that like we should be
true.
To a certain
I don't
degree.
think Black people were bad for educating folks on the importance.
I mean, I never said that, so I didn't say that at all.
Why they can use this, because that's like the point. That's what happened. That's what Black people did. They educated, and it's the way.
Do you think every single? I mean, let's be honest here. Do you
they
think
responded
every
with a
single
straw
Black
man?
person?
Because when they
Do you think every single Black
straw
person
man
educated?
I don't think Soul Bunny knows what a straw man is. Demon Mom is correct. This is not something frivolous like pale bros using crackers and bonics to look cool or whatever. Say her name makes rhetorical and logical sense for Brianna's murder. Like
there was nobody who was like there was no Twitter fights happening. There was none of that because I mean to me I look at this whole thing, this whole situation to me, and what I see.
That's like similar to you saying if I can say if every Asian American person agrees with affirmative action, there's going to be a small tiny portion.
Well, I know, but I'm not the one who's in this conversation. I have not invoked any. I have not invoked any group monolithic.
True.
I have basically. I just want to be clear.
You literally said every though.
Because you're saying that okay, this is what I'm talking about with the vagueness and the specificity is sometimes going back and forth.
I'm very clear though.
No, you're not.
Because this is a very common sense thing within the Black community as far as how we feel about say our name. So like I said, I think this is the last time I'll say this because I think we can move on to the topic because you're not going to get me a concede on this as a Black person that brought it to regular Black people outside of Twitter that don't even use no Twitter, that over here with kids and stuff that just check their Instagram is basically their Facebook.
Sure.
We all saw the entitlement, and which is traits of a.
Also, I'm very curious how Soul Bunny presented the thing to the people on Instagram. That's also a very interesting thing to sort of know, right? How did Soul Bunny present the issue? That's also pretty important, right?
Colonizer mentality. When we educate you about it, and folks' first thing is to go use a straw man on, well, my cause matters more, or you go pull up indigenous folks use it as a straw man.
I really want to see how it was presented on Instagram.
Right there, because that's what people were doing.
I think that's a very bad. I'm sorry, I got to stop right there. I think that's a very bad faith interpretation of what I said.
I think it's bad
what I said is that what I said. Excuse me. I gotta be able to say my piece on this particular part. But on this particular issue, what I was saying is that from my perspective, I would never have called it co-opting if Black women started using a 3-word hashtag that also happened to be previously used by, missing Indigenous women, which it is, and it is. You can verify this. It's just a matter of fact.
I did use the example of Me Too, that it started off with someone Black, but no one's gonna sit here and be mad that non-Black people used it. But that's why I said that Me Too and Say Your Name are not to the same thing. So you can't. That's because your example is equivalent to Me Too. When it's comes to Say Her Name,
is that? I don't think so. I'm literally using the Say Her Name, and I'm saying that missing and murdered Indigenous women is a movement that used that hashtag. by chance or by inspiration. I don't know. Like, it's hard to track the inspiration of a hashtag or of a phrase.
You'll
or a
have
chant.
to give me numbers onto the degree of the amount, because you said like about
That's
the
what I'm
numbers
saying,
and how,
though.
like,
But the numbers.
No,
now you want numbers.
But you're not.
I just
No, I'm using the same example of how. So you're asking for numbers on how many black people agree on the common sense thing.
No,
of the
I'm
name.
just saying
But, when
that
but I
I
have
don't
you
know if
numbers
we
for
can
how many
make it-
indigenous people actually use say your name to the degree that it could be used as a
Bad faith.
people that are saying please respect us on this boundary that we're setting. Here are literal hashtags that you can use for hashtag her name is Brianna and these other things that we did offer.
Bad
And folks said
faith.
no. They were entitled to. So that's exactly why we use that language of colonized
I
behavior,
think
and
all of this
there's
is kind
no
of
way getting
aside
around
from
that.
the point of what I was
And I
saying,
think
which
it's
is
a
that like,
bias to just
I
to
would
not
never
acknowledge
call it colonizer behavior, or I would
You
never
don't
say that
have
it was
to.
colonization.
And you're not black, so you
but
don't
I don't
have
think
to.
you would
This
agree
is
with
how
that
black
either.
people move.
Well, I just don't think you would. I don't think you would call black women colonizers for using a hashtag that was initially used, say her name, which was initially used by murdered and missing Indigenous women. What I'm saying is, I don't think this is.
But we're not. We have our
hold
own
on.
hashtag, so
What I'm
we
trying to
don't
say
have
is,
to go
I don't think that these that's exactly how hashtags work. And because of that, because nobody can actually own a hashtag, you or I right now, you could.
I don't
go on-
think black
you-
people
wait,
have
hold
to
on,
go copyright a hashtag.
Hold on. I'm not saying you got to. In fact, that's the opposite. I'm saying the opposite of that. You could right now go tweet anything you want. You could literally type anything you want with with a hashtag of any type. You could take, say her name. You could take me too. You could take any hashtag. That's just how hashtags work. They are tagged that you can
Yeah, I
tag
could get
anything.
that.
And so as a result,
No one's going to use Black Lives Matter for a non-black cause, and that's equivalent to what Say Your Name is, because it was exactly directly to the Black Lives Matter movement that it wasn't inclusive to black and femme trans women. So that's exactly why we are very protective of it, because it's essentially the femme version of Black Lives Matter because of because that's
No.
what his name is. They're not doing that literally, so that's why we're very.
well, I mean, I
protective
have
about
seen
it.
like say his name used multiple times. I mean, I've seen that around even in posters and stickers that have been put up
But
around
even
town.
with that conversation, and that's like a co-op of Say Her Name. So, because Say Her Name all exists because of Black Lives Matter was.
That's ridiculous.
And
I'm
that's
sorry.
already a conversation that black folks had years ago. So this is another thing. So it's like our black people were saying, like, if, and me too, and other folks, like, white folks would know this is for exclusively for black folks if they paid attention when people were using it for Breonna Taylor. And so even just 2020, that's like the most recent time that collectively. It showed us that they weren't paying attention. That if
Do
they
you
were saying
feel-
it, they weren't really taking that in and really understanding that, you know, this
Ridiculous. I'm sorry.
this is a movement that we've created because of our own lack of representation. And if people don't respect that, that is some colonizer behavior. And there's no getting around that for at least black folks. That's how black folks feel, and we have every right to feel that way. And we're not trying to be palatable for non-black folks they can feel however they want to feel. But at the end of the day, when we took the time, after we educated and folks dug their heels in, that's on them, on how they feel, because we don't care how anyone feels when it comes to after we took the time to let them know, like, hey, like, I get it, but can you please to and use these instead. We literally give you option, and you smack it down. You're like, no. So at the end
I
of
mean,
the day,
now
like,
you're saying
we were
you.
loud and clear.
Now you're saying you. This is one of the things that I don't understand.
No, this wasn't a me thing. This was a collective thing, because like Black Twitter got involved in this. This wasn't just like a leftist based thing. Like this got into,
I mean,
because
I'm not gonna lie.
that was it was
I don't
trending.
know.
Like orgs were using it. Like this got outside of just any insular like leftist space. Like orgs had to apologize for using it.
When
And
you
that
say in
wasn't
orgs, I know what you're talking
people-
about. It was actually it was one small protest group in the UK that did do an apology. But I mean, when we're talking orgs that apologized, this was a small org that
I
did
think
the
you're splitting
apology.
hairs.
Well,
I
no,
think
see,
it's
that's
because
what
I made
I'm.
myself clear.
What?
made
I
myself
don't know
very
what you mean by
clear.
that.
I made
okay.
myself clear to try to express the perspective of black folks.
I hear what you're saying.
Black femme.
What I'm trying to
'Cause I'm
say
just
is,
passing
don't you
along when
think?
I shared things to Instagram and just regular day black folks that don't know nothing about no bread tube, don't know nothing about no debate pros, that know nothing about even how Twitter spaces go. Some of them don't even engage.
How did you? Okay, let me ask you this. How did you present this issue?
Like I said, like
I mean, I don't know. I didn't say anything about any of that, so I don't know. I don't know.
I think we're going in circles on this.
We are going in
because
circles
I think-
a little bit.
Because
The
like
point
I
is,
said, like
the point is, what I'm trying to say here is, I think that there is especially, I mean, we can go back onto the topic of quote unquote breadtube, of quote unquote video SAS, these consumer groups, which is what they are. They are consumer created categories that people can sort of pitch their content to, and sometimes they'll be accepted, and sometimes they won't. You know, nobody really knows who actually belongs in breadtube and who doesn't, because it's created by viewers. Viewers decide who they call breadtube. Nobody actually, but on all these groups and in these sort of broad spaces that we exist in, I think that there is an active tendency, and I think that this is on a lot of sides, to overstate harm, to pick issues that are one, you know, there might be some sort of nugget of truth or analysis that's there, but then turn it into like a major social, what's the word I'm looking for? Schism. Or like a point there where you have to declare a side. And I think a lot of it is kind of unproductive. And we kind of got off on a tangent on this particular topic because I was asking, you know, your opinion and trying to share some of mine as far as the way I look at it. And I don't know, when I see a lot of people claiming that they care, maybe it's just the whole space is just shot. Maybe all of this just doesn't matter, and this conversation doesn't matter, and none of the videos we've been talking about matter, and your videos don't matter, and my videos don't matter. That's also a possibility. I'm totally open to that. I mean, I you know, am very honest with my audience and tell people I'm an entertainer at the end of the day. I've never been anything other than that. I've never represented myself as some kind of, you know, political thought leader or activist or whatever. But I guess I just feel like a lot of times there is a weaponization of serious topics or topics that are serious at their core, and they turn into like really hurtful interpersonal fights that just make everybody miserable and everybody bored too. That's the worst. That's like almost the worst part, is that everybody in here is a streamer and a YouTuber. We're all entertainers at the end of the day.
True.
No matter how, you know, much we self-delude about it, which I don't.
I do
Maybe other
a
people
lot.
do. I know there are a lot of people who try to sell themselves as you know, saviors or as a movement leader or something, when ultimately you're making YouTube videos at the end of the day. And that, I think YouTube videos are cool, but they are YouTube videos. And I guess there's just a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of hyperbole. There's a lot of statements of harm that I don't feel are often backed up with evidence. I worry about that. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it makes the space miserable and it actually defeats our ability to do cool stuff. It floods the space with people slandering each other in games of telephone instead of like actually cool and interesting things. Does that make sense? That was
I can
like
agree with
the
the
kind of
slandering
broader point.
Twitter thing. And even just when it hits Twitter, like the way when it hits Twitter, the Discord hits Twitter, it definitely gets. That's when it really becomes unproductive. I can say that. Like when it hits Twitter, the type of like on both sides, how takes can get where it can potentially get and has gotten.
Both sides, huh?
Everyone, obviously, that are engaging on the Twitter discourse.
Both sides.
There's spaces where, you know, even if whatever the intention was for the videos, the cause was lost. Like even for example, my video.
The intention. Oh,
wanted the type of like the way how on both sides.
Such destruction, such devastation was never my intention.
A whole discussion
I see.
on my video got overshadowed by all these entities that were turning up the volume on things on Twitter. Again, this is Twitter. Like that's it became its life own once it hit Twitter.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think now there's like there's
sorry,
like there's also oh sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
I as a small creator at that moment, I had like no control over how that was gonna, because there was even days where when I'll see them having a discussion about this user discourse, and I was able to like, oh, you're talking about me just without not saying me, and I'm like, oh, this has become a thing of its own, like, and that shocked me. Like I never.
No, I don't believe that. I'm sorry.
My usual views were just like about,
shocked me. I don't believe that.
Because like my most viewed video was my transphobia and trans misogynoir video. That's what I was like. I got discovered off of that video. So like I
don't believe that. I'm
was
sorry.
very. I was not prepared for how that went down. Like I had no idea. Like I remember like when I had the call.
Like I'm sorry. I'm much smaller even than this content creator. I'm somehow I'm not shocked by any reaction to me. I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. She never gives any tactics. Like I just don't buy it. I'm sorry.
With like who's now my editor, about like saying like, oh, like you'll think like the people from the States will find it in like 3 months. They're like, oh no, honey, they probably already found it. And I'm like, no, like you're joking. Like nah, like maybe in a couple weeks. But within 2 hours after that call, when I went to like a housewarming party, I was wondering why my phone was blowing up, and that's when I saw the 15-second clip circulate. And from that point, like I lost all agency of like how that was like running.
That's fine.
Some people were taking it really far. Like there was like an account that was like just like being just very, what's the word, casual with just like wishing, not I wouldn't say wishing, but just like being careless and not caring of like I guess essentially
I would say people definitely get like cavalier with that. Yeah, like
cavalier. That's what I was thinking of. Cavalier is that. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll throw around. They'll throw around pedophilia allegations. They'll throw around, hope you die, that kind of shit. That's really fucking hurtful.
Yeah,
in my opinion, goes way above and beyond.
And, and I've seen that today on Twitter, and I'm seeing people defend that just because it's Keffels, and I'm cringing. Like, you guys are goofy. Like, all you guys that are liking this,
cringing,
commenting, and like you guys look.
It's
silly.
cringe, you guys.
You're not gonna find me ever liking anything like that on my Twitter. You'll never because that's like I cringe at that, and it's just like they don't.
I cringe at that.
They're so caught up in the personality, so I don't even see how optically wrong that is. So I can agree with you on things like this. I do see where you're coming from, and I do agree because on a lot of it, I wouldn't say all of it's that, but I do see that side, and that side I like. I won't lie, like I'll get people like. They'll cluster it up to our videos and the discourse on that, and usually like those people end up running and controlling the discourse because like they're part of the people that make it its own life, a life of its own. Because that's what happened with my own, with the way things would happen in Shark. Because like I said, like people talking to me like as like because people like you were wishing the death on Vosh is like I wasn't replying to like Vosh had left a comment and then the next day came back and left another comment and I didn't reply to either one, and I didn't block him, and he's still not blocked. But I didn't engage, but I'm saying like both sides was doing the most, and this is me as someone that saw it go down. Like, so I see what you mean because that's from my own situation. I can literally use an example. So like I 100% get what you're saying. I didn't see everyone did, but there was a lot of people that was doing.
Dreamer was doing really well.
There's a lot of people that are becoming very unproductive on both sides.
On both sides.
It's gone. It's really just boiled down to personalities.
It's a both sides thing.
Even some of the original critiques, like the source of where the conflict that people have is like lost because now it's just like tweeting screenshots of folks back and forth at this point.
Yeah, I mean, so not to like, try and close this out or anything, but I am pushing 7 hours on my stream. I just wanted to say, do you think you would agree with me with this? I'm going to make a statement. I want to see if you agree with it. Do you think that this space could seriously benefit from people taking it down a few notches and from being willing to like tell one another to like, hey, like especially friends to be like, hey, like tone it down a little bit. Like, because I think that would be, I think that would make these spaces actually start to resemble spaces. I think that we could actually start to have some community, actual forms.
Correct. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I do agree with this statement. Yeah.
Each other all the time, but I think that's going to require people being willing to sort of
calm down,
forego the drama bucks, or forego these sort of tempting, easy clicks. Like, I mean, I've done that in my content. I know.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, I wanted my videos to be the last one discussing this. Like, I was hoping the way I structured my video as a purging thing, I wanted it to be a purging for the space, like the way I laid it out to be just it all. Yeah. So like that's always been my stance. Like I my video as I don't, especially as far as on my side, as far as like the space that I operate, that to be the last. I didn't feel like there was anything else I needed to be chimed in on. So like I would rather, because I always say like this, like I was not advised to even make the video, but by multiple creators in my own space. But like I said, like this was like a personal purging for me that I felt the need to get out.
Yeah.
And
but obviously, so like, you never no content creator ever gets to have the final say on anything. Something I have learned myself. None of us, no matter how big our egos get, ever get.
I have a huge ego
with the idea that you get to have the last word on anything, because that's not how it works. You put up a video, it's always going to be comments. It's always going to be reply videos. It's
Well, I don't get reply videos, so.
I mean, again, I
agree with you.
Yeah, I feel like there would be a lot of benefit if people would stop it with the fucking baseless allegations, stop it with the overstating of harm, stop it with the exaggerations. These are all things like that pissed me off. I mean, again, you quoted me talking about something I was frustrated about, which was the way that some people were, in my opinion, misrepresenting and exaggerating what actually went down in the Cat Black situation between Cat Black and Vosh, which that whole thing I thought was a phenomenally stupid fight. But I also understand why both Cat Black and Vosh found themselves feeling defensive and hurt. I went over that whole thing on stream. So you know my opinion on that. I fucking hate this shit. But I also think it's a problem, and I don't think it's just people I don't think it's just like viewers, Viewers are bad at it. I mean, but also like no offense to all of you in chat, love you all, but chatters are fucking stupid. Okay?
Oh.
Chatters are fucking stupid. That's just how the chats work. They're big masses of
people typing
shit on a moment's notice. People who don't have any
my chat is smart. My chat is smart, and
we put our faces to all of this stuff. We put our names to these
my chat is very sensitive and smart and good
things.
There you go.
Chatters don't, but it's not just chatters. There's video makers. I mean, I feel like the video I reacted to today did a whole lot of what we've been talking about, and I feel like it does a disservice to the actual topics, but more than that, it does a disservice to the space, and it does generate clicks. It's true. It can make you a quick buck. You know, Foreign Man's video got a lot of clicks. It definitely did. But those clicks don't last, and the cost is
big.
What we're talking about now.
I have to DM Demon Mama about this
like cycle of people
video. Really good convo.
Definitely where you ended off. Yeah, it has become on on both sides. Like, just it didn't need to get up to this point. It really didn't have to be this Twitter war. That's something I really want to say that on my own side of things. Like, you have your opinion on certain things about the video, and you have every right. I'm not gonna ever police you on that. I'm not gonna argue or debate you or anything.
Hello, good for a gay before.
I allow that's where I want to when I see that. That's where I stand. Like, I'm not gonna you have every right to feel how you feel and share your audience how you feel about things. But as far as the end result of things,
Demon Mama is great.
I don't like how things are being drawn out. Something that could have just ended maybe 2 days of Twitter. Why are we going on day 4? Why are we going on day 4? Like, that's where it's just on both sides. Like, hey, let's just, because both people engage, because everyone got each other blocked. So people are snooping on each other that are blocked and just sharing each other's screenshots. Like, y'all stop engaging.
No, I don't really snoop on anyone, to be honest.
All day. I'm not. After I said I was.
I should actually.
Welcome to being a creator in a space that's like this. You know, that's part of the problem.
I'm actually pretty bad with social media in general. I should actually write more. I should write more posts, because I don't write enough posts, to be honest.
And that's part of the reason why I get so fucking mad. The reason why I got so fucking mad at this video is because, I mean, I'm just I look at this shit and I'm just like, man, this is what makes these spaces, this is the type of behavior that makes these spaces so miserable. And I've seen it be different.
True.
You know, I was making content before most of these rifts existed, and it's in a bad place, but it's got to start, you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to us. And I know that I'm
yes.
A larger creator overall than you, so I'm not trying to put undue burden on you or anything like that. But I mean us as the creators.
I'm fine with the burden.
In the space, and it does come down to us in a lot of ways.
True.
You know, whether these things get perpetuated or whether we just say, you know what, this isn't fucking productive. Fuck it. I mean, I can tell you
at this point, 100%.
How many times.
I've seen Demon Mama's demon energy, but this is her mama energy, and I love it. True, it's amazing.
It wasn't productive.
It's really
good.
good.
It was even the end of day 1, it was already very clear that this wasn't. Again, I'm seeing. I want to say this before I go. Also,
sure.
No, don't go.
To try to think people could hold couples accountable. That's something that no one has the power really truly to do, and folks running
accountable for what?
It's just one, I personally feel like you're wasting your time, but 2, it's just that shouldn't even be your goal. You can have your criticisms, but after you say your piece, people trying to just now so that's at least I can if I'm being good faith, that's something that I feel because this isn't again, these are just things that are happening within online and again, like I said, I have my own criticisms about the divisiveness, but you know, I kept it that end, and I'm not over here tweeting at Keffels after I make my video how I feel. No, I made my critique and I moved on. But there's people that they don't stop at critique, and they're thinking they have this power to hold folks accountable, and this is and they're on both sides, and this is why things are drawn out for days on some things that just I just feel
Blue Sky Kulak and not even writing posts.
And honestly, that's why we're probably gonna go on to day 5, and I don't know how long this is gonna last.
I mean, people are pointing out in chat. You did put a comment on Keffel's video that I would consider kind of mean. But
I know,
that was
I
a day
said
ago,
what I said.
right? Yeah, but I mean, come on, right? That's the engaging, right?
Look,
it falls down to us to choose not to
not
engage, or how we choose to engage, right? Right?
I was very intentional with that. I'm standing with what I said.
When you said on her video,
and I deleted it, too, and not because I don't stand with it. I deleted it because I saw that it was pinned, and I took it as
you felt like that was unproductive or whatever, right?
I no, it's not about that. That's not because like I said, I stand with it. It's that I knew it just stirred engagement of a bunch of comments, so I just removed it for just the engagement factor.
That's weak. I'm sorry.
Removed it when I was I didn't even realize it was pinned until I saw my email. So like I said, I stand with that, and you can look at my tweets.
You stand by the white
woman tears.
So I commented, but then I realized that people would respond to it, so I deleted. What? That's weak.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's just. I mean, Yeah, all right.
I'm saying I stand with it. So like, I'm not running.
To me, that feels like the opposite of it. But again, we didn't have this conversation yesterday, so hopefully tomorrow it will. Maybe this conversation will encourage.
This is literally like my last like talking about it publicly. Anything like this was like kind of like, hey, like if I'm gonna have anyone that I'm gonna talk about this with, I didn't expect you to want to talk. So this is like pretty much.
I'm usually
like
very open to it, you know.
Yeah.
That's true.
I made a tweet already like this morning, yesterday that I'm setting the boundary.
Demon Mama came on this channel very recently, and we have had a lovely conversation. So I know from personal experience that Demon Mama is very open to talking. I can tell Silbani does not care about productivity. Just surprised she admitted it. I mean,
don't talk about Keffels to me. I didn't put her name, but and just like I'm over it. I'm gonna move on from it.
Say her name.
Like,
I definitely think that's a good idea. Like
I'm gonna make my
Say her
videos and
name.
stream and just like leaving at that. I'm leaving at that. So
we'll see. Time will tell. I'm just gonna say that. Time will tell.
Tagging me to things, they got blocked, and there's still more people out the blocks. They just don't respect that boundary.
I'm gonna just respectfully say that most people usually, when they say that they are done with topic X or they are done with talking about X, they usually don't stop talking about X. So we'll see.
Yeah. But
people
so like,
don't
but like I'm
respect
saying, like I
fucking
stand
boundaries
with
on Twitter.
But everything that like I said led up to that, me setting that boundary, I stand with. So like I just want to make that show because I'm not here to like litigate what I said. I stand with it, and I explain my own reasons. And folks,
I wanna DM
I know
about this.
I was very clear with myself, and
Sure.
There was
I
a
guess,
back and
again,
forth.
my whole purpose in all of this, the only reason I even talked about this drama at all, is because
I just was making myself clear that like there's nothing I'm backing down on or running from, and that's all this is. I'm not even trying to like lay them out.
Just so you know, it's okay to fucking back down on stuff sometimes. And in fact, like, I mean, God, I had to learn that hardcore, okay? Like, it's okay as a content creator. You never want to fall into the trap of thinking you never back down. Because sometimes you're just wrong. Or sometimes you say something that's across the line. I mean, I once called a
I'm at a point where I'm not even engaging. Where like I'm not going to respond. I know where I stand, and there's no reason.
That's not the point that Demon Mama's making, but okay.
Back and forth, like I just it's not productive at that point. So that's basically what it is for me right now. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like
I'm not sure you do.
This is a very simple decision that I made, and I know like the folks that I'm in community with know where I'm coming from and agree with me. And this isn't about like. But yeah. Anyways, that's all it is. Like,
my hope in all of this is I mean, again, there's a lot of people who don't like me, and sometimes I know that part of the reason that people don't like me is because it's just a simple fact. Some people really hate. Like anybody, some people look for yes men, and they look for somebody who's going to always agree with them. And there's a lot of people who know that I don't do that, especially knowing that I'm willing to take a personal hit and call out huge content creators by comparison, like Vosh. Some people won't associate with me because of that, but I just like to, I like to hope that there is some way that we can move past these aging dramas. And that we can break some of the habits that cause these things to fester for so long. Because I really do think it's bad for the space. I think it makes it miserable for creators. Creators burn out all the time. There's a lot of personal hurt. There's a lot of actual legitimate trauma that happens to creators of all kinds of stripes. I mean, God knows. I mean, I know I fucking dealt with that. And I think Keffels has. I think Vosh has. I think Professor Flowers has. I think Cat Black has. I know Cat Black has. Cat Black has been creating content and dealing with fucking freaks on the internet for longer than any of us. And I just think that's dreadful, and it makes for a space that's not enjoyable. It limits us. It means that all of us can't. Nobody's gonna come hang out in this space because they think everybody's always at each other's throats, and especially if it's like a wolf crying situation where like if people say this really super crazy thing about somebody else or a really hyperbolic statement about somebody else, and then that turns out not to be true. Well, they feel burned out. They feel like they can't trust anybody. What I'm saying is there's a severe issue of trust. There's a severe social issue in spaces that are largely full of people who call themselves lefties, call themselves pro-social. And for such a space that should be focused on empathy and socializing it, to me it feels like there sure is a lot of bad blood and hatred and toxicity and toxic habits and toxic cycles. And there's a few key behaviors, Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say? What my whole point?
No,
of
I
all
get what
this
you're
is?
saying, and I agree with you. Like, I exactly, I see what you're trying to say, and it's, yeah, like, I don't, like I said, like, I don't think this should be going on to day 5. This has been dragged on way longer.
Yeah.
Like, once people say, like, hey, like, I'm not going to engage, I'm not going to say anyone's name anymore, I'm setting a boundary,
That's not exactly what
bring them up, etc.
Demon Mama meant was.
It should
but-
end there, at least publicly. Like, you guys can feel however you want behind the scenes amongst your friends, but just like, at that
That's
point,
not exactly what Demon Mama
engagement
was trying
on
to
just
say,
fans
but
that are just like on both sides, that are just like,
okay.
keep, like I said, when they keep doing the screenshots passing around, that's for every morning, each day, it's just over. It's like, it doesn't need to get there, and just like, you know, just stay blocked and just don't be like, and that's kind of this where like I said, like it becomes really toxic, and it doesn't have to be. And like I said, like whatever the back and forth with what it was, but when, you know, when people are done engaging, you know,
Demon Mama is doing really well. Really
don't
well.
make it like a several.
This is really good.
And this goes for everyone. This goes for everyone. So I set that boundary with my audience, so they know how I feel.
Well, I gotta probably wrap my stream up here relatively soon. I promise that I won't go so long because I hurt myself last 10-hour stream I did. Here is to a less toxic future for these quote-unquote spaces, whatever these disparate consumer entertainment groups are. I genuinely hope that that people can spend less time hurting each other and spend more time talking about cool and interesting and educational and entertaining things.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Yes,
on.
please.
I appreciated talking with you about everything, even when we disagreed. I felt like it was a very valuable conversation. I hope you feel the same.
No, yeah, I feel the same. Like, you're very respectful. Like, even like when, you know, there were some emotions on my end. You know, I feel like no one was. Hopefully I didn't come off disrespectful though. And there, I want to say, like, I don't intend that. Like,
no, I don't think you did. Not to me.
Okay.
Like, I think this conversation has been very well.
It's who them.
I just like just being honest with my responses and how I feel, and just like, you know, I'm not, like you said, you're not a yes person. I'm not a yes person either. And certain things, like, I don't agree. Like when it came to the one part that, you know, I really stood on it. I can do that because that's where, like I said, like, you know, it's okay to stand with what your things, like, you know, and it depends on what it is. But like, you know, you don't have to, like, that's just like kind of like where I'm moving as far as when it comes to like the space, because also like you don't. I don't know, like, I appreciate the conversation. I think if there's anyone that's come from that space, you're like the one that I watch and enjoy, and yeah,
I do appreciate that. I mean, I definitely, I'm definitely, I don't know.
Olaymi both watches us.
I really like Olay. I've fucking loved Olay's videos, and I've loved what interactions we've had, and I
always feel like she's intentionally dodging the point constantly. Like, do you care about the health platform for political action or not? Demon Mama was great here. I agree. I actually wanna DM Demon Mama in a few minutes to message my appreciation. I really appreciate her way of engaging. Yeah, and I think we need more of this sort of way of engaging. I feel like we really do need more of this. So I'm gonna. Because she knows she does the exact thing that DM is critiquing. Demon Mama is a great moderating voice of reason. Yeah, she is. She really is.
I guess I've been in this space a long time, and I've always sort of found myself floating in between two warring factions, or what seems like two warring factions, which never are fully, the lines around those factions never seem fully drawn, but people get pulled into them anyway. And I want it to stop. Not because I don't think that people have legitimate gripes, but because I think that the intensity
it's better to go about it.
Is wasteful. Nobody's fighting over food, you know? People are just fighting over Twitter ego, and I think people get too hurtful. I think people get out of hand. Yeah. Anyway, it was a good conversation. I really appreciate you coming on, and here's to a better future with less toxicity.
Agreed.
Alrighty.
Good night, Sylvia. All right, everybody. Oh.
I think the flame is apropos. It was quite intense. Okay, I'm gonna send my thing now. DM. Hannah Rendish has an army of imps. I'm a giggler, but I'm also an imp. Wait, oh, my mama is here. Where is the fully colored thing? Huh, funny. Oh, here you go. So I'm gonna link here. And on. Okay, you've sent the thing to Demo Mama. The message. I do think Doe is also helping a lot there. And probably DM's other partner too. Yeah, I think Doe is great. Although, you might be excited to learn that it said that once it gets a good setup, it will talk to me on stream. Isn't that exciting? Doe will talk to me. It will talk to me. Is that not exciting? Doe is better than DM? TDC, I sent you a friend request on Steam. I have not yet seen, no? Oh, wait, one moment. I have to change the channel. The channel. I don't think it's a matter of a person being better or worse. But Doe is really great. I agree 1,000,000 bazillion. True. Have I accepted you to my friends? Where is this team? How do I accept? Oh my gosh. Friends. Where is it? Have I accepted already? Oh, okay. Better speaker, I see. Wait, what did I do? I think, what do I? Unread messages. How do I look at messages? Ah. All right. It's true, but things though I must get better sound. Yes, I've got my own way of saying people's names. Read it again, this team. Oh, let me see. Let me check something. Let me check something real quick. I do have a wish list. Story. How do I check the wish list? Oh my gosh. How do you check your wish list? Oh, here. Oh my god. Oh wow. Do I see? I think I should have more games. I have to think about it. I have to think about it intensely. It's true. I have to think about it intensely. Alright, we're gonna exit this for now. We're gonna enter the world of Diablo. Turn of the console. Turn of the console. Okay, we've watched this. We've got another thing to watch, by the way. And we shall do some Diablo because soon season 1 of Diablo. Did you know that season 1 is coming? So we have to do the story and other stuff before it's too late. I'm gonna open my password thing. It is done. Oh, is Diablo immortal? Hearing Mama called Lilith trumpet and made me sad. I mean, you know how it goes. I'm writing a big message now. To Demon Mama. I was the worst review over because of that. Technically, it looks like something you were playing the other day. It makes sense you would want it. Because it's from the same creator, Final Fantasy Tactics. All right, we've done it. Okay, let's start the game. We're gonna play some. We're gonna watch the review. You know who I really don't like? Spirit Science. What Spirit Science? Yeah, let's do some story. What do you say? Are you excited for some story time? Wait, am I in the storyland or maybe not? Where is the story? Here. Do I have a full thing? Yeah, this is Diablo music, yeah. The music, all the music that's going now is from the game. Karasu, do you know the TV series Westworld? You know that cray cray. Oh, you cannot see the game. Wait. I think I know why. Okay, I know why. This is why. Is it visible now? Or is Diablo? I always mute. I love this. But if it is Diablo music, this is so close now to Diablo 2. Yeah, some of the tracks are actually quite good in this one. Strange. Okay, now it's visible. Diablo for full. That's... Have I not been playing Diablo on this? Strange. Have I not been? Let's do some story on full screen. I think that's fine. Ah, okay, you can see it now. Yes. Okay, so we're going here.
Not while I'm in town.
Also, I do like the voice actor, really. The person that was in Game of Thrones. Uh-oh.
I need more time.
Uh-oh. It seems like the computer needs more time. Am I right? Uh-oh. Get good, computer. I've got a horse now. That's cool. How do you like my horse? Vars, true.
I need time to do that.
Which should get me on a panel together with Vosh so that I can debate him again and win again.
I need more time.
Oh.
I need time to do that. I need more time. I need more time.
Rejoin Loras and Nairel.
Rothma's prophecy spoke of a serpent, right? If Elias knew that too, maybe he came looking for it. Did he ever tell you what he was planning?
No. By that point, he wasn't my student anymore.
What happened?
Let's make the game a bit louder. Club Penguin. Yes, this time you told us what happened between you and Elias.
The moment Elias heard Rathma's prophecy, it poisoned him. He became obsessed with it. Prophecies are riddles. Not even the very wise can be sure of their meaning. But Elias believed he could solve it. And when I told him to wait, he called me a fool. Said we had to do whatever.
You tried to stop him?
Tried, yes, and failed. It'll be different this time. Let's find that damn coffin.
Is this soup? I was in Club Penguin and his Discord, and we were debating Hamas and whether we should even be focusing on it. Oh. I should get a talk with NA as well. NA. I should get so many talks.
Can you see the coffin from here?
I'm not ready yet.
Any sign of it?
There's something at the far end of those ships.
I see it too. We'll have to cross the wreckage to reach it.
I need time to prepare that.
Damn.
All right, go.
I'm out of mana. I need time to prepare. Mana. I'm out of mana. I need time to prepare.
Uh-oh.
What was I thinking? They will.
It burns.
This is not good. Damn drowned.
My arm.
You've been infected. It's spreading. We have no time. I must remove the drowned necrosis.
I don't understand.
Laura, are you certain?
I'm certain she's dying. Hold her.
No arm. Oh.
We have no choice. Now hold her. Rest now. You will be Haradrim, young one. I will not fail you. Go on ahead to the front. I'll look after her.
Oh. Good night, Karasu.
I'm not ready yet. I lack the needed mana. I'm not ready yet. Out of mana once again. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare that.
Close. You're getting close. The edge of our sight. The limit of our knowledge. You see the way, don't you? Fear not this cradle. Colder breaths than this await you yet, traveler.
And now it will drown. Game over.
His debt must be paid.
Have I drowned? Oh.
Rathma, I have come to your temple. I know the answers I seek are within.
Elias's presence still taints this place. I need time to prepare that. Out of mana once again. I lack the needed mana. I'm not ready yet.
Precious mana. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Damn. Oh. I think this is nice.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Maybe use a... Oh.
Every tome, every scroll, every book in this temple produces the same answer. The only being willing to stand against the eternal conflict, against the prime evils, was Lilith.
The day I'm done with this self-righteous bastard will be a great one.
Damn. Lucy, have you played any of the God of War games? Yes, I have. Do you like God of War? I could stream it from... I could stream them from... starting from the PlayStation 2 games. The trilogy. The first trilogy. Which was a lot more brutal than the new ones.
The staircase is flooded. I need a way to cross it.
The protagonist is so angry.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
How do I cross it? Yeah. Although I think I want to play Devil May Cry first. Before God of War.
I'm not ready yet.
Devil May Cry.
I need time to prepare that.
I must change the title of the stream. I'm so... Oh my god, I need to change titles better. So there you go. So we need to add the hashtag Diablo for... How long have we been streaming? 7 hours. Almost 8. God of War. I think first we'll play Devil May Cry.
I lack the needed mana. I'm not ready yet. I need time to I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
All right.
I'm not ready
Elias's
yet.
magic still bars the way forward.
I'm not ready yet.
You played the game Fate. It's somewhat older, cheap cheap fantasy game. Kind of fun to spend a few hours on and let's see, generate a dungeon and loot. Fate. What genre is it? What is it? Sorry. What is the? Is it on Steam? I'm gonna check it out. Fate. Fate. Oh. I don't think I've played it, no. I know, I've not played it, no. Should I?
Out of mana once again.
Third-person perspective, you make your own character and choose your skill as you level up.
I need time to prepare that.
Okay. So it's a dungeon crawler. Oh.
Lilith, the mother of sanctuary. She made us to be strong and was sealed away to weaken us. The daughter of hatred. I cannot say that there is good in her. Morality is the privilege of people in better situations. We are beyond the question of good or evil. But the question remains, what will she do to us when I summon her. I must prepare myself for anything. Rathma kept the means of attaining immortality here. Once I have mastered it, I will go and bring the mother home.
Damn. Interesting.
I need time to prepare that.
Why wasn't Rathma immortal? Also, wasn't Rathma Nephilim? Why didn't just Rathma kick Inarius' ass? As a Nephilim.
When the Mother of Sanctuary re-enters her world, it will change.
Thank you.
But in the end, we will remain. We will survive.
I shall stream it on Monday. Thank you.
Writes that when Inarius discovered Lilith's plan to overthrow the so-called natural order, he sealed her away. For thousands of years, Lilith has sought to elevate us out of this cycle, has fought to secure us our birthright, sanctuary.
The secret of Elias's immortality must be deeper within. I need time to prepare that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My character sounds so angry. So angry.
I'm not ready yet.
So I'm going to have to read before I sleep. Of course. Oh?
I need time to prepare that.
I apologize. Ah, make sandwich. Bon appetit. We will do some story and then I will read and sleep. Oh.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Ugh. This is Elias's finger. He hid a piece of himself here to stay immortal. No. I'm not going to die here. I'm not ready yet.
Or am I?
Still resting, but her fever is broken. I think she'll be all right. The road that comes after, though, we shall have to see. I found you drifting in a coffin, clutching a severed finger. What happened?
I'm not sure. The temple began to sink, and I thought I'd drowned.
Temple. So the coffin was a gateway. What of Elias's immortality?
He stored his life essence in a piece of himself.
burn it. Good. Let us end this then, once and for all. Let me end what I began. No one else is going to get hurt because of my choices.
True.
No.
Turkey burgers.
It wasn't a dream. My arm, it's really gone.
You'll get through this.
You're going to leave me, aren't you? You'll find a place where I can be taken care of.
Do you want to be left behind?
No! I just don't want to be a burden.
Then we won't leave you.
It never crossed my mind. No more time to rest. You should check on Donan. We'll meet you at the Zakharoon Keep later.
Damn. Damn.
You look tired, old man. Even for you. I can manage the ritual.
If you could do it alone, it would have been done. I will, unfortunately. And Neyrelle must also. Donan might have finally got his head on straight, but the Soul Stone is our only weapon against Lilith. I will leave nothing to chance.
Speaking for myself, yes, I believe I am. Ready to attune the Soul Stone, at least. As for what comes after, capturing Lilith, keeping her bound in the stone, we know how that's gone in the past. I have to believe it is up to us now. Not to the prophecy, Inarius, or anyone else.
Something is wrong here.
Nothing right about this place. Best do this quickly. Right, Lorat. We will inscribe the 6 sigils of Dendos in order, then...
Follow with the second and fourth reversed.
Oh, it's nice to see you agree on something.
Focus. Let us begin.
There. Do you feel that?
What is it, witch?
Someone is coming. It's Elias.
He's here. We have to...
Lorat, don't you dare leave!
No, I'll kill him myself.
I'm not ready yet.
demands that you pay. And so do I.
I will set your tree afire and cast your corpse upon the flames. I own no one but the mother.
Doesn't he know that his immortality is gone?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Almost done.
I need time
I'm not ready yet.
Elias, the fallen Horadrim.
I'm not ready yet.
What the hell?
I'm not ready yet. ready yet.
How many times must we do this before you learn? My life is not yours to claim.
I have been to the deepest chambers of the sunken temple, Elias. You have no secrets from me.
Howard. Oh.
I need time to prepare that.
Damn.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I am here!
I lost him in the tunnels, but the swamp has him now. Haradrim, we were about to finish without you.
He's still alive. Where is he?
At the end of his bloody trail. This way.
Interesting.
Thaisa. I need to speak with him.
Then do so, Haradrim.
Lorath.
Oh, Elias. Was all this worth it then? Truly?
I brought Lilith to Sanctuary, a thing no one thought possible. And when hell rises to sweep across this world, I should be there beside her, ready to push it back. You left me alone to cross the lines you would dare not attempt, and you have nothing to show for it. You are nothing but a wasted life. Do not look to forgive me, old man, because it is you who brought us here. Was it worth it? That is a coward's question, Lorath. It suits you.
Elias of Aronok.
Oh, spare me.
Of your own free will, you swore an oath to the Tree of Whispers.
This is not the life I deserve.
The tree does not forget oaths, and it does not forgive debts. It is time to let go.
Damn.
hear laughter on the wind. Elias's head hangs from the Tree of Whispers, and your soul stone is attuned. This is where I leave you.
Leaving? We go to face Lilith. I had hoped you would join us.
I know the weight of your reasons, but Lilith remains your concern. Mine lies elsewhere.
This is farewell, then. And thank you for the tea.
Take care of yourself, Donan.
She called me by my name. Lorath won't believe. Where is he?
I've not seen him since Elias spent his last words, calling him a coward.
And to prove his courage, he what? Rode to face Lilith alone?
Elias never told us where to find her.
But his head is on the Tree of Whispers. So the tree knows where Lilith is going. Lorath could ask, but he'll have to pay the price.
What price?
The same Elias paid. Eternity on the tree.
Brother. No. Get to the tree now. Stop him!
I've got a waypoint.
I need time to prepare that.
Lilith has been 2 steps ahead of us for far too long. The tree knew where to find her. I asked. Its answer was worth the price.
Worth the price? You owe the tree your head. The day you die, you'll be taken to hang here with the others.
And what? Did I need your permission? It's done. Put it aside. While we stand here in the mud, Lilith is on her way to absorb Mephisto's power. She has found a gateway to hell, and she approaches with the key.
Where is the gate, brother?
Under Chaldeum.
Surely there will be some resistance.
None. The fools welcomed her in. It is up to us to stop her and imprison her in the Soul Stone. This is all that matters.
And if Lilith has already passed through the gate?
We follow her into hell. I will do everything in my power to get us there.
The 4 of us alone? This is lunacy.
Not lunacy, child. Duty. We will meet in Tesseract to prepare. Pray we are not too late. A strange thing, knowing where you'll go when you die. One less damn mystery to worry about, at least. Did I make the right choice? I did what I had to. We needed answers and we got them. Lilith was poised to storm the very gates of hell. Astaroth and the deal, Rathma and the key, it had all been leading to this. But what we didn't know was that while we were lost in the swamp, Inarius and the cathedral were launching a campaign to strike at Lilith. Their battle would leave the world a wasteland. And whoever won would show no mercy to what was left. Our only hope was to reach Lilith before Inarius. But we couldn't have predicted what happened next.
What happened next? Ooh. So what happened next? I finished cooking my sandwich. Grilled provolone, salami, lettuce, onion, tomato, mayo, mustard, and apricots. That's really good. My goodness.
Silence only damns you further. A cultist shelters here. One of those that set demons upon Caldeum. The city lies in shambles after what the heretics have done!
I want eyes on the road waste, sentries at the walls. The sinners will come running. Let none through.
Lorath and Donan have gone to Caldeum. The knights march on the city. They felt it best to follow. But I wanted to wait for you. Can I ask you something? Something personal.
No.
You know you can.
Oh.
Do you ever feel like nothing you do matters?
More than I'd like to admit. They call me hero. But underneath, I'm still the same person I always was. Powerful, sure. Flawed, too. I try. Yet my best isn't enough. Not for Yorin, nor your mother.
Does it get any easier?
It can. With a good ally.
Thank you for being honest. It helps, knowing I'm not alone. We should go. I'll find the others in Caldeum.
I cannot do that here.
This, one of them. The demon dealers from Caldeum.
Damn.
You need to get that in your head.
We need to keep moving.
I heard her praying. Just like us. A hologram for revenge. How many cultists have they killed? How many innocents?
Hello. Good for Gabby. Hello, hello. We'll do some Diablo and then, you know.
Blood from the sky. No mortal magic holds this power.
Just a bit longer and it'll all be over.
Die now.
Oh.
Stuck on the tree with Elias for eternity. Nobody wants that.
I was fine on my own.
This voice actor was an actor in Game of Thrones and also is an actor in FF16. Who is this?
I don't know, but he should be here. It's his army on crusade.
Apologies.
At last. The knights are sacking the place.
Is Lilith here?
Yes. Just as the tree said. The rain, the Hellspawn, all spew from the Hellgates underneath the city palace. She's opened the way. If she consumes her father's essence, Sanctuary is lost. We can't let that happen.
Free allies.
I'm not ready.
We will be playing Wiedźmin in Polish.
These corpses, displayed so proudly. There's nothing of the light in this.
The display is the point. They mean to make an example.
To whom? To hell?
Inarius.
Why would hell care about a display?
Damn it. He's still the best shot as an ally.
This rain of blood. The sign we've waited for.
As the Lord of Hatred said,
Call the weak.
They mentioned the Lord of Hatred.
Mephisto.
What? That can't be. Elias owned this cult, and Lilith owned him.
Steady, recruit.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Is that Inarius?
Let me do the talking.
The time of prophecy has come, knights. Lilith flees to the gate to hell. I will slay her in that cesspit she calls home, and open the way to the heavens. All is as fate decreed. A spear of light, piercing hatred's heart. You who die in battle today, die heaven-bound. Rally the troops at the palace. We march on hell.
And after that, your plan?
Ah, the Horadrim. Always chasing after the battles of your betters. The angels don't need you.
The stone, darling. We don't need the bloody angels either.
The hubris. You boast of a mere fragment of what this once was. The World Stone. Debased in the hands of fools. Lilith dies by my blade. Prophecy has foretold it.
Okay. So that just happened.
Same as before. This changes nothing.
True. Are you in hell or heading to hell? Heading to hell.
How can you say this changes nothing? Our one potential ally just ran off with our one weapon. What's your plan now?
To stop Lilith and damn the cost. Inarius is mad with pride. We can't rely on him.
Stone or no, there is someone who might stand a chance.
You bested Astaroth and Andariel both. If we can't find that stone, you might be our next best weapon.
time to prepare that.
Father, deliver us!
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
True. That is what I do. Yoink.
I need time to prepare that.
It required some effort.
Donan, you've come back to us, and not alone. Blessed be the light. The Father will deliver us, together.
He seized our soul stone.
His is the will of the light.
You still believe that?
How can you doubt us? After everything we've done for you and Yorin. At least, he doesn't have to see you like this.
True.
Stand down, Revan.
Sin reaps consequence. I have faith the Father acted righteously.
We want to stop Lilith. Same as you.
Unbelievable.
Inarius awaits us at the mouth to hell.
Oh.
Unnecessary. The Father will handle Lilith.
But your army, your people, they need help.
What?
As do we. We'll move faster together.
Loreth, the voice of reason. Rare pleasure. Very well. You may accompany us to the gate.
Hark, knights! The day of prophecy is upon us! The Father will slay Lilith in hell and lift his faithful up to heaven! To the palace!
My goodness.
Feel that? The ground shook.
We'll handle things here.
So sleepy.
I'm not ready yet.
Sleepy, sleepy giggler. How do I get here? Ow.
I need time to prepare.
There you go.
I need time to prepare.
The rooftop boss. The rooftop boss.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, we're doing well.
I need time to prepare.
Of this mini boss. Okay, almost done.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll catch you later. I go play Skyrim. I'll see you. I'll go to sleep soon, actually. But I do need to push story at least a bit forward. See you. I hope to see you on the next stream.
Yes, Reverend Mother. Reverend Mother, the gate is barred against us.
Hold our position.
Laura, a word, please. We can't trust her.
Yes, but they've an army, and we share a goal.
For now.
Above the gate. Looks like a winch. I'll handle it.
Whatever you did, it worked.
Another quake.
The chains run slack. They must have snapped. I need to find another way to the palace.
Maya Major. Daki Salu. Is the Daki Salu?
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. Foul magic hangs about these corpses. The source must be near. I need time to I need time. I don't like this. The air here is thick.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare.
Alright, I'm gonna finish this quest.
What was that? What the hell are you?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Well, Duriel was a horrible pain in the second game.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare. I need time to I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
That's a slow burn, boss.
I need time.
A lot of HP. What a small burn. What a slow burn. Not small, slow.
I need time to
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to
Almost over.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Nora spoke of lesser evils beyond Andaria. Could that thing have been one?
Yes.
The
It's from...
Herodrum should be at the palace. If they made it.
Why am I so angry?
I'm not ready yet.
Thank heavens you're here. I convinced them not to go without you.
You should have kept your temper with Prava.
I know. But you shouldn't have thrown away the stone, either.
We didn't exactly throw it away, but okay. It's not exactly what happened, Giggler.
We have a heading. Mephisto shelters in the Cathedral of Hatred. Across the Sea of Fire, Astaroth's domain. I'd wager that's why Lilith freed him in Skosglen. That's where we'll find her.
And what then? We don't have the stone.
Enough, Donan!
Then it's up to me to stop her. Right?
Donan. Enough, Donald.
You've been hounding me about this and that non-stop. Can you drop it for once?
It's not about me hounding you. It's...
Enough! You're both so smart usually.
Usually.
Not today. Yes, the stone is gone. Instead of arguing, let's do something about it. If Inarius has it, let's take it back.
It is the only way to guarantee Lilith's defeat.
No, not Lilith. You're all wrong about that. The stone should be saved for Mephisto, her maker, the prime evil. You know his powers of manipulation. His hatred has already poisoned us. Even Lilith fears him. Why don't you?
Are you done?
I am now. Think on what I've said, all right?
Yeah, maybe that's why my character sounds so angry all of the time. Because of the seething hatred. And giggling.
I'm not ready yet.
The gateys to hell.
I'm not ready yet.
I can sense your fear, Father.
Well, what did you see?
Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you for the $25. Hey, hoy, I'm back from work. We're doing some Diablo story. And when we're done with some Diablo story, Lucy Haze will go to sleep. Thank you. Thank you for being here. As always. Let's talk to this person. Lilith, she hungers for her father's power.
Whether we use you or the stone, we have to stop her. We follow her into hatred itself. It will sour our hearts even more. Turn us against each other. Let's remember why we're here. Together.
Together. Till all are one. Till all are one. Magnus, hand me the Matrix.
I'm not ready yet.
Everything feels wrong here. The air, the ground at my feet.
Mortals were not meant to tread this road.
The sooner we can find Lilith and get out, the better.
This is hell.
I'm not ready yet.
How are you, fake Alec Hal Parker?
I'm not ready yet.
Tired from work. I am a bit tired as well. How long has we been doing this? Almost 9 hours. My gosh. It was 110 Fahrenheit, yeah. We are experiencing a worldwide record heat waves. Of course. Can you link it? Can you link it?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh. One moment, please. I have to win this fight. Uh-oh.
I need time.
I'm not ready yet.
Looks like the rear guard was angry. The others must have forged ahead.
George, let the bastards clear a path for us.
This is not you speaking, Laura. This is hatred. So let's watch the video. React. Okay, so I'm gonna... Diablo is small. Let's make it a bit bigger. And now I will put the video on. Maybe we will finish with this video.
So the conspiracy theory of everything was banned by YouTube for a second time earlier this year. At long last, the hammer falls. This was one of our most popular videos by far, as it's clear so many of us are not afraid of shining a light on the truth behind the dark and gritty underbelly of society.
Oh my god.
Yet, it's important to remember that the reason for such darkness is so that when the light of truth triumphs, it is all that much more glorious. It was our hope that from this documentary, viewers would be compelled to awaken to the truth of their innermost nature and embrace a greater understanding and experience of reality.
I
When
see.
each of us do this, we help move all of humanity forward to that future we dream of, living in peace, wisdom, and harmony.
I see.
People are tired of being fed stories about the way things are and how the world works, especially when such stories are often so veiled in misleading intentions. There are so many seeking to take advantage of each other today, and it's crushing to the human spirit when that happens. It's no wonder so many have a hard time trusting one another. But without trust, the bonds of society break down. Certainly, while many social systems need transformation, to lose
That is true. He's just saying nothing. That's, yeah, that is accurate. Oh
would
my
not
god.
be so good. But regarding this conspiracy doc, we had a few videos get taken down this year, and when this one was removed, it brought us very close to losing our channel. Upon consideration of this, we reflected that for us, the most important thing has always been to share wisdom, truth, and a more enlightened way of
The
seeing
American way.
with anyone who is willing to receive it, and generally speaking, in a more lighthearted way. For this reason, we've decided that for now, we won't attempt to re-upload the conspiracy theory of everything for a third time on this channel.
What a shocker. What a shocker that a video like this would have some anti-Semitic views. What a shocker.
However,
what are the comments like in this? I can't believe this is what it's come to. banned content like this tells me it's a must watch. Never imagined that censorship in our great country, US, would get so bad. I wonder if the whole world is experiencing this.
For those still curious to see it, we do have a private link available in the description below.
Oh
where
boy.
anyone can watch it for free. Just be warned, it's intense. With that, thank you for your time here today, and much love.
It's, oh yeah, it's intense, that's for sure. Oh my god. It's intense. It's intensely stupid, I bet. Oh boy. Okay. $1.32 million subscribers. Well, now I'm a bit, now I'm a bit sad. Okay, it's alleged that the dude who runs the channel read someone. What? Oh, okay, I get it now. Oh my god, it's so late. I'm a bit slow. I'm sorry. I get it now. Yes, I understand now. I know what you mean now. My goodness. All right. Spirit science. How come they have 1.32 million subscribers and I'm only at hopefully we haven't lost any subscribers. 852. I'm so sad now. But if you've enjoyed this, then please like, subscribe, push the bell, and leave a comment and do all that good stuff. For today, I'm going to go to sleep. Thank you. I shall be waiting for the good news, and good night. I'm sorry that I cannot stay longer today, but it seems like I am getting very tired very fast. So I will see you on Monday. On Monday, we will do an extra long stream to make up for that. Thank you. I will make it up to you on Monday. Good night. Thank you very much. And giggling for the weekling. I press end stream. Oh wait, I have to write love and solidarity. With a heart. Also here. And heart. Okay. So good night.